Chapter 167, of Prison Moons. You're making this difficult on me, aren't you? Don't give me that look, woof. Aren't you an energetic one? You must have caused your owner a headache, but sadly, I have no snacks today, woof. Woof. Stop being a drama queen, you'll not die if you don't go on a walk, woof. Leo squatted and looked at a certain creature straight in the eye, but this creature kept panting and looking around vibrantly. Suddenly, it turned to look at him and noticed an extended hand. Leo kept his eyes on the dog and said paw. The dog looked at Leo and the extended palm before it raised its paw and barked. Its expressions looked as if it's expecting praise. For the 27th time, that is my knee, and I'm not anticipating an arrow before being an adventurer, woof. And that's my foot. Leo looked at this dog who kept aiming at his knee and foot. The dog is of the Shiba Inu breed and its colors were mainly black and white. It kept barking and circling Leo energetically. This made Leo's expression turn milder, as if he's in a good mood. Arita is usually obedient, but it seems he likes you very much, Leo-kun. Sitting on the front porch, an old woman drank from a teacup while smiling slightly. Her words got no reaction from Leo, except lifting his eyebrow. Looking at the pup, who started licking his palm, Leo scratched its chin before responding, he likes the snacks more. Hee hee. That's true. Leo is in the front yard of the house beside Arisaltek's home to the right. After buying a big world map, a bunch of markers, and a fancy, expensive pocket watch because he happened to pass by it, Leo slowly returned to his home without teleporting and other shenanigans. However, his action got him spotted by the neighbor's Shiba Inu. He remembers this dog, which he brought some snacks for before, so he played with it for a bit. As for the old woman, she's the owner of the house, but it didn't mind Leo playing with their dog. This happened many times already, so she even invited and greeted him warmly. But here is the catch, Leo still has no idea who she is. Despite them being old neighbors, Leo still has no recollection of their names. If not for the fact they had this dog for a few years, he'll probably be completely clueless. Would this affect him? Make him embarrassed? No. He already builds immunity to talking with those who know him while he's completely clueless about them. However, in his mind that is filled with chaotic and forbidden knowledge, Leo faintly remembers sensing two life energies from this house, but there's only one lately. The granny took a sip from the tea before she said, I'm already old and can't keep up with Arita, sadly. I don't think I can be with him for long, I see. Your acceptance of the fact you're old and going to die is remarkable. Without changing his face, Leo blurred those words with no care. Hearing the sudden and absurd lines, the granny couldn't help but chuckle and say, I say your bluntness is way more remarkable, Leo-kun. But be careful because it might come back at you one day. Although he expected her to be at least a bit angry, Leo lifted his eyebrow again. You don't really have to wait. Leo felt something is haunting him these past few days, as if someone has a debt with him. Well, he kinda deserved it, which made him a bit speechless. Oh my! That's unfortunate. The granny smiled slightly before going silent again. It's not like it matters. Don't you agree? I can understand you, but you can't. It feels a bit weird. Leo squeezed Arata's cheeks before rubbing his belly as the dog became completely relaxed. For this pup, Leo is a bit puzzled. A few days ago, he got a bit scared and confused, as if he sensed the monster hidden behind Leo's usual look, but after a few snacks and rubs, he became completely energetic. I guess he's a bit dumb even for a dog. After playing with Arita for a few minutes, Leo raised his head suddenly and stood up. It's about time I go. Leaving already? Why don't you have some snacks first? The granny opened her eyes and invited Leo. No, there's no need. Thank you for the hospitality. Oh, if you have some free time, you're always welcome here. My grandson has been busy lately with work and unable to accompany Arita. I believe he'll be assured if he learned you took care of Arita. Who is this guy and why will he be assured? Is he sick? Leo looked at the granny weirdly. As this neighborhood official menace, he never thought that someone would feel relieved hearing his name. Usually, they either try to look slightly awkward so they can leave quickly, or they sound polite and reject him between the lines while they talk behind his back. Sometimes, they are frank about their disgust and avoid him like a plague. He has long forgotten since he got along with one of the neighbors. They have isolated him, especially the younger generation. Not like he minds, of course. But remembering how this caused his mother to be very worried back then, Leo could only sigh secretly. Japan society mindset is really not for me. However, Leo's face didn't change on the outside. You want to push the responsibility of your pet onto me, hey? I'll do it. But when he looked at the dog, who was cutely rolling on the ground, Leo spoke plainly. Looking at how Leo's words changed in an instant, the granny laughed directly this time before saying, if that is how you see it, then be it. Take care, Leo-kun, and deliver my thanks to your mother for the food will do. Leo nodded calmly before he went to the entrance. As for Arita, it stopped following him after Leo told him to stay. With Leo's figure disappearing into the distance, the granny looked at the dog playing in the yard with a smile that carried a bit of nostalgia. Leaving the neighbor's house, Leo had an odd expression on his face. What has gotten into the head of that old woman? Suddenly becoming sentimental. If she misses her grandson, just give him a call. Even with his insights, he can only guess what others think from their actions and words. As for their heart and feelings, he rather not look too deep into it. However, in the end, he only shook his head and whispered, human life is so fragile and short, well, it not as I lived for that long anyway. Speaking some words that sum up the entire character of various villains and evil MCS, Leo looked at the sky in a daze before he continued on his way. He felt like he's about to bump into a problem. This is his instinct slapping him in the face. It is hard to explain, but it is usually never mistaken. Coupled with the continuous headache and pain that he has been experiencing for days faintly increasing, the closed door of the house gave him a bad premonition. Leo shook his head and twisted the door handle, entering the house before saying out loud, out of habit, I'm back. Greeted by silence, Leo noticed that the front lights were turned off. Nevertheless, he only needed one glance to see what was happening. After closing the door, Leo could only shake his head as a bit of tiredness flashed on his face. Advancing inside, the sound of faint whispers appeared and became clearer. Did you really meet Leo in Japan, Claudius-san? Tomu, come to think of it, I indeed met my praetor in Japan. We fought in the Holy Grail War. But I had to return to Rome shortly after arriving at this world. In the living room, Minami sat down facing a blonde woman as her smile couldn't help but twitch. So, this is their new neighbor. Minami thought as she grew more speechless with every word from Nero. She had been sitting at home until the door got knocked and she met Nero. Realizing that Nero is the newly arrived neighbor and even knows her son, Minami invited her in. To be honest, she was more interested in how her son knew this beautiful young lady. No, the problem is how this one has a good impression on him. This is very important. After all, recalling her son's history with girls. No, his history with almost everybody. It was basically a train wreck that got bombed again. The curiosity burned strongly in her heart, but in the end, she kinda regretted it as soon as Nero opened her mouth. Why does everything that comes out of her mouth sound like those role players? But only because of this, Minami realized that Nero truly knew Leo. This same atmosphere and actions make everyone around speechless. Why did it have to be this reason? Burying those thoughts deep in her heart, she forced a smile and said, I see. So, you're from Italy, Claudius-san. That's a wonderful coincidence. My husband is also from there. It's a beautiful place, I know, Rome is Rome. However, although I didn't have a reception befitting me, I shall overlook their sins this time. After all, visiting a new world is a wonderful experience on its own. I really want to explore it. Indeed, you mean a new country. Right. Minami didn't know if she should laugh or cry. She has no idea how to respond to this. Looking at Nero continuing her story, she suddenly recalled the weird act of Leo these days. Is it because of her? This girl is a bad influence. Leo graduated from 8th grade syndrome a long time ago. She remembers clearly how her son buried that dark past and refused to even acknowledge its existence. His expression was devastating back then. How dare this girl drag her sweetie into that dark path again? Minami's eyes suddenly became vigilant. As a mother, she'll never allow this. Nero blinked her eyes in confusion. Why did the mother of her preacher suddenly become hostile? Is there an enemy nearby? Unable to sense this enemy, Nero also became vigilant before nodding at Minami. As expected of the mother of her preacher, she clearly isn't simple. However, her nodding was more of a provocation in Minami's eyes. This girl, she dares. But then she noticed something on the corner of her eye. She saw a familiar face looking at them without an expression. Finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, Minami felt liberated. Even if she steeled herself, dealing with Nero's wavelength is very taxing. And more importantly, she needs answers. However, her facial expression quickly froze. Years of familiarity and her motherhood sense told her that every inch of her son's current expression said, "Don't involve me. Help me." And who is she? Minami squinted and spoke with her eyes, but she only met Leo's empathyless sight saying, "You're on your own, good luck." Looking at Leo as if he's praying for her, Minami gave him a silent glance before she looked at Nero. When Leo was saying farewell, Nero sensed something strange from Minami's expression and looked behind her. "Oh! My preacher!" Nero's face brightened before she waved with her hand despite Leo not being that far away. However, Leo didn't pay her any attention. He turned and walked to the stairs as if he didn't hear anything. This made Nero pout. Wasn't her voice clear enough? Unsurprisingly, she wasn't the only dissatisfied person here. Minami stood up and walked upstairs after Leo. Nero sat down there for a few seconds before watching Minami bring Leo down. Minami wore a kind smile while Leo still had his expressionless face, except it had more of a "why are we still here" vibe. "I'll bring more tea. Would you be kind and entertain the guest, Leo?" Minami stood up and went to the kitchen, leaving Leo rubbing his forehead. "Would you accept a no?" In his last attempt, Leo noticed his mother's unchanging expression before he resigned to his fate. "You won this time, Destiny." "Great, I'll be back in a minute." Before she left, Minami gave Leo a look, which made him speechless. What is more ridiculous is that she didn't leave. He still could see her from the door corner. "For the love of... why don't you just ask?" Rubbing his forehead, Leo shook his head and went to sit facing Nero. Even if she had no idea what was happening, Nero still smiled as if she felt things were getting interesting. She was rather curious about the duo of mother and son, especially this one. "Did you come here for a visit?" "Here." Lep pushed forward the plate of dessert on the table to Nero. "Yes, humph." However, Nero's face quickly changed before she turned away, refusing to talk. "I see." Staring at her for a moment, Leo nodded before he relaxed on the chair while messing around with the weird necklace on his neck. "HMMM. This situation lasted for some time as Nero frowned more and more. She tried to hum, expressing her dissatisfaction, but Leo didn't look at her. He seemed to be absorbed in turning his necklace around. Being treated like air hit some sort of nerve in Nero. Puffing her cheeks, she closed her eyes and clenched her fist. Her body began to faintly shake as if she couldn't hold something back anymore. "Do you perhaps need something?" Outside of attention, of course noticing a slight movement of energy, Leo finally raised his head. His natural and relaxed movements were the final straw as Nero exploded. Thud, "Why is my preacher ignoring me?" Slamming the table, Nero stood up and got closer to Leo, questioning him straight in the eye. Unfazed by her demeanor, Leo gave Nero a short glance and said, "You want to know?" "Yes." Nero nodded her head quickly. Her being so honest made Leo pause for a second, but he still shook his head. I don't want to talk to you at. Why? Opening her mouth, Nero's eyes were full of disbelief. She couldn't accept this. Why is her praetor angry at her? Did something happen? As the colors of shock and astonishment filled Nero's face, Leo answered briefly, guess of course. Such an answer didn't satisfy Nero as she grumbled under her breath and looked at Leo with resentment. Leo didn't bother with her anymore. He kept turning his necklace, which is a spell trigger and the physical manifestation of a part of his Longinus. To be honest, this necklace could be and could not be counted as a rose cross. But for the Rosicrucianism and Hermetic order, Leo is neutral at best. Neither of them greatly affects his universe despite being included in it. Such is the formlessness and changeability of the infinite singularity of light. Suddenly, a shadow was cast on Leo, awakening him from his thoughts. He raised his eyes to see Nero looking down on him. She had her knee on the table, supporting her body, and her hands rested on both sides of Leo's chair. Even with their faces almost colliding, both of them didn't react at all. What are you doing? Guessing. Nero answered seriously and continued to stare at Leo's eyes as if she's trying to see something from them. This made Leo squint. From a screw-loose person to another, do you think he'll lose? Are you jealous? After a while of staring, Nero tilted her head and blurred a phrase that broke Leo's expressionless face. His expression was more wonderful than the time he told Ingrid to save the world together. Ha! Domu. I see, of course, it was like this. I understand. Nero nodded to herself proudly before a smug smile flashed on her face. It was like she discovered something. No, I don't think you understand anything. Leo felt speechless. Her look right now reminded Leo of someone, which generated some great urge to punch her in the face. This is almost like an old grudge. Worry not, my praetor. I fully understand. My art is the epitome of beauty and passion. Of course, you'll feel jealous about it being shared. Didn't we establish that it wasn't that great yesterday? But my art is meant for the world to see, even if they couldn't understand the beauty in it. Everyone needs to witness in amazement the artist who rivals Apollo. As for you, my dear praetor, your appreciation of my art makes me very happy. Really? So, I have decided. I shall dedicate my work to you and me. Every time you'll see my masterpieces, remember that this is my greatest gift to you, my dear praetor. This is my promise as an artist. Nero closed her eyes and smiled proudly and brightly. Her expression was screaming, praise me, as she closely faced Leo. But Leo squinted his eyes hard as his expression became very odd, like he couldn't even begin to comprehend the thought process of the person in front of him. Why does this remind him of himself? This girl is very suitable to be a dragon. Drake nodded in approval to Nero. This extra thick skull that ignores all the reason and logic without a care about the world. Drake couldn't help but remember himself fighting Albion without caring about any traps, then getting killed. Yes, this is the true paragon of dragons. Only such a thick skull deserves to be a dragon. After a moment, Leo closed his eyes defeatedly and said, you need help and I know for sure I can't give it. Of course, not. As an almighty genius, I don't need help to show you unforgettable scenery. Meanwhile, Venom changed Nero's position in his mind into a brain-damaged person, but when he heard Leo's words, he added a note called Beyond Salvation. If his lord can't help her, then she's a goner. The simple and clean thought process of Venom would make Leo speechless if he knew. Cough, would you mind getting off the table? With a light cough, Leo and Nero noticed Minami with a tea tray in her hand. Despite being smiling, Leo knew immediately that his mother was mad. It would be surprising if she didn't get mad at seeing a stranger on top of her table. Also, their current position wasn't the easiest to explain, but Leo is too lazy to clarify. So, he just sat there with an unchanging expression as if this had nothing to do with him. Nero finally remembered her current pose and went back to the chair. Putting the tray down, Minami looked at Leo questionably, but the latter had this zen expression as if he got detached from this entire situation. You two really know each other. This is surprising, I thought. Well, only she knew you from that picture. Minami had a hard time wording this situation. No, I don't know her. Of course, I know my Preetor very well. Hearing two opposite answers, Minami poured some tea and looked at her son and the new neighbor. They both looked at each other with a questioning look. Since when did you know me very well? That is a simple matter. With a bit of time, I'll definitely understand my Preetor completely. Now or then. The present or the future doesn't mean anything to me. Leo took a deep breath and closed his eyes before opening them and looking at his mother. Look at what you made me deal with. You made me deal with someone like myself. Don't you feel sorry for your own son? However, as if she could understand his thoughts, Minami took a sip of tea and watched this exchange in delight. Her previous unhappiness melted like snow, even the tea tasted much better for some reason. Wait, what picture? Leo suddenly focused on a very important hint. Minami reacted as if she expected this situation and turned a photo that was on the table. In that picture, Nero and Leo stood together wearing their combat clothing and holding their weapons. Even Leo's beast crown was on full display. Leo grabbed the picture to look at it clearly. There was faint pink writing on the photo corner that said, "No need to thank me, Emperor Nero." He didn't need to check twice to know who is the culprit. Merlin. Saying the name of a damn half-incubus, Leo's expression became chilly. Since when did he take this? The damned flower's brain magus is still sneaky as ever. But what made Leo furious is that this wasn't a solo work. Nero couldn't possibly possess this picture if she turned into a spirit to come to this world. There's only one explanation: she got helped by someone. Is this how it'll go? You bastards couldn't take me one-on-one, so you decided to collaborate in messing with me? Very well. The strength he was holding the photo started to increase, but before it reached the degree of tearing it, Nero swooped in and took it at a speed that made Minami blink. Glaring at Nero, who hid the photo somewhere at high speed, Leo took a deep breath. Let's try not to get angry. Getting angry is bad for his crumbling mental health. That is it, he's totally joining forces with Fu. When Leo was thinking about how to firmly lock Merlin in the tower, Minami refreshed her opinion on Nero. This Nero Claudius isn't half bad. She actually was able to get Leo. This is a very rare situation. Also, it seems her relationship with her son isn't exactly what she thought. Minami felt she finally understood, but then her expression became weird. Fixing his glasses, Leo decided to ignore his mother's weird look and say to Nero, "You aren't giving up, right?" Nero tilted her head, but then she quickly understood what Leo meant. A smile flashed on her lips, full of confidence and charm. This change surprised Minami. Maybe because of the same atmosphere as her son, she subconsciously ignored it, but Nero is very charming. From head to toe, Nero is a stunning beauty who shocked Minami. This made her throw a glance at her son, questioning again where he met Nero. But to her disappointment, Leo was still in the Zen mode. That's what my Preetor thinks, but after listening to your words, I have decided to not follow them. My Preetor's words might carry a bit of sense, but I, Nero Claudius, shall do whatever I desire, Tomu. As long as I do it, it'll be perfect. There's no need to worry at all, isn't it? Raising her chest, Nero hummed proudly as if she made the most correct choice in her life. Her aura was filled with confidence, making people around subconsciously believe that her words are facts. Even Minami was affected. But Leo wasn't moved. He took a cup of tea calmly, even the stillness in his eyes felt chilly for some reason, like an illusion. It was hard to describe. However, he didn't refute Nero this time. That's indeed wise. Listening to me is a bad idea and usually never ends well. You'll do better like this. Leo nodded approvingly. His actions never solve anything, they'll only make it worse. After all, only a dumbass would listen to a fool. This had been proven many times that he grew sick of it. However, despite receiving approval, Nero stared at Leo deeply before frowning in dissatisfaction. She even became a bit mad, turning her head away, and refusing to look at him. Minami fell into puzzlement. What is this supposed to mean? Nero refuted Leo, then he agreed, but she's the one who became angry? Minami couldn't wrap her head around this. Maybe because she lacks a lot of contexts. Are you two talking about a game? One of those, what were they called? Shaking her head, Minami decided to finally say it. Game. Leo and Nero tilted their heads in confusion. Right, those D&D role plays that your father spoke about. This Holy Grail is something like that, isn't it? Your cosplay was well made, Leo. I didn't know you were into these things. Minami mentioned the previous photo before nodding at herself. It must be this case. Especially at that time Leo went somewhere and had Genshiro covering for him. Minami was still worried about that time and if Leo had some trouble, but knowing her son, it's probably just to hide this hobby. Minami didn't mention it, respecting Leo's privacy, but as a mother, she could not help but be worried, after all. Knowing the truth made her more relaxed as her smile became brighter and said so, you two met playing a game and Claudius-san happened to move to our neighborhood. The world is indeed small. A game. Nero crossed her arms and thought about it before smiling and saying indeed. Nero, who is full of confidence, took the Holy Grail War as a game between heroes of all ages. It's like the Colosseum during her lifetime. Only such a grand event deserves her presence. Getting acknowledgement from Nero, Minami smiled and nodded. Although it's a bit special, there's nothing wrong with this hobby. As her son is happy and it doesn't affect his future, then it's all okay. But maybe he should tone down those weird phrases and ways to talk. Feeling relieved, Minami looked at Nero more positively. Leo looked left and right between Nero and his mother before he took his glasses, cleaned them, and wore them again. Nope, the picture still didn't change. A game? Role play? D&D? Cosplay? Leo's expression was very wonderful. Looking at his mother and Nero suddenly getting along because of a big misunderstanding, made Leo squint his eyes. So, he's now a cosplayer in his mother's eyes. How is he supposed to tackle this? Leo looked left and right again before his eyes landed on a certain part of space. From that point, he was able to perceive his faithful weapon, who accompanied him through several battles. A pitch-black Glock 19 floating in a space pocket. Suddenly, Black Barrel did a full turn and the gun barrel pointed at Leo. From their connection, Leo understood what it wanted to tell him exactly. If you want to kill yourself, turn me into a knife and commit seppuku, you filthy casual. How dare you speak to the Lord in this manner? Suddenly, Venom, who was completely silent, flared up. His anger-fueled thoughts lashed on Black Barrel instantly, making the latter shiver slightly. But he forgot what he promised me about turning my shape into my first form, Yamato, and cutting people. I just want to cut things, and people. Sad face. Unlike Venom, Black Barrel didn't have a voice, it was more of simple thoughts. They were slightly slower and sluggish. But for some reason, it was able to deliver simple images. Nonsense. Our Lord never forgot. It's just there's a lot that happened lately and more problems to face. There was simply no suitable chance, but these days, I'm sure your strength will be needed by our Lord, so brace yourself and be ready. Now, apologies to the Lord for your sins. I'm sorry, my lord. I just wanted to cut people. I'm sorry. Leo's face was pretty difficult to describe at this moment. Very well. Our Lord has forgiven you. Remember that our Lord always knows the best for us and never doubts his words. Be ready for any situation now. Yes. I'll be ready to cut people good. Suddenly, the picture became as if Venom is a big brother who is lecturing his little brother or sister, which isn't wrong because he's older than Black Barrel, although by a few minutes. But didn't the phrase cut people repeat a bit too much? Leo took a deep breath before he fell on the chair. What is happening with his Annihilation Maker's beasts? Although they gained life and a soul, therefore they should develop a personality with time, but one of them awakened a slicing fetish and the other one seems to be ready to write a gospel about him at any given moment. Maybe the first form of the creature affects their psyche development. Leo felt this should be about right. Further studies are required, but he's too lazy to perform them. Are you all right, Leo? Minami noticed Leo's weird actions and asked. Looking at his mother's worried eyes, Leo paused before he fixed his glasses and replied, "Yet. I'm fine. It just I remembered something." With this, I should continue on my way." Nero stretched her arms and stood up, ready to leave. Minami was a bit surprised and asked, "Already? You still didn't even drink your tea yet." "She only came here to tell me that my words are nonsense and she'll do whatever she wants." My preacher understands me very well." Nero nodded approvingly while Leo shrugged, especially when his mother threw him a glance that basically said, "You do understand her well. Not like it's something I feel proud about. No, it's something worth all the pride." Leo rolled his eyes at Nero before feeling his mother's gazes. Why does he feel she understood everything wrongly? These days sure are unlucky. Hey? Very well, I'll be in my room. I need to work on something. Seeing Nero preparing to leave, Leo also wanted to go, but Nero spoke. "Before I go, my preacher, be prepared to witness how I'll prove you're wrong. You'll see how the world will be mesmerized by my art, especially you." Leo blinked while looking at Nero. Now, isn't she persistent? How should I describe this? Still salty from the last time I said her singing is bad? PFFF, despite his thoughts going in a full circle, Leo didn't show it on the outside and said, "Is this a challenge?" Of course. Nero smiled very confidently, but her smile stiffened in the next second. "I see, then congratulations on winning." "Of course, I'm wrong." As if he took it for granted, Leo nodded at Nero, even congratulating her. However, this made Nero frown as if she's dissatisfied with the outcome. Her eyes became sharp again and locked on Leo, trying to see something. Where's Dad? He's in the hospital. His shift took longer than expected. This short exchange made Minami speechless. She didn't even know how to interfere before she got called by Leo. "I understand. By the way, although QA is peaceful these days, try not to run into trouble you can't handle. Or you know what? Run into them, just give me a call when you do it because I have nothing to do. Take care." Addressing those last words to Nero, Leo climbed the stairs and disappeared from sight as Minami rubbed her forehead. Why is this child always like this? Are you wishing for something bad to happen to this girl? As for Nero, her frown gradually eased, but she looked deep in thoughts as if something caught her attention. "Please don't take it to heart, Claudius-san. Leo has always been like this, but he means no harm." Minami said a bit apologetically, although she only finished her words openly most of the time. "Let me see you out." I understand, but..." Nero nodded as her expression finally eased. But she is still a bit confused. She felt as if Leo had changed somehow compared to when she first met him. It is hard to describe in words, as if something got extinguished. Nero kept these doubts to herself, but no one could tell what she is truly thinking about. Following Minami, they arrived at the entrance. But before she left, Nero heard Minami say, "Let me be honest with you, Claudius-san, I'm glad you visited us, especially coming to see Leo. It may sound embarrassing, except a very few, I can't recall anyone visiting him for a friendly matter." Minami sighed a little before continuing, "I don't know what's going on in his mind sometimes. He always says he's completely alright, but doesn't he feel a bit lonely like this? Claudius-san seems to be getting along very well with him. May I ask you to visit him from time to time? Minami asked sincerely, completely tossing the image of Leo looking at Nero like a nuisance behind her back. Lonely. Nero's green eyes suddenly lit up and said with a smile, Omu, count on me. I'll definitely visit my praetor every day. This is a promise from me. Ah, not like that. Thank you. Minami's smile became a bit forced as she imagined Leo's expression if he heard this, but she couldn't refuse when Nero became very enthusiastic. Next time you decide to visit, please invite your parents too. I wish to know them. Unable to change what happened, Minami switched the subject. Parents? My parents aren't here. Nero's expression changed a bit. Oh my, are you living alone? Minami was astonished to know, especially when she saw Nero's young look, and said, did your parents really allow you to travel alone? No, my parents are dead. Despite stating it like a trivial matter, Nero's words were like a bomb to Minami. Ah! I'm sorry for your loss. Feeling like she stepped on a landmine, Minami became embarrassed and apologized. No, it's all right. It doesn't matter. Nero smiled naturally, but in Minami's eyes, she was more like trying to be strong. For her, Nero is almost the same age as her son. This made Minami's impression on Nero's increase again. She couldn't help but say, you have moved lately, isn't it? If you would like, you can come today to have dinner together. I'm sure my husband would be happy to get to know you too. In her heart, she also thought of telling Leo to treat this girl better. Omu? Then I shall take on your offer. Feeling a bit strange about Minami's sudden affection, Nero still took on her suggestion. If you have any questions or a problem in the neighborhood, I'll be more than happy to help. I know it's kinda hard to get used to a new place, Minami said with a smile, and Nero also nodded while saying, Omu, the condition of this place is indeed not to my taste, but why does it take so long to buy small pieces of land? Nero frowned at all the procedures that had to be done in the modern era, but Minami could only smile wryly and say, is that so? Wait, buy the land. Needless to say, that house is simply too small. I have already obtained several others around it and am ready to build a castle befitting me. Oh! Here they come. Listening to Nero's words, Minami blinked. Her first thought was this was just another one of Nero's weird talks, but looking at some cars leaving and some agents in suits coming to the previous neighbor's house, she had an absurd feeling. Wait, Claudius-san, if you don't mind me asking, why did you decide to buy that house? Omu? Without a doubt, because my praetor is here. Giving an answer that made Minami completely freeze, Nero bid farewell to her. Minami watched wide-eyed as several agents were trying to suck up to Nero, but she just walked without giving them any mind. Her proud and confident manners naturally made her stand out. Maybe I should own this entire territory. Nero said to herself as the agents near her flinched with cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. However, she didn't care about them. She suddenly looked at the pervious house and thought for a moment before she felt strange. These days her headaches are much fainter and milder. Is it because of the new world? Feeling her jaw dropping, Minami had one single thought in her mind. How? Just how did her son know this person? What is happening down there now? On the upper floor, Leo was sitting on the floor with a marker in his hand. He frowned a bit as his headache increased because of the commotion outside before resuming his work. On the floor, there was a big world map that showed all the continents and oceans clearly. Leo seemed in deep thoughts while looking at the map. However, his hand didn't stop. He first marked several locations with a green marker, which were India, Japan, Africa, China, Europe, Great Britain, etc. Then he took a red marker and noted North America, Russia, but then, his necklace shone and a voice was transmitted into his head. Hey? What are you doing? Marking. What do you think about the following, Venom? In my point of view, there's nothing to question about my lord's vision, as I expected. Those green locations are the easiest targets and most organized. Yet, the possibility of doubt still stands until we check them manually. As for the red regions, there's a lot of variables. Further studies need to be concluded to lower the error rate, but if I may suggest to my lord, we should try to track the distribution of ley lines from these deserted zones first, at least until we get a general idea of the energy flow. The oceans would still be the most troublesome. Leo's sleeve extended into a jet-black tentacle and caught a black marker before it crossed the North and South Poles, drawing lines towards Canada, Russia, Africa, and Australia. I thought so too, but we still need to take into consideration the movement of Earth compared to the Sun, and the location of the Moon. The gravitational pull and the tide should give us a better look at the flow of energy in the oceans. Leo and Venom began to mark several places, splitting them into different regions, and deciding several procedures that made Drake blink. However, he still managed to understand one thing or two, and said, ley lines, dragon veins? Why are you looking for them on this large scale? No one has attempted to utilize all the energy of ley lines in nature. Are you trying to cause something big again? Listening to Drake's questions, Leo lifted his eyebrow and said without raising his eyes from the map, well, it's not like I'm after their energy. And yes, we're going to do something big. Are you in? Humph. I'm stuck to you, after all. Despite sounding as if he's complaining, Leo captured the faint excitement in Drake's tone. Such a big event would be bound to be very exciting. How could he miss it? After all, this guy is a dragon. Exciting and wild matters like these are quite to his liking. What do these marks represent? In no time, Drake found the brand new map filled with different signs and short notes. You want to learn? Well, listen carefully. We have separated the map into several locations according to the difficulty of determining the ley lines positions. Leo tapped with the back of the pen on the map. Green is the easiest, red has a bit of difficulty and variables, and black is either difficult like the oceans, or not that worthy of trouble like the Antarctic. Although the flow of life energy on the planet doesn't truly differentiate between locations, there's still a lot of rules that should be taken into consideration. For example, the Antarctic. The icy landmass is indeed a part of nature, but the ice is still ice. Unlike normal Earth, the number of usable ley lines are much less and the flow of energy in them is slower. There's a lot to be said about how to separate areas, but for the green, we took a simple approach. We shall make use of the religion and the mystic side. Ley lines, or in other name, dragon veins, are huge sources of energy, which make them a valuable natural resource. It's something like the equivalent of oil for the supernatural side. Here comes the role of mystic clans, families, and organizations. Each one of them will at least occupy one important node of the ley lines, making them the best detection method for Leo. It's very simple. Locate the clan headquarters and you'll find their ley lines, because their energy is also used for defensive purposes and such. For this, religion plays an important role. Most families will be affiliated with gods. A location with deep faith has a higher chance to locate an organization that monopolizes ley lines. Places like Europe, China, India, and Japan are filled with these types of cabals. They're for Leo, the easiest targets. As for the red regions, they are much looser in the aspect of mystics. For example, this North America, I see the best way to determine the ley lines quickly is by tracking the history of the native tribes. For America, the New World, the colonization of the continent brought new religions, therefore more supernatural involvement, and allowed more development in that aspect, but it's still lacking. The utilization and refining of the ley line isn't something that could be done in a day or two. Well, for someone on the level of Leo, such a thing could be done, but for human magicians? Not to mention the difficulty of finding a suitable ley line in the first place. Back in the past, humans were much more integrated into nature than today. It's not strange that this primitive instinct to survive led the ancient humans into some optimal locations. Yet, those ley lines mostly aren't suitable for magical use. Either because they are small or difficult to access. It's like Drake said, no one attempted to use the entire energy of nature. Not because they didn't think about it, but because they couldn't. To be fair, the red regions are more of Leo's own doubts because he isn't 100% aware of the development in these regions. After all, he didn't bother to look at them with clairvoyance. He can't put his views and speculations as facts, especially because this is DXD where the supernatural side doesn't follow the usual set of rules. Maybe America is as developed as Europe in this aspect, though he still doubts it. Also, Leo had to put into account the weird nature of the magician cabals in this world. The last time he checked with clairvoyance, he saw some damn witches and magicians in a magical domain in the dimensional gap. These guys left the human world and directly jumped to live in the void. They feel pathetic. Maybe it's because of the involvement of the mythical side, but magicians feel too pitiful in Leo's eyes. No, I guess the whole humanity of this world. If I recall correctly, I saw a golden dawn with my clairvoyance here. PFFFFFFFFFFFFFFF. Leo almost choked by the sudden laughter while Drake didn't understand what was so funny. In the end, a manual search is required too. Most of these procedures are just to lower the error rate. Nobody has time to circle the globe, trying to locate ley lines one by one, especially not Leo. Although he doesn't really miss that clairvoyance, Leo has to admit that it's rather handy with these things. Well, there's no use crying about it now. Now, as we're done with the logic and reasoning, we shall use technical knowledge. Let me be frank, I don't know if this applies 100% in this world, but they should do the trick. After all, it's all the familiar life energy, no? For example, looking at the weather, movement of the celestial bodies. The more Drake listened, the more he nodded and his eyes lit up. Utilizing climate change, the way seasons change from a place to another, even the times where an eclipse happens. Although he hates to admit it, Drake found himself learning. Even the previous reasoning felt new to him. He couldn't help but look at Leo, who was improving the map, deeply. This knowledge and understanding of how the world operates are kinda scary. Isn't by locating the ley lines, you can simply figure out any organization's hideout if they utilize them? Drake does not doubt that this isn't Leo's limit. Maybe he can even flip the entire ley line on top of those cabals and turn all their works against them without moving a finger. This guy. He does possess such great knowledge, but why doesn't he use it frequently? I guess blowing things up is less taxing. Drake nodded to himself as if he felt his thoughts were about right. In a sense, his partner is also a good example of a dragon. Assuming that you located the ley lines successfully, how are you going to utilize them? Extract the energy violently. I think I already said that I don't want the ley lines energy, and if I'm going to do it violently, why am I wasting my time thinking? Leo shook his head at Drake before he picked a yellow marker and said, Venom, establish a new task. We need some sort of an impact device to pierce a hole through the ley lines without distributing their balance. Oh, we also need to establish an artificial network to let the energy flow from those gaps. Let's include Pakia in the process for better efficacy. Affirmative. Venom started thinking about the best solution. He has been studying DXD's magic for a far longer time than Leo, making him the best for this job. Wait, if you are going to do that, you also need. Drake felt weird at first, but then he saw Leo mark something new on the map. In Japan, Leo drew a yellow circle with a small snake of the same color on top of it. There was a note next to it that said key/yellowsnake. Despite being speechless about the name, Drake instantly understood what Leo was referring to. At this moment, he was already impressed. Although there's still to be taken care of, this plan has already been formed and it's pretty solid. This technical side was a bit rare from his partner, making Drake wonder, why are you doing all of this? Why? Leo fixed his glasses. His eyes couldn't be seen behind the reflection of light as he said, although this is a guess, he did cover me during that ritual, didn't he? Reducing himself to this state. Oh, I see. Yes, he did. Drake was puzzled for a moment before the answer flashed in his mind. That idiot. I guess he deserves to be my alter ego. He's almost as big of a fool as me. Drake couldn't exactly see Leo's expression at this moment as he listened in silence. To be honest, I could just wait for my core to recover without wasting all these efforts. But how long will it take? A month? 2 months? A year? Who knows when it'll return to optimal performance exactly, and although it's shameful, I have my limits as an asshole. Isn't that something positive and morally good? Drake felt speechless. Hey! This will break my streak as the asshole of the year. I'm disappointed that you don't understand this, Drake. Leo shook his head deeply as if he was really let down by Drake, making the red dragon more speechless. After finalizing the plan and dealing with some hassle here, we should proceed immediately. I can't keep him waiting for that long, no. Stretching his body, Leo returned to mapping again, but he got interrupted by the commotion outside. Hey? What did she do now? Looking at cars going and leaving from the opposite house, Leo squinted his eyes before a faint layer of wind-isolated outside noise. She gets mad for no reason and now makes all this noise. Leo shook his head, but Drake refuted him. Isn't it because you're putting yourself down these days for some reason? Really? But I'm only stating the truth, no. Leo tilted his head in puzzlement, but Drake squinted at him from inside the Longinus before ignoring him. Leo shrugged his shoulders and returned to work, but he suddenly remembered something and said, it's 6 p.m. now. I wonder how long he'll take. Ring ring. I actually got the timing right. Hearing his phone ringing on the desk, Leo dropped the marker in his hand and stood up to answer the call. Hello, I don't think you're calling to check on me. Meanwhile, on the other side of the call, Genshiro sat down on his desk, holding the phone to his ear. His expression was a bit complicated and nervous before it turned furious while saying, or what? Do you expect me to call because I miss you? Go die. I called you because I wanted to ask something. Hey? You already know. Genshiro stood up from the desk and began to pace in his room left and right as his expression changed. Who are you calling a predictable idiot? Don't answer that either. I'm serious, man. I really have something important to ask. Tell me, can we meet tomorrow? Today? Well, it's fine by me, but I don't want to bother you. Hey? You're coming here and... Now? Thud thud. Suddenly, Genshiro's expression froze. His eyes slowly turned towards his desk. To be more specific, the drawer has begun to shake without any warning. Looking at his phone then at the desk, Genshiro blinked his eyes before he went forward and opened it up. Inside the drawer, a familiar face and head alongside another pink creature head were phasing through the void, staring at him with unblinkable eyes. Kumimayan. Genshiro and Leo stared at each other with a blank expression without uttering a single word. Not until Leo coughed and said with the same facial expression, the coordination might have been a bit wrong. I shouldn't have spun my way here. Genshiro looked down at Leo inside the drawer in the eye before he slowly closed it again. He took a few steps away while looking at the desk. His desk got possessed by an angel, demon. Should he call an exorcist or burn it down? Chapter 168, are shattered by the Sunday ding-dong, coming. The doorbell ringing echoed, followed by the voice of a young girl. Shortly after, a young girl with blonde hair opened the door to see a young man with glasses holding a few plastic bags, which made her freeze for a moment. As if she didn't expect it at all, she blinked her eyes before widening them slightly. Yolio waved his hand at the startled girl. However, his lack of enthusiasm didn't seem to affect the girl. Her doubtful expression brightened swiftly and said, Leo. It has been ages since I've seen you. Why didn't you visit us lately? Keiho Saji, the younger sister of Genshiro Saji, was pleasantly surprised to see Leo, but because the latter ignored her greeting and looked around, she frowned her eyebrows. However, Leo suddenly tilted his head and looked at her. His expression was a bit weird while beckoning with his hand. Although a bit confused, Keiho still got closer out of curiosity and followed Leo's line of sight. From the second-floor window, the shadow of a person could be seen on the glass. Genshiro was pressing his face on the window, almost blending into the frame, looking down at Leo and Keiho. His eyes and expression were so ominous as if he became an evil spirit. The setting sun cast a shadow on a certain angle of the house, making his look much creepier, especially when he saw Leo waving his hand. Looking at this scene that'll make children cry at night, Keiho's face darkened before quickly entering the house, leaving Leo alone again. They are a happy bunch, hey. Listening to the sounds coming from inside and some screams as if a squishy toy got strangled, Leo looked at the clouds passing slowly while whispering, and she closed the door in my face, the audacity. After resisting the urge to call 119 and tell the clueless dispatcher that a big brother was owned by his little sister, Leo finally made it inside Saji's household. There isn't much to say about the interior of the house. It wasn't flashy nor shabby, giving it a sense of coziness. This wasn't the first time Leo has been here, so he is very familiar with it. He went inside with Keiho, who returned with a smile and said, "Sorry to make you wait, Leo. But my brother is... what did you do to him this time?" Keiho's face was a bit troubled. Although this isn't the first time her brother and Leo played pranks on each other, she felt Genshiro was a bit weird this time. "I've told him the truth, but he couldn't handle it." "Right, what kind of truth exactly?" "He's an idiot and anime is not real." Leo rubbed his chin before stating seriously. Keiho heard the dumb answer as she shook her head with a sigh. She already knew that getting a serious answer from Leo is nigh impossible. This is how he always has been. When she was lost in thoughts, Leo was going to ask if she adopted domestic violence as a new hobby and why she didn't invite him to watch, but a small boy walked over to him. Leo, you came. I missed you. Did you bring anything for me?" "Django, don't say something like that to a guest." Keiho started to discipline the little boy, but Leo didn't mind. Considering his history with annoying hellspawn kids, if this was any other little kid in general, Leo would have taught them why he's hated by the masses. But looking at the little boy pulling his shirt with sparkling eyes, Leo squatted down and ruffled the boy's hair before saying, "Of course, I brought you all something. Unlike your brother, I have manners and shit. Oi. What are you teaching my little brother?" "Leo. Stop teaching Django bad words." Genshiro's angry face popped from the end of the hallway while Keiho covered her little brother's, Django Saji's, ears. Yeah, I taught him nothing though. But here, catch." Leo gave the bags he was carrying to Keiho, startling her before she looked at them. Seeing they were a bunch of ingredients and snacks, Keiho became embarrassed and said, "You really didn't have to, Leo." "Since when I really didn't have to? And you, when did you decide to suddenly act mature, hey? It was just yesterday that you were crying because you were scared from the dark." "I wasn't." Keiho instantly retorted with her face beet red. "So, did you age when I wasn't here or something? Stop acting like you never saw me. At this point, do you still intend to treat me as a guest?" With his eyebrow twitching, Leo stared deeply at Keiho's face, making her turn away immediately while muttering, but... Leo isn't a guest." Django broke away from his sister and stood by Leo's side. Indeed, very good. This is why I spared you." Looking at the little boy taking his side, Leo nodded sagely. "What? You'll know when you grow up. Be happy in ignorance." Keiho didn't know what to say. She could only look at her confused brother nodding to Leo's nonsense. This scene was strangely familiar to her. Well, if you replaced Django with her. Keiho couldn't help but cover her face. Those memories were very embarrassing. "I'll be taking this." Suddenly, Genshiro came and took the bags from Keiho's hands and nodded at her. "You and Django go and relax. I'll be preparing dinner, so I'll borrow this guy." With a wide smile, he warped his arm around Leo's neck before he dragged him away. "Ah, wait, I can help. No, just go and relax. This guy isn't a guest and we should not waste his visit. Despite being smiling, Genshiro's expression was dark and ominous, making Keiho speechless, but then she saw Leo waving his hand at her. With a very solemn face, Leo gazed at Keiho in the eyes before saying, "If I don't come back, call 119 and tell the dispatcher that I'm not sorry for anything." Along those few last words, Leo got dragged by Genshiro away, leaving Keiho and Gengo staring at each other. "But why the dispatcher and what did you do to them?" Keiho sighed helplessly and took her little brother. Strangely, she felt more relaxed as a smile bloomed on her lips. This atmosphere and scene are a bit nostalgic for her. "You fucker! What are you teaching my siblings?" Putting the bags on the table, Genshiro glared at Leo, who went to wear an apron. Why and how gacha is both a physical and mental form of torture that originated from ancient hellhole we call my crumbling social relationships after hours of grinding, Leo said slowly before heading towards the largest knife in the kitchen. Genshiro is by no means a psychic, but such a scene produced nothing but dread for the next moments and a lot of overthinking about how maybe it's the wrong idea to let this guy enter the kitchen, especially after the gloomy gacha talk. This feeling only intensified when he saw Leo sharpening the knife with his bare hand. Sparks actually flew from the quick contact, making the poor knife seem in much more danger than Leo's unclad skin. "What? This is faster." Leo tilted his head in response to Genshiro's weird stares. Genshiro shook his head and went to wear another apron. He seemed to be very familiar with the process and preparing ingredients. Leo followed suit while twirling the knife in his hand at a ridiculous speed, leaving after images and almost making Genshiro's eyes fall. "I wonder, but did you actually leave my coin in the drawer?" After a painful period of silence and knife spinning, Leo finally decided to speak, but his words almost made Genshiro drop a plate before coughing. "That, cough well, is this why you possessed my desk?" "No, I suddenly spawned from a wormhole inside your desk just because I could." "Seems legit." Genshiro nodded to himself and accepted it as truth. "Shut up, rude, but does it matter? I could easily lose small stuff like that, so I keep them in a safe place when I'm home. That coin is the last thing you should be worried about losing. But oh well, it's your problem if that peerage of yours came role-playing in front of me and I had to break all their jaws before leaving them next to the trash." Leo cut down some vegetables calmly and spoke without changing his face, unaware that Genshiro broke into a cold sweat. For the safety of the student council, he decided he'll keep that coin with him all day long. He just didn't want to see a clash between the two people he is very grateful to. However, Genshiro had a few doubts. It seems he's kinda preventing the inevitable doom of the student council, rather than stopping a clash between them and Leo. But this didn't make sense. Isn't Sana the little sister of one of the four Satans? Aren't those some very, very big guys? While Leo he has no idea except he's an angel and has a terrorist wet dream ability. He tried to get more information from Sana, but she only looked at him weirdly because he never showed any interest in this stuff. If not for the trickster coin taking the wheel every time, he would have already exposed everything to her. Sigh. Genshiro felt tired about the status quo, but he recovered and said, "By the way, if you're here, can you tell me Abo?" However, he got interrupted by Leo waving the knife and saying, "Yet, no. I don't think I will." "Ha! Why? And stop waving that thing around." "Simply because I know you'll ask me something boring and mundane to explain." "What? That's not true." Leo stopped waving the knife and looked at Genshiro with dull eyes before saying, "Then are you going to ask how to take out that chess piece?" Let me be honest, it's an eyesore to look at. Gazing through Genshiro, Leo easily spotted the pawn devil piece. For Leo, even if he didn't join the chat room, the main reason he denied all the possibilities of joining the ranks of devils in this world is that he had to put a chess piece inside of him. That game and all those devils who like it can burn in the smoldering hell. Wait, hell in this world isn't technically hell? Leo wondered for a moment before shrugging. There's more than a way to increase hell's temperature, no? Into the perfect warmth to cook marshmallows. Hey, no. Genshiro became speechless and answered nervously. So, are you going to ask how to hijack the chess piece to trick that bobcut girl, then take off when the situation allows? I don't think so. Maybe you'll ask about how to control the chess piece? So, even if you walked away, you don't have to care about any side effects. To be honest, I still think taking off that eyesore of an object is a much better approach. Genshiro stood dumbstruck in his place for a few seconds before he said, Leo, why do I feel you are focusing on the fact that it's a chess piece more than it's devil-related? After all, aren't you in cough and cough and cough? Sorry. Putting the wooden spoon down, Genshiro solemnly said, I can't say it. My whole body refuse. Are you going to do it or not? No. The president didn't treat me badly and she helped me a lot. To be fair, it's quite interesting to participate in all those activities. Genshiro smiled and shook his head, but Leo stared at him deeply before fixing his glasses and saying, wait until you get spanked with a magic circle. What? What? Both of them stared at each other in confusion as Genshiro's expression was full of suspicion. What about a magic circle and spanking? He just heard something very dangerous. See? You're only going to ask about boring stuff, then why did you come here? And stop changing the subject. Genshiro wanted to grab Leo and shake him for answers, but Leo started waving and twirling the knife at high speeds again. An alright question. I'm here to see those little two. It has been a while since I've been here because I had several problems. Also, I don't trust you with two little kids. You dare? Do you think you can take care of my siblings better than me? Genshiro fumed up as if Leo hit a nerve, but the latter didn't react much and said, no, but you know what I'm talking about. Different from what he expected, Leo didn't refute him this time. However, Genshiro was also too lazy to argue now. Sighing a little, Genshiro looked down with bitterness and said, you know how Keiho is. Since they were gone, she has always tried to help me and be reliable. I keep telling her it's okay and she doesn't have to bother, but yes, she's persistent. They just don't want to burden me further. I never thought I'd be so jealous of some maniac, uncaring, menace to society, asshole personality, but here we are. Genshiro recalled how his siblings always open up when they meet this guy, as he couldn't help but look at Leo with resentment. It's easy to be one though. It's a simple process of 2 steps that might include irreversible consequences. Want me to help? I'd rather die. That is step 1. Anyway, the most annoying thing is them thinking of you as a big brother too. I don't know how I should feel, but I'm sure resentment is included. The colors of irritation filled Genshiro's face as if he's going to throw the spoon at Leo's face. Of all people, his siblings had to stick to this guy. Although this honestly relieved him, it also generated a lot of grievances. Now, that's just a bad idea. Leo fixed his glasses and finally put the knife down, making Genshiro breathe a sigh of relief. He swore to hide all the knives next time. Because of various childhood traumas, I have made an oath to torture my little siblings, exactly like how it happened to me. I'm a very petty person and I don't care how. How? Aren't you an only child? When did you get big siblings? Genshiro's expression became a mix of puzzlement and confusion, trying to find logic in Leo's nonsense. Is that so? Leo didn't continue on this subject. He only continued cooking in silence under Genshiro's gaze. Dude, you're weird. No one is normal, everyone pretends to be because they don't want to stand out. After all, what is truly normal doesn't exist, it just keeps changing and you can't decide what it really is. Leo suddenly started speaking quickly as Genshiro's face grew paler. Shut. I don't want a philosophy lesson. The ones at school are more than enough. Even if I needed help in my studies, you're the last person I'll go to. Genshiro closed his ears quickly and stopped Leo from continuing his "we live in a society" lessons. So, you go to the bobcut girl? Interesting. Leo felt the days of magic circle spanking were getting closer as his look gave Genshiro some chills. No, yes, maybe. I don't know. And it's not like you're going to help. Is that so? I'll help you if you ask nicely, and if it wasn't very mundane to do yet, right? After you make a simple problem very complicated and over the top. Genshiro snapped before he scratched the back of his head and said, whatever, it's not like I can keep asking you for help. You've already helped us more than enough. As for the president, Sana, although I'm very grateful for her help, I can treat this as a job and repay her. Unlike someone who doesn't accept any repayment at all, as if he released something heavy, Genshiro breathed a sigh of relief before patting his chest. Suddenly, he looked at Leo, who was squinting his eyes, before laughing bitterly when he recalled how he acted earlier. It took him a bit of courage, but Genshiro managed to say, hey, Leo. I'm sorry for what? Can't you read minds? I'm not spelling it for you. Leo's dull eyes suddenly fixed on Genshiro before he pointed at the boiling pot. If you're feeling sorry, why are you dragging me to cook then? Shut up. Under Leo's cold stare, Genshiro turned away while humming a song. This made Leo shake his head before saying, I guess I'm also using you as a shield, so we're even. Hold up, shield for what? Genshiro paused. Why does it feel like he suddenly got involved in something very troublesome? We got a new annoying neighbor, and she was suddenly invited to dinner, so I slipped away. I'm staying here tonight. I have things to do anyways. Aware of Genshiro's situation and how his parents passed away, Minami couldn't say no when Leo decided to go and help Genshiro in taking care of his siblings. Leo gave Genshiro a thumbs up and patted him on the shoulder without caring about the latter twitching eyebrows and annoyed expression. But I'm more shocked you actually came here and didn't make the neighbor reconsider their life decisions. Genshiro recalled all the past events and grew more alarmed. This must be one of the very few times Leo tolerated someone he labeled as annoying. I don't know, but I think I hate her. Rubbing his chin, a bewildered look surfaced as Leo took a while until he found the correct words. What? At this moment, Genshiro was truly dumbstruck and frightened. It's hard to explain, but the more I experience time with her, the more I see and understand, I realize. Yes, I truly despise her. The colors of bewilderment grew stronger on Leo as if this was strange even for him. But for Genshiro, he was already sweating as if the sky was collapsing. What did he just hear? Hate? Truly despise? The only time I heard him saying such a thing solemnly is when he kept saying he loathed himself more than anything. Genshiro already figured this is something he should stay away from. Well, I'll figure it out later. As for you, I only have one thing to say to you about your questions. Listen carefully because it's very important. Leo's expression suddenly recovered and became deadly serious. Seriously? Genshiro had more than a reason to be suspicious, but as if he was affected by the atmosphere, he listened carefully. This is Japan. And this is Japan. Leo and Genshiro stared at each other as the latter had a mixed expression of disgust and why do I even bother? This is all you need. As for the rest, find them yourself. Leo nodded to himself before ignoring Genshiro completely. Genshiro's disgusted expression lasted for a moment before he became puzzled. Wait, is this guy truly serious? Japan? Of course, this is Japan. We live in it. Strangely, it stuck on him, and he kept thinking about it even after preparing dinner and eating together with his siblings and Leo. It felt like he forgot something very important. Japan, Japan. What do we have in Japan again? Except suddenly seeing devils and an not-so-angel person even after putting his brother and sister to sleep and looking at Leo vanishing into thin air with a peace sign, Genshiro still couldn't put his finger on something. Only after he went to bed and saw a small souvenir that was given by his grandmother, did Genshiro feel he had been struck by lightning. Holding the small cat status that was supposed to bring happiness and luck, his entire face became pale before he barely muttered yukai. Yukai, or ikai, is a difficult term to pin down, even in Japanese. The word had a lot of translations across the years, from monster and demon, to even spirit, but it's much more broad and vague than that. It also includes ghosts, gods, transformed humans and animals, spirit possession, urban legends, and other strange phenomena. Every rule has an exception, and every answer has a contradiction. The difficulty in determining what is and what is not a yukai makes figuring out the correct meaning much harder. So, for simplicity, the supernatural world generally uses the term to refer to Japanese folklore, excluding several figures like gods from it. In the DXD world, however, the situation is much weirder, especially if you started or focused mostly on the center of the plot, GOOOOSE town. You're bound to get an "oh shit, this was supposed to be Japan" feeling when remembering that GOOOOSE is in Japan and for some reason, you only saw devils and angels instead of yukai. Carrying that feeling, you'll see there's a whole new world and mythological system hidden in Japan. Did you understand, Drake? It's uncanny, to say the least. Under the radiant moon, Leo slowly walked into the forest near GOOOOSE. His steps crushed the dead leaves and broke the small twigs, making a particularly loud sound in the night. Strangely, his presence was clear and radiating a terrible atmosphere. His eyes were plainly shining in the darkness and followed something as the red necklace on his neck flashed with green gleam. Drake didn't have anything to say about yukai because he never cared about their existence, although he found the situation to be a bit dumb. However, the red dragon focused more on what Leo was holding in his left hand. A traditional Japanese sword rested in Leo's left hand. The katana's handle was white with a golden pommel and handguard. The blade was hidden inside a black scabbard, tied by a blue cord. Even if this sword was releasing a horrible aura for some reason, Drake didn't care about that more than the weird music. Muffled bury the light. Ever since Leo took this sword out, it kept emitting some strange music and calling itself the storm that is approaching, which was very loud in the quiet forest. Drake squinted his eyes at the sword, then at Leo, who was acting as if everything was normal and observing the dragon vein of this region. I get it. Although this noise is annoying, looking for these small fries is more annoying. Oh, here they are. Drake closed his eyes as he sensed several auras coming from afar. Indeed, I have dragon veins to check and I don't want to waste all the night looking for these harlots. Also, it's not like it matters if they find me or not, but aren't they a bit too much? Without raising his eyes, Leo already saw several life energies burning like torches in the night. They were on a completely different level from regular humans, showing the disparity in pure vitality. It didn't take long before several shadows appeared on tree branches, surrounding the place while keeping a distance. Even in the darkness of the night, they were completely clear for Leo. These creatures weren't much different from the Japanese macaque, but they were much bigger with a very vicious expression and gleaming red eyes. As if they were imitating humans, they wore clothes and held different weapons in their hands. Their clothes were like old garments from ancient Japan. These creatures showed wariness to Leo because he was holding a weapon, but after they figured he was alone and standing still as if he was frozen from fear, their cruel instinct was awoken. Even so, they made no obvious sound and acted stealthily. If a regular human was here, they'd never notice their presence. As if they were discussing between themselves, one of them suddenly descended on the ground and showed itself. Compared to the rest, it looked much smaller and acted as if it was scared, but curious about Leo. However, after showing no response to it, the yukai decided to get closer. When it reached a certain distance and noticed Leo didn't react at all, the monkey's friendly expression turned furious as its claws grew longer and struck Leo's chest. But as if it hit a steel plate, the claws were repelled as the monkey stared at its broken fingers in bewilderment before screaming in pain. Its howls made all other yukai agitated. Eek! Eek! Hoo! 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 The place suddenly became very noisy with these monkey-like creatures howling everywhere and circling Leo. But Leo only frowned at the ear-shattering noises these monkeys are making. Seriously, these creatures can scream very loudly and it's irritating. I assume that you won't take me to your chief or boss willingly, no. Leo speaking didn't make any difference as his voice was drowned in the noise and some restless yokai had already jumped down and rushed towards him. One of them already sprinted with claws and struck Leo's back. Why do I even bother? Rubbing his forehead, Leo raised Yamato in its scabbard and gently tapped the head of the yokai who wanted to attack again. Boom! The entire upper body of the monkey exploded into pieces of flesh and internal organs. The blood and organs even splashed the faces of other yokai, freezing them in their place. At this moment, the noisy forest suddenly went quiet, except for Yamato still emitting music. So, shut up and run. After rubbing his forehead, a scary atmosphere rose from Leo, making all the yokai around tremble in fear. It's as if the harmless human-looking person turned into a horrible monster looming over their heads. It took them a moment of realization before a commotion broke again and the monkey-like yokai madly escaped. Some of them even crawled as fast as they could because their legs froze from horror. The intelligence of these seems to be degrading. Shaking his head, Leo looked at the escaping monkeys before his necklace flashed. Something is a bit weird about them. For some stray and rogue yokai, they are strangely organized. Leo hummed before he followed behind the escaping monkeys. Sarigami is a type of monkey-like yokai. They look just like the wild monkeys that are found across the Japanese islands. However, they are bigger, more vicious, and much smarter compared to regular monkeys. The Suragami, who escaped from Leo, rushed as fast as they could into a large tree filled with their kinds. This whole area of the forest near the mountain seemed to have been newly changed and turned into a temporary base by these yokai. The Suragami started screaming and howling, awakening a lot of other yokai. One of them rushed into a big shadow on top of the tree, but before the Suragami could speak, a large hand suddenly caught its head. Compared to the regular monkeys, this one was massive and its expression was very human-like. The white fur on its body shone with luster under the moonlight as its giant palm held the small Suragami's head easily. The red eyes stared at the small monkey and signaled it to speak. The yokai didn't dare to defy and started telling all that it knows, but after a few moments, the giant yokai's expression became furious. It slammed the monkey in its hands on the tree trunk before speaking in a rough voice. Not only did you run like rats from a single human, but you even led them here. Much like their name, the Suragami are a prime example of fallen spirits once revered as gods in Japanese folklore but got forgotten by time. These monkeys that were once worshipped by humans deteriorated into shadows of their past selves, mad and cruel yokai. Yet, it seems they appear to have always been like this in the current world. Although how they came to existence seems very different in DXD, their nature didn't seem to change much. The giant Suragami grunted as he looked at the small one struggling in its palm. Its eyes were calm and more cunning than the rest of its kind. It knew that humans would follow these cowards, so it needed to prepare to test the enemy. The choice of fighting or running needs to be made quickly. Muffled, bury the light. The muffled music suddenly echoed in the Suragami base as all the monkeys suddenly stopped. All the yokai stared at the figure that appeared from the shadows of the night without breathing. They didn't dare to breathe. The horrifying aura seems to be squeezing space, rendering their legs weak and minds blank, especially the giant one. Unlike the others who can barely feel ki and use it, the giant Suragami could see and feel much more than them. When its eyes met those blank blue eyes in the bottom, the storm of mad and evil ki sent its mind into oblivion. That's not a human. There's no way that is a human. The monkey's face became as pale as its fur in an instant and its eyes almost popped from their sockets. Oh, there's a one who can talk. Leo looked at the big yokai on top of the tree, but before he said anything else, the giant Suragami threw the small yokai in his hands and ran without looking back. The giant Suragami ran like there's no tomorrow, pushing all his power and ki, even if he just abandoned all his kins. The only thought occupying its mind was run or die. Teleports behind you. However, the strange music he heard earlier abruptly became much clearer. The scene changed into a few meters ahead before a shadow appeared behind him. Nothing personal, kid. Bam, a white and crimson fist clad in emerald gems slammed the giant Suragami's head sideways, sending it flying and smacking several trees in the process. Despite his vision becoming blurry and his head ringing from the attack, the giant Suragami still tried to stand up and run. However, looking at that monster appearing, he gave up all hopes and awaited death. You can use ki, right? Oh my, both Senjutsu and Toki. I wonder what someone like you is doing in this place. Would you mind telling me? Despite it sounding like a question, the giant Suragami didn't dare to utter a sound of disobedience. Maybe this is a chance to survive. The fear began to slowly drive his mind mad, even his body acted on its own. Under Leo's gaze and Yamato's scabbard resting at its forehead, the Suragami spoke shakenly everything he knew with his rough human language. So, because of the chaos that happened lately, the previous regulations became very lax and Aoibami, who is approaching the ranks of Deukai, Great Yukai, decided to take the chance to build a force and a territory of its own. The giant Suragami nodded while trembling before Leo continued. Also, you and a bunch of other Yukai decided to pledge loyalty and join it. And I assume this new territory is Qr, right? The giant Suragami carefully chose his words and only spoke when ordered. He didn't even dare to raise his eyes and look at the monster again. Tell me about the other Yukai that came here. Leo fixed his glasses and ordered, which made giant Suragami squeeze its brain and recall every Yukai it knows here. Okuri Inu, a flock of Yusuzume, Enk, etc. Leo tapped Yamato's handle with his finger as his expression grew strange. This doesn't sound like a normal occurrence at all. Drake spoke as Leo nodded at his words. Of course, this sounds strange. Even for rogue Yukai, suddenly marching like this towards a devil's territory isn't logical at all, especially if the leader of all of this is a Aoibami, a big snake. These cold-blooded Yukai put their lives at top priority and won't risk them at all by muddling with the two sisters of four Satans just because of a poor territory such as Qah. Unless, of course, they are sure of their actions and have a guarantee. A guarantee that won't make them suffer even if this has been brought to light. Wow, this is becoming troublesome. Leo shook his head before he looked at the giant Suragami. Now, what should he do with this one? Noticing Leo's gaze landing on it, the Suragami tried to make itself smaller without caring about any pride as a strong Yukai. Well, you know, Drake? This situation doesn't sound too bad. I lacked a watchdog around here anyways. So, let's just do this. Azure mana suddenly flared up from Leo's body, dyeing the dark forest with its colors. The change startled the Suragami, but the next scene made it cry from fear. As if someone threw ink into water, the pure azure mana darkened and soon was overtaken by an inky black hue. The murky mana resembling black mud, drenched in massive amounts of curses, circled around Leo as if the malice of the world itself possessed it. This is the thing that horrified the Suragami. As a practitioner of Senjutsu and Ki, the first thing to be careful about when training and using Ki is the corruption from the malice and ill will that flows in the world. But what can the one do when a monster that looks like the embodiment of this malice suddenly appears in front of you? A strand of the black mud hit the Suragami before his eyes rolled and lost consciousness. What did you do to it? I gave it a tiny curse to stay obedient. Now, let's go see the end of this. Without glancing at the Suragami, Leo pulled Yamato and swiftly slashed across in the air. The sound of something getting torn apart was heard as Yamato's blade left a dark trace in the air before it collapsed into a giant portal. Leo entered the portal without any hesitation, leaving the unconscious Suragami alone on the ground while the portal slowly closed. Growling. Awoo! A giant wolf-like creature howled to the moon before its legs broke the solid ground and jumped. Its speed easily left an afterimage in the previous position and turned into a shadow in the night. Its bloodshot eyes were locked on a single target as its claws and teeth were covered in ki, torn through the night, and aimed at that target's neck. This prey has escaped its attack once and kicked its body away. This has already driven the Okuri Inu mad with bloodlust. However, the prey suddenly disappeared from its sight and a blue light flashed. Bury the light deep within. A blade cut through the air, leaving a blue afterimage like a crescent moon overlapping with the celestial body above. Crack, however, that one crescent moon suddenly multiplied, filling all the space around the Okuri Inu before the sound of glass breaking echoed. The image of the yokai dashing in the air unnaturally froze and began to overlap as if someone cut a picture to pieces and put them on top of each other. The scene only lasted for an instant before it returned to normal, except the body of the wolf getting torn to pieces and falling into the ground part by part. Drake looked at the overkill scene before he squinted his eyes. He has several problems with the damn song that is still playing and it's driving him mad, especially when Yamato left its scabbard. Firmly putting Yamato inside the scabbard, Leo looked at the handle and said, "It has been a while since I used a sword, but it doesn't matter. Now, are you satisfied?" Yamato vibrated in Leo's hand as if it was nodding, but it seemed it still wanted to go on. Leo shook his head. Should it be counted as a legit demonic sword now? It actually tells its wielder to kill things, well, slicing them, but it's all the same. This is the third one. Leo looked at the Okuri Inu's corpse as he was lost in thoughts. Okuri Inu, or the Okuri Okamai, is a yokai that haunts forests and mountain paths, waiting for travelers to trip before it rips them to shreds. It's counted as both a curse and blessing type of yokai because as long as you don't trip, it'll guard you along the way. It possesses a high level of speed among many yokai, and a regular human would have been swallowed before they even realized what happened. Leo already met two of these massive wolf-like yokai here, but the first two hide like little puppies after getting kicked once. These key-sensitive creatures are really terrified of him. Leo looked above him to see several birds-like creatures frozen without any movement. Hundreds of sparrows-like birds nested like statues on the trees, and when Leo looked at them, they either fell on the ground and pretended to be dead or covered their eyes with their wings. Some of them even lose their grip and hang upside down on the branches like bats. Interesting. Leo was speechless while Drake found the situation to be very entertaining. Yusuzume, or the night sparrows, are bird-like yokai that appear mostly at night. They usually count as signs of bad omen and also as a warning. This is largely attributed to the fact that these yokai appear where there's a lot of other wildlife or other yokai, like the previous Okuri Inu, telling travelers about the danger ahead. This settles it. There's definitely something fishy about these yokai indeed. It seems some people are unhappy with leaving a whole territory in the hands of devils even if it's a small flock. The presence of Yusuzume tells how many vicious yokai have appeared near Kuaha. Even if the entirety of Shinto, the 5 principal clans, and the shrines are paralyzed by work, something like this can't happen and go unnoticed as rogue yokai shenanigans. Leo fixed his glasses before continuing walking, letting the poor Yusuzume flock breathe a sigh of relief before crying and running as if they survived a calamity. They'll never come to this place again. It's too scary. Looking at the sparrows flying, escaping, into the night sky, Leo closed his eyes before he headed straight towards the depth of the mountain. The path in the forest unnaturally widened with large traces as if a huge object was dragged on the ground. Leo didn't take long before he reached a giant cave next to the mountainside. The vision was completely obstructed by the darkness of the night, but anyone could tell this place is bad news. The wind was unnaturally coming and going from it as if a typhoon was blowing. It delivered a thick smell of alcohol, which is to be expected from an Uwabami and their love of liquor. Leo looked at it for a moment before his right foot shone with an azure hue. *Bum. He stepped hard on the ground, spreading cracks like spider webs, and making the entire mountain tremble. The cave shook violently before it collapsed, sealing the entrance. Counting silently, Leo grabbed Yamato before the mountain started shaking again. *Boom. Hiss. The collapsed cave suddenly exploded as rocks flew everywhere. A giant snakehead appeared from beneath the rubble, releasing a hideous screech in the night, and rushing towards Leo's head straight. Just the movement of this body was enough to cause a natural disaster, not to mention the key that surrounded it. This was a yokai approaching the Daihukai ranks, and it didn't seem to care about surroundings to make its shape smaller. Bam! However, before the Uwabami understood what was happening, the mana on Leo's foot detonated like thrusters. The energy created a blue circle in the air before kicking the snake's jaw. The kick dragged the Uwabami and the rest of its body inside the cave into the air and sent it flying several meters high. Receiving this brain-shaking attack, the snake's mind was filled with pain, making it lose every trace of rationality, and become very violent. It opened its bloodshot eyes and glanced down to see who dares to attack it. However, its vision was soon overtaken by a deep blue gleam flooding the ground. Leo held Yamato tightly and poured some mana inside before he pulled it. The dark blade carried a torrent of energy in a wave before it exploded like a dam, drowning the entire space in a deep blue hue. Drifting in the ocean all alone. This wasn't the usage of Yamato's ability of separation or cleaving the fabric of space. This is simply charging the blade with an exaggerating amount of mana before throwing it all out recklessly. It sounds simple, but the scene it created was engraved into Uwabami's mind. The blue light rose from the ground, taking the shape of a crescent moon, and joining the silver moon in the snake's vision. Most of the yokai in the forest raised their heads to see a second moon rising against the shadow of a giant snake before their jaws dropped. The beautiful moment only lasted briefly before the energy tore through Uwabami's protection and scales, leaving a massive wound along its body and tossing it further in the air with a bang. The rising crescent moon collapsed into fragments after finishing its job and scattered in the night wind. The giant snake twisted in midair before gravity affected it and fell into the ground with a massive impact, shaking the mountain again, and raising a cloud of dust. The impact of the Yubawama's fall caused several trees to fall and fragments to fly everywhere. Click sheathing Yamato, Leo took a few steps as a wave of mana rushed, blowing all the rubble and dust away, and exposing the struggling Uwabami's inside. A grave wound extended along its long body, gushing with blood, but it wasn't that life-threatening for the Uwabami. The snake coiled up, covering most of the injury as a small stream of water abruptly manifested around its body. The ki surrounding the Uwabami's body acted quickly and started repairing the damage, but it was very much slower than usual, as if something prevented recovery. The Uwabami, who recovered its sanity after getting slammed, grew nervous and wary. The fear of facing someone who could reduce it to this state was nerve-wracking for it. However, much like almost every yokai in this forest, the snake froze like a statue when its eyes landed on Leo. The previous horror suddenly multiplied several times as the giant snake returned its extended tongue and didn't dare to release it. Its head, which was above, suddenly snake in the middle of the coil, and its eyes looked at Leo from the gaps of its looped body as if it's trying to pitifully hide. Ha 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 ha! Leo was speechless again, and Drake laughed at his face. Uwabami are enormous serpents. Apart from their incredible size, they closely resemble ordinary snakes. They are famous for causing floods and rock slides. Yet, their favorite thing is to feed and drink alcohol. So, these snakes, who are supposed to live away from civilization, decided to get closer to the source of food. Well, just so you don't attack me like the others, I decided to give you a tap. Now, what I was going to say. Leo rubbed his chin as the Uwabami broke into cold sweat despite its snake-like body. Who is it? Who are these retards that dare to attack this monster? The Uwabami cursed several times in its head and almost cried because it thought this was caused by its subordinates. Ah, right. I was going to ask why you're here, but to be honest, I couldn't care less about a plan to show the incompetence of those devils and kick them from Kuah. Leo walked towards the snake as every step made it shrink back a little. It smells like politics and power struggles. Clicking his tongue, Leo looked at the Uwabami's huge eyes before he smiled and said, so, how about you stay here and keep what you're doing, but don't step into that city or let any other new yokai enter it. Oh, take care of those stray devils too. In addition to not daring to speak, the Uwabami was a bit confused. Isn't it going to get killed? Am I clear? You're the boss around here, so you can do it, right? Or maybe you don't want to. Leo tilted his head with a question as it caused the Owabami to shiver before nodding quickly as it could and saying why yes, you understand. The Owabami wanted to cry from grievance now, but at least, it could keep its life from this monster. The amount of malice radiating to the key around him has already made it dizzy and horrified. You'll do it? Good, good. Well, make sure nothing happens or I'll pay you another visit. The Owabami nodded as fast as it could again before it froze at the sight of the black mud rising in the sky. This was its last thought before the cursed mana struck it. Looking at the snake rolling its eyes backward and blacking out, Leo nodded in a good mood before walking away. The curse he planted should tell this yokai and several others what they should and shouldn't do. As for not listening, well, no one with a desire to live wants a curse planted deep into their vitality to detonate, right? Leo felt he should thank this guy who wanted to mess with the devils. They actually gave him some useful and unsuspicious watchdogs to circle QA and prevent most of the annoying flies from entering, especially those stray devils. Just how many are there? Aren't devil pieces supposed to be limited? Strolling the dark forest that became much quieter after most yokai got beaten to a pulp, Leo looked at the moon in the sky before watching the night lights of QA. This doesn't seem to be the end indeed. Whoever started this didn't do it on a whim. These power struggles usually involve a period of planning, especially if someone wants to move these rogue yokai without anyone noticing, or at least, they don't take action against them. Who knows, maybe this event was planned for a long time ago, but I wonder what made them stop. Perhaps a certain peace treaty and a Red Dragon Emperor? Tisk, tisk, damn politics. Leo clicked his tongue recalling all those annoying procedures before he said anyhow, I couldn't care less because this sounds like their problem. You're speaking as if it's not you who caused this to happen. Drake knows that whoever caused these guys to act is mainly related to Leo making the world go to chaos, twice. And he's going to do it again. Of course, people would feel restless and those who want to achieve a change will take the chance. Nope, it still sounds like their problem. Also, you need to remember, Drake. Although benefits are important in these power struggles, you shouldn't forget that personal feelings and grudges have a big role too. Leo shook his head while raising the necklace on his chest before it flashed and Drake's voice sounded humph. It's not like you stopped it anyways. Oh, you figured it out. Despite turning most yokai here into security guards, Leo told them nothing about stopping their plan. As for not entering QA, well, if they can't enter, the devils can always go to them. These yokai can't keep roaming around QA in secret forever. The devils will find out sooner or later and come to demand an explanation, giving them a chance to show how the devils couldn't protect their territories from some rogue yokai. This whole thing sounds dumb. Despite not wanting to admit it, Drake started to find this whole maneuver to be idiotic. Is this truly caused by a personal grudge? I know and I don't want to get involved, but for the kind person who gave me a bunch of security guards, I think I'll pay them a visit for the extended warranty of their dragon vein. This still sounds like it's your fault, really? Well, I remember that a few crows and even their big boss appeared in QA, so I might go ask them for their extended warranty too. But hey, the official governors, devils, didn't know a thing. I don't know about you, but this continues to sound like their own problem. Leo gave Drake a thumbs up with a solemn expression, rendering the red dragon speechless. Enough chit-chat. The moon is full today, and looking at the mountain behind us, I think the dragon vein should be. Wait, wasn't there a storm on the east coast a week ago? I wanted to study the behavior of the energy flow here before leaving to the other areas, but QA doesn't even have a main node. Leo frowned as he took a smaller map of Japan from his space pocket and started marking it. Looking at how Leo was engrossed in marking the dragon veins, Drake rolled his eyes and observed him, but he quickly frowned. Yamato was still doing a solo play of Bury the Light and isn't planning to stop anytime soon. Can't you tell that sword to be silent? Never, I need motivation. Drake was speechless as Leo pulled Yamato and opened a portal before vanishing into it. The portal closed slowly as the moonlight shone gently on the dark forest, landing on several yokai. This night will be something they'll never forget for the rest of their lives. It's the day they got visited by a walking calamity. Chapter 169, I Walk a Road. Horizons change. The trees swayed peacefully in the wind, cluttering and hissing as the air passed the branches and leaves. The insects hummed and small animals shuffled through the dark shadows as the forest recovered its night liveliness. Despite witnessing a calamity raising several supernatural creatures, the area didn't suffer any noticeable damage. Instead, the uncomfortable quietness vanished and the atmosphere became more natural. However, a faint light suddenly emerged far above the green dark landscape. The golden brightness unnaturally gathered and formed a rotating magic circle. Strangely, no one in the vicinity, even the yokai, could notice this conspicuous gleam in the night sky. An inconspicuous black feather swayed gently in the wind towards a clearing near the mountainside, lit by a bright flame flickering in the night. The bonfire burned brightly, dispelling the shadows, and illuminating the place like a lantern. The light exposed the devastated area and the collapsed cave behind it as if an earthquake hit the place, but looking at the huge traces, it was obvious that the clearing wasn't naturally made. Amid the rubble, several figures of different shapes circled the bonfire. They sang and drank as the flames cast a shadow on their bodies. But more importantly, they cried. The strongest yokai in the forest have gathered here without any prior notice. The only thing they did was move their cups and hands, drinking a large amount of alcohol while celebrating in tears. Near the collapsed cave entrance, a woman was sitting on a boulder while holding a large barrel of alcohol. She gulped the entire barrel in one go, which made a huge contrast with her slim figure. The female yokai slammed the barrel on the ground, startling her subordinates. But as the red blush crept on her face, her facial expression finally cracked. Why did I do? I was just sleeping. What did I do to deserve getting a beating? With the Owabame's cries, the rest of the yokai finally relaxed, crying tears of grievance and joy. Grievance because a disaster fell on their heads from nowhere, and happiness because they survived the said calamity. The so-called elite yokai lost all composers and wept their sadness while drinking, especially the Owabame. She transformed into a human form and drank her grievance out. I was just sleeping, heek, then he came and kicked my jaw, heek, he then used his sword and did something horrible, Losing their previous restraints, some of the yokai around the Owabame patted her shoulder and cried together, expressing their understanding of her pain. After all, they also experienced a visit from the monster. The other yokai usually kept their distance and lowered themselves out of respect to the strength of Owabame and her cold and cruel means, but now, even the cold snake couldn't hold herself. This isn't fair. They couldn't understand why such a lord would come after them. Still traumatized from the accident, the yokai unconsciously referred to the calamity respectfully, not daring to show any disrespect. However, even at the looming terror, they didn't dare to pack their stuff and run because it was pointless. The wind whistled as a giant dog-like yokai carried two smaller unconscious creatures and put them near the bonfire. Those two unlucky yokai were twitching as foam spilled from their mouths. Deep malicious will rose from within their bodies, corroding their ki almost instantly. It was a horrific scene to see for these ki-related creatures. The rest started at those unlucky ones with pity. Even the cold Owabame turned her sight away because she also could feel the bomb inside her. With one thought, the curse planted deep inside her vitality will die all her ki with malice starting from the source, sinking her into deep nightmares or even degrading her will into madness. Such a vicious curse made the snake tremble, but what truly made her horrified is the being who seemed to be made of thousands more cruel and sinister curses. How can something like that exist? The Owabame shivered just by recalling that, and more importantly. Should I contact the Lord? He might have a solution, but that Mon's Lord seems to know. Looking at the ignorant yokai around her, the Owabame felt bitter and wronged. The monster seems to know the reason she's here, and despite him saying he doesn't care as long as they take care of strays and block other small fries, the snake didn't buy it at all. Unaware of what she should do, the Uwabami shook her head and quickly chugged a barrel of alcohol, trying to forget about the situation. But when the yokai continued celebrating their survival, the sound of footsteps echoed within the woods. Because of all the commotion caused by them, the sound was very faint but drew all their attention. I hope I'm not interrupting something important, but I must say, it's a great night for drinking. Do you mind me joining? Under the stares of the yokai, a man walked slowly towards the bonfire with a bottle in his hand. The man had a tall build and appeared to be in his 20s. The most striking thing about him was the 12 jet black feathered wings coming out of his back, announcing his identity to everyone. I have brought drinks and I like stories, so how about we share some? I'm particularly interested in the last tale you guys told. The governor of the fallen angels smiled and waved gently as an awkward silence filled the area. Brother! Did you drag Leo and spend all night playing games again? Rubbing the black circles under his eyes, Genshiro yawned as his Keiho squinted her eyes at him. Hey? Why me? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Genshiro shook his head to wake himself up. He almost didn't get an ounce of sleep yesterday. The thought of all those monsters that were used to scare him to sleep as a child were real made him very frightened and exhausted. This made Genshiro re-evaluate the world in his mind. Devils, angels, yokai, and gods. What next? Dragons? To be fair, he won't be surprised anymore because the situation keeps getting messy. But brother, you know that Leo has healthier habits than you, right? How come? Keiho stared deeply at the shocked Genshiro. His non-feigned surprise and goofy expression made her speechless. You remember that Leo always goes for morning jogs, even when he stays here, and today wasn't an exception. I also heard he used to go to his grandmother's dojo. Hey? Heard from where? From you. Genshiro closed his eyes as he thought. Ignoring his little sister's questioning eyes, he turned away and mumbled, you think he cares about his health? No way, those things he does are the price for being a jerk. Think about it. Did you think being a jerk is easy, or he won't get into fights because of it? In the end, it's all for not giving a damn, or so he says, waving his hand like he's shooing something. Genshiro was a bit pissed as if he remembered something unpleasant. But didn't he stop getting into fights yet? He did. Only after that accident, thought, and don't worry, nothing will happen, hopefully. Genshiro scratched his head when he saw his sister's worried face. No shit, who wants to mess with that bastard? He only stopped after almost everyone put him on the blacklist of the crazy people you shouldn't mess with. Just recalling that I was never able to beat him once makes me so angry. Blue-eyed oni my ass. Genshiro clenched his fist suddenly as a vein became visible on his forehead. It's not like that, idiot brother. I'm leaving and taking Jengo to the daycare. The breakfast is on the table. Keiho took Jengo and left the house after giving Genshiro a weird stare that he didn't understand. What with this kid? Anyway, I should leave too at this point. Genshiro did not doubt that Leo told him that information because it'll make him lose sleep, but even so, he's kind of glad he knew about it, or not. It is always complicated when it comes to these supernatural subjects. Nonetheless, knowing it early is better than regretting it later. Feeling the sacred gear hidden in his arm, Genshiro felt more confident as a thought arose in his heart. He needs to get stronger. Genshiro finished breakfast quickly before heading out, yet his mind was completely occupied by that thought. He could become stronger, right? He became a devil and all, so he should be able to do something like magic, no? There won't be some conditions like he lacks talent and, he could only hope so. Genshiro's enthusiasm received a hit from the start, but recalling his unique power, he felt much better. At least he isn't without any guarantee. However, his mood sank as soon as the door opened. In addition to the sunlight and the chilly air, he was greeted by a figure waiting near the entrance. Of course, only this wasn't enough to ruin his mood, but this person was dripping wet. Ah, it's a wild blue-eyed oni, drenched from head to toe. Genshiro's eyebrow twitched. Leo stood at the entrance of Saji's household, completely drenched as the water dripping from him already formed a small puddle. However, instead of being bothered by it, he only looked at his sleeves and touched a strand of his hair. It looked as if he was wondering if he should dry himself or not, but when Genshiro appeared, Leo turned quickly. "The hell did you just call me?" His blue eyes and words sent a chill into Genshiro as the latter broke into a cold sweat. There's no way he's willing to say that nickname out loud. The last person who said it got beaten unconscious by Leo. Huh? What are you saying? I didn't call. You fucker, are you reading minds again? So, you indeed called me something, ugh. What about it? Everyone calls you names in their minds, especially me. Genshiro couldn't believe he fell into that simple trap, but he wasn't willing to admit it. Luckily, Leo seemed to be convinced, or maybe he was too lazy to peruse the matter. Releasing a sigh of relief, Genshiro unconsciously glances at the watery Leo. After he decided to become stronger, he couldn't help but wonder how strong is this angel, who made his stubborn and strict president swallow her pride and choose to escape at all costs. Noticing Genshiro's stares, Leo stopped messing with his uniform and said, "If I recall correctly, your birthday is on the 17th of June, right?" That is correct. Why are you asking? Starting from today, you'll experience something very unfortunate. It'll be the clench your teeth and accept it type of misfortune, or so. This is what my hunch is telling me. I would have told you more, but my eyes are still tired. Fuck your hunch. Rude. Looking at Leo shrugging despite his uniform being wet from top to bottom, Genshiro sighed because he felt it's a waste of time to get angry at a bunch of nonsense, even if it sounded ominous. Anyway, why do you look like a drenched chicken? Oh, this? I went on a jog. Leo waved his hand as Genshiro took a step away to not get splashed by water. He took a turn away and opened the gate before nodding with a smile. Yeah, I know, that makes total sense, indeed. But if you mind me asking. Genshiro's smile became brighter before saying, "Where did you go jogging?" "Well, I'm at the bottom of the ocean. You know, the place where light can't reach and your organs get crushed by pressure." "Ah, I see. That sounds lovely, and deadly too." "Wait, you're still there? How?" Genshiro watched Leo exit the gate before he closed it and suddenly realized something. "Indeed. This vassal you're looking at is a clone I made. My main vassal is still at the bottom of the ocean, so when I made this clone and tossed it here, it was already wet. Didn't I tell you this before?" Staring at Leo's casual expression as if he didn't say anything weird, Genshiro froze for a while before a confused voice escaped his mouth. "Hey." Meanwhile, at more than 8 kilometers underwater, the Hadal Zone, named after the god of the underworld, Hades, is the deepest region of the ocean. This zone remains in perpetual darkness as the lack of sunlight, low temperature, and extremely high hydrostatic pressures make it difficult to explore. Despite these extreme conditions and nutrient scarcity, the Hadal Zone still holds a wide range of marine life that evolved to adapt to this high pressure, although lacking in abundance compared to the higher zones. But the awfully quiet seabed finally witnessed a change. A distorted sound traveled underwater as the pressure made it very faint and completely unorganized. The few sea anemones living here suddenly retracted when something stepped near them, startling other marine life. A humanoid figure invisible in the darkness passed through the area at a relatively fast pace while looking around as if the extreme conditions didn't pose any problem. A creature that resembled a brown hairball with small wings followed behind, cladded in a pink aura, separating it from all the water and pressure. "Me and boys, at 3 a.m. looking for the sunken city of Arlai, but it was a big fat lie." Leo jogged slowly on the seabed, completely ignoring the darkness and coldness. He was even wearing his headphones as the music emitted to the outside distorted into gibberish because of the pressure. "My lord, 3 a.m. already has passed a long time ago in this region. Whatever you were trying to do, you have already lost the chance. Also, are you making things up again? Wuo Venom corrected, and Drake scorned Leo, who wasted time in the South Pacific Ocean depths, trying to find some sort of city. As for Kuroba, it complained a little about being dragged into this abyss by Leo. Its big eyes frowned as it reluctantly moved its wings with the help of Pakia's blessing. Like I care. As for you, don't think you can escape after I caught you binging the entirety of the Yu-Gi-Oh series repeatedly without taking a rest. And you didn't even call me. Leo's voice sounded in the minds of all the creatures near him as he glanced at Kuroba. The flying ball of hair turned its head away immediately as if it looked guilty and caught red-handed. So, you'll suffer with me here while locating all these deep dragon veins nodes. Woo. Hearing Leo's merciless words, Kuroba froze in midair before it dropped slowly from the air like a leaf swaying in the winds, which looked so wrong considering this location. Leo glanced at devastated Kuroba before he took a bunch of detailed maps that focused more on this region. Like Kuroba, these maps seemed to be completely separated from this environment by a coating of mana. Unlike them, Leo simply withstands the pressure with his body. When you have a vassal that can switch between flesh and bones into pure energy, it's very simple to adapt to these locations. Kuroba flew up again as the maps caught their eyes. Landing on Leo's shoulder, they observed the markings like they were very curious about them. Drake, if you happened to suddenly get power to crush both off-eyes and Great Red like worms, what do you think the reaction of the world would be? Out of nowhere, Leo suddenly asked while marking the maps, confusing the Red Dragon Emperor that yawned as if he's used to it by now. Back again with those questions. Didn't we already agree that it's that so-called the will of the world that reduced the impact of your doing on the world? At least I'm a known figure, you're an entity that suddenly popped from nowhere. The world would be in an uproar after the first state of confusion and they would have made unions and stuff to prepare for any action from you. So, you can be wise if you are tired, hey? Well, I'm asking you because you lived here more than me, but, don't tell me the only thing you did was clashing with your white dragon friend. Leo's surprised expression gave Drake the urge to somehow launch a dragon breath through the Longinus at his face. What does this have to do with it? Didn't you have all-knowing clairvoyance? It's not all that all-knowing, there's a lot of stuff I don't know. Also, being knowledgeable is different from being wise. But as you said, the worlds will gave everyone ADHD. How fearsome! What? As I expected from my lord. He was able to understand what the will of the world did very quickly, and it was indeed fearsome. You shut up and stop encouraging this out-of-order brain circuit of his. This lizard dares. Venom and Drake started fighting again, but it looked more like a children's quarrel because neither of them could reach the other and they suck at making insults. Well, the worlds will can give ADHD to people. That doesn't sound concerning at all. Despite feeling that he reached a conclusion that will earn several curses from DXD world's will, Leo wasn't going to back down. Fine, you're correct. It is indeed unfortunate. Drake sighed and admitted that ADHD is a very close term to all these supernatural creatures that ignored the looming threat above their heads. As for how he understands this term, this creature called Venom is particularly useful in sending information when you need it, despite his annoying nature. Unfortunate? You're quick to feel sorry for them, my dear partner, Drake. ADHD will be the least of your worries if I had time to show you the thing we agreed on, but alas, things kept popping. Leo rolled his eyes and sounded regretful as Drake froze and his pupils minimized. This sounded so ominous in the Red Dragon Emperor's head, especially when Leo called him my dear partner. This is a warning sign if he ever saw one. Hold up, what are you trying to show me, and since when did I agree? We have already agreed after I finished my previous mission. Also, if you're curious about what I'll show you. Let's say, it's my world. Leo shook his head as if he couldn't believe that Drake forgot something so important. Indeed, even Drake himself couldn't believe he forgot something so ominous. Then he felt a gaze filled with envy on him. It was Venom looking as if he wanted to rip him to shreds, making Drake speechless. Keep your world to yourself. I reject your rejection because you have already agreed. Don't worry, I guarantee your survival is the least of my worries. I only agree because I didn't know. Why are you so frustrated? Aren't you a dragon emperor? Strong and fearless. Anyway, let's pick up the pace. After finishing these deep dragon veins, let's go court life in China. Do you get it? We are going for life energy. I'm not seeing myself out. Oi. Listen to me. Ah ha 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 ha. Leo finished marking some important notes and writing notes about the shifting of life energy here before he continued his journey in the Hadal zone as his laughter sounded more relaxed than usual. Time passed quickly as Leo explored the deepest parts of the ocean to find how dragon veins nodes usually shift around the planet. His journey led him to explore the deep ocean more than the current humanity ever did, but it didn't matter much for him, except he finally was able to determine the most logical and illogical distribution of dragon veins in this world. This exploration and mapping almost took a full week, but it was worth it. If someone saw Leo's maps, conflicts are bound to rise immediately because knowing the distribution of dragon veins means the ability to utilize nature's strength against enemies, even if it's in the form of barriers and formations. To be honest, this world takes a simpler approach for the movement of the planet's life energy. Seasons, weather conditions, geological structure. These are the most noticeable factors. As for astrology and other shenanigans like Earth rotation, they don't amount to much. In fact, this simplicity is what made it hard for Leo at first because he focused on the hard parts, rendering him speechless and making Drake laugh at him, especially when he got slapped by a penguin in the Antarctic because he tried to give it a chainsaw. Basically, someone has to be invested in Feng Shui and they'll be able to grasp dragon veins near them, although such hold is at most superficial. This made Leo's work much easier as he can determine the general location of the main nodes and discover them using his key sense. In addition to the dragon vein quest, Leo paid some attention to what is happening in Kaur. Despite some small crows and even their big boss, fallen angels, who is snooping around, entering the town, nothing much changed. No, in fact, the yokai are already doing their job and Leo checked a few times, but he didn't see a stray entering the town, well, at least not by the usual ways. For those who teleport here, they got taken care of by the devils and such. Leo wanted to pay them a visit to tell them good job, but he recalled how afraid they were of him, so, he went there anyway. Like DXD Worlds will said before, he's indeed a very kind person and the yokai in the forest can testify. As for the shaking and not daring to look at him in the eye? Nonsense, they are merely shaking from joy and respect. Venom can guarantee that. Maybe because Leo found it funny that they hide the fact they got beaten by a big crow after a few minutes from when he demolished them. Gen Shiro on the other hand witnessed some big changes. Leo recalled seeing him later that day as Gen only told him a few words while shaking. "You bastard, if you could see the future, tell me earlier," before he went away while holding to his butt as if he was experiencing massive pain. This situation continued to get worse day by day as Gen Shiro began to space a lot, became highly sensitive to sudden actions, broke things here and then, and mumbles faintly about magic circles and controlling the flow of demonic power. This guy is getting abused. That was Leo's first thought and wondered if Gen Shiro would become edgy and release the dragon sealed in his right arm while chanting some chunny lines. But then he thought maybe he's getting trained. Well, it doesn't matter. Training or abuse. It's all the same with these supernatural beings, but Leo likes the chunny part more because it'll be fun. Loading 99%. However, the loading screen that haunts Leo's nightmares finally moved once after 5 days. Do you know how nerve-wracking was it to watch a loading screen stuck at 98%? Leo thought this has to be a new form of torture specifically made for him and his people. In any case, Leo noticed that this loading screen is slower than the first one, but who knows, maybe this 1% will move faster and spare him for the feeling of wanting to end it all. It's growing fast. This doesn't make sense. Drake, however, was more concerned about the thing gathering inside his old host's vitality. Despite the young man having the boosted gear inside his body for more than a decade, such mutation shouldn't be possible. The pure angel and red dragon observed the small human-like vitality get dyed by the dragonish aura a bit by bit, crystallizing into a core. To pass the first stages and reach this phase has a lower chance than pulling SSR continuously with every single roll, according to Leo. Slowly, but gradually, the young man began to release a faint aura that belongs to dragon-type sacred gears. However, the mutation started to put a troll on its host. He started spacing a lot and feeling more tired with each day passing by. These symptoms are bound to get worse, which made Leo roll his eyes after a few doubts. A life for a life. Although the thing growing isn't a living being, the vitality of a single human isn't enough, but a certain devil already took an insert in the aura released from this young man. This scavengers and resources optimization is really over the top. Well played DXD, well played. However, recalling a bunch of crows, the plan of the worlds will give him an idea, and if it worked, he'll be laughing for days. But for now, Leo shall observe how things will develop. It shouldn't take more than a week to confirm it. Only then he can decide the proper way to deal with the world's will shenanigans. However, he has to finish the last piece required for his small plan. If you do the following, you should get a better result, my lord. Although such an equation will prove to be ineffective if it is used in combat, I see, but doesn't it get repetitive here? These so-called equations keep intersecting. I guess this is a part of the optimization of the mana process, hey. Indeed, the Nordic formulas hold the philosophy of achieving best results with minimum consummation. Currently, Leo was sitting on a chair inside his workshop and mansion, looking at a bunch of magic formulas. This was one of the many offices inside of the manor, but Leo chose it because of the big space. It was dimly lit because the whole mansion was floating in the dimensional gap as the ever-changing colors of the void kept flashing. But I'm rather startled. I didn't expect my lord to be versed in this world's magic. What is that supposed to mean? Nothing, in particular. My lord Leo's eyebrow twitched as venom seemed more joyful than usual. The extended jet-black tentacles from Leo's sleeves happily moved the papers and organized them. He and Venom were deducing a magic formula, which is the general way of performing DXD magic. It might sound complicated, but it's actually a simple process of tracking the boundary of the dragon vein using the main node and impacting it to create a new artificial node overlapping with it while having Pakia's assistance make it much easier. It's a necessary step to gather the majority of the dragon veins into one point because Leo lacks the proper amount of special violence now to rip out all the dragon veins forcibly. Well, mostly Venom is doing it because Leo didn't pay much attention to DXD's magic. However, after finishing the initial product, this child took Leo to see his work and started explaining the magic system behind it. Unlike most of his familiars, Venom usually never asks or shows interest in anything, except if it's Leo's orders. Despite it not being that urge, Leo gave him this task to find a hobby of some sort. However, this child showed more curiosity and joy in teaching him, which made Leo a bit perplexed. So, he decided to listen seriously even if the result didn't diverge much from his predictions. Didn't you just tell me, or was it supposed to be hard? This magic is nothing more than knowing how mana moves and reacts. These eyes of mine don't exist for the sole purpose of understanding for nothing. Leo frowned as if he was in a bad mood. He tapped the table, making a rhythmic sound. These are mostly magic equations gotten from Loki's library after he happily donated them with a smile as a spear was piercing his guts. Mr. Loki is indeed a good person. He didn't even snitch on them during the friendly raid and helped them instead. The magic in this world is simply weaving the mana in a way to produce a certain phenomenon. The so-called equations and calculations are nothing more than following a pattern that leads to a specific result. It's like completing a puzzle using your mind. The demonic magic is no different, although the process of following the pattern gets omitted a bit by imagination, or rather call it the visualization of shape to avoid misunderstanding. After all, this demonic energy is not that wonderful and there are restrictions and limits, especially by the unique properties. Like the special features owned by 72 pillars, which can never be copied by the regular demonic power. I expected nothing less, my lord. The tentacle on the table moved up and down as if it's nodding. Venom is fully aware that what his lord meant by his eyes should be his personal reality. Extrasensory perception or ESP refers to the ability to use the mind to receive information through means beyond the regular five senses. This means the user is able to comprehend an alien channel and access a common sense of reality beyond what appears to be normal. In other words, his lord sees a completely different world than ours. An alien world that Venom has no idea how it looks and operates, neither thinks he can handle it. For this reason, Venom couldn't help but be jealous of Drake. He really wants to chop that lizard and grill it, then. You feel it, don't you? This world's magic limit is itself. It can't pierce through a certain stage alone, no matter how one tries. Venom awoke from his thoughts as he pondered about his lord's words. It didn't take him long before he nodded. Indeed, my lord. I feel this world's magic lacks the fundamental drive that I saw from all other universes' magic systems. The seeking of the truth. Maybe this is the reason for stagnation, or magic is simply limited here. But this isn't a reason to tie ourselves to such rigid thinking. Take these 4 magic circles as an example. Leo raised his hand as the mana surged. Above his empty palm, symbols and runes took shape before they got coiled into 4 magic circles, red, blue, yellow, and green with 1 in each layer. The magic circles flashed before a tiny orb of each of the elements they represent orbited around their respective circle. Calculation and equation. Imagination and creation with a wave, the 4 magic circles gathered before they fit inside each other as if they were pieces of a puzzle. The 4 elements orbs on each circle began to orbit around the new magic circle while leaving a trail of light. Now, this big magic circle is in itself an equation, but isn't it made of 4 already operating and separated equations? What does this make it then? Leo looked at the magic circle before a part of his mana began to change. Ki, mana, demonic power, and holy power. All of them are simply a variation of the fundamental vitality in this world, which belongs respectively to their selected species. Each magic circle started to operate using a separated form of energy, yet the full result didn't change and the 4 orbs orbited slowly. Leo further snapped his finger and terminated the earth element equation. The orb representing earth dimmed down and the rest of the orbs lost the trail of light, but the magic didn't stop operating despite losing a part of it. Although it'll be harder to maintain and unstable, you should have got the idea, right? Leo stopped the simple light show of magic and learned fully on the chair, looking at the ceiling in a daze. Of course, my lord. Unlike the creatures in this world, their general rules and limitations don't apply to us. We can go beyond and perform seemingly impossible maneuvers normally. We shouldn't limit ourselves by their logic. Yeah, that's right, and, stop treating this magic with kindness. What is this? Spatial manipulation equation. Leo stood up and picked a paper, which had a bunch of equations, and said just use incomplete teleportation magic to mark the main node. Don't give much care and it doesn't matter if it got bombed. We're trying to impact the dragon vein, not giving it a love tap. Understood. Looking at his lord's expression that said this needs more bombs and explosions, Venom's blinked his eyes. What confused him more is what Leo said is completely doable and it'll reduce the time and effort, although yes, there'll definitely be explosions because of the instability. However, this magic tool is meant to be a one-time use, so it's acceptable. This made Venom wonder if violence is still the solution to everything, even when talking about something as delicate as magic. Although it still needs adjustment, what do you want to call it? This tool, I shall refrain. I'll be more than happy if my lord gave it a name. Don't be like that, Venom. Leo put down the paper before saying no matter how small it's to name something you made, it's your achievement. Be proud and embrace this thought. Also, my naming sense is simply a dumpster fire. Leo rolled his eyes and urged Venom, who still didn't want to name his magic formula. After a while, Venom finally gave up and thought about it seriously. Cross of Impact. Venom spoke the name of the magic formula and observed Leo's expression. However, Leo had a weird look when he looked at the tool drawing that looked like a big, weirdly made cross. Is it perhaps a bad name? Who knows, but I at least know that it's better than anything I was going to say. Leo shrugged before his eyebrows frowned again, even his expression hardened and became cloudy. He took a few deep breaths to calm down before he returned to listening to Venom's explanation. However, it didn't take him more than a few minutes to cover his face and look down, startling Venom again. Luckily, Drake is asleep or he'll think his partner has finally lost all the screws in his head. My lord, are you perhaps upset about something? You weren't able to focus on anything since we started. No, I'm. Damn it. Smack. Leo wanted to assure Venom, but his expression did a 180-degree turn before he slammed the table violently, sending all the papers flying. He held his head as if he's expressing a big headache while Venom collected the papers quickly. I hate you with every fiber of my being. I hate you with every fiber of my being. This phrase was said by Leo 2 times in different places. One was in this workshop in the dimensional gap and the second was by his clone as he witnessed a blasphemy he'll never forget. Nightmare slain. The screen showed the following bold victory message as Nero lowered the controller and nodded her head. The arrogance filled her from head to toe, especially her smug look as if she did something spectacular. Omu, such a vile creature is no match for me. My self-picked warrior shall clean this land from their filth. What does my praetor think? Amazed? Mesmerized? Nero had the usual go on, praise me, although this time it was more smug than usual. Probably because she decided to prove her artistic wonders to someone. However, this only caused a vein to pop on Leo's head and he almost slammed the controller in his hand on her head. The only thing that stopped him was his fondness for this controller. However, what did my praetor mean by hating me with every fiber? I meant every word. Give me this, you damn cheater! Leo snatched the controller from Nero's hand, startling the Emperor. Omu! My praetor, you dare accuse me of fraud? I'll not tolerate such an allegation, even from you. Nero tried to get the controller back, but her face was pushed away by Leo as she became mad. I need to guide my warrior to clean the lands. My praetor will not stop me. If not watching you speedrun this game using Imperial privilege wasn't painful enough, then letting you continue would be blasphemy. I don't care if I'll be called toxic, I refuse to see this. Play it when I'm not looking. Oi, what are you doing? Nero took the chance and tackled Leo as they fell into wrestling on the floor for the controller. Nonsense. My praetor is the one who doubted my artistic talent, so I'll prove it. Everything converges at the Emperor. This is the trait that only exists for me and me only as an almighty genius. But now, calling it a fraud. Treachery. People might not understand my art, but they won't stop my artistic perfection. Hand it over. You'll get it back after I end it all in a fiery nova. Until then, take your art away from me. Leo and Nero began to roll and twist on the floor, almost knocking the table away, but they still didn't release the controller. Luckily, the poor controller was solid enough and miraculously survived getting squished by these two. Gradually, their voices reached the outside, making the neighbors wonder what was happening. However, they didn't care as both of them became very stubborn, even if they didn't use any supernatural power in their wrestling. Usually, Nero is the one with a solid head that doesn't listen to anyone and Leo is too lazy to play along, but now, as if several nerves got triggered, he refused to back down. However, as someone who used to wrestle in the Colosseum, Nero quickly took the upper hand and locked Leo, but she still couldn't take the controller from his hand. Ding dong. Strangely, they seemed to forget the initial reason by now and this evolved into a fight of stubbornness, which for some reason, Nero began to enjoy. They even ignored the doorbell that kept going for a while. Outside the mansion, Genshiro started at the big manor in awe and shock. He didn't understand when such a big estate had appeared in Leo's neighborhood, nor why his friend was inside. Listening to the sound outside, he wondered what was happening, but because no one responded, Genshiro decided to leave. It's totally not because he heard Leo's voice inside and felt this would be something troublesome and he would rather not get involved. Happy and relieved with his decision, Genshiro turned away and wanted to leave. However, after one step, he felt nothing under his foot. His sense of balance was thrown before he tripped. As a helpless expression surfaced on his face, a pink portal on the ground swallowed him whole. This was his last thought as no one around seemed to notice an entire person vanishing. Chapter 170, The Tournament's Begun. And this is why. Sitting at the table, Genshiro spoke after a deep breath. I hope you'll understand. He looked calmer than usual as his eyes didn't waver. His expression was akin to someone who had gathered all of his courage and had nothing to lose. Hands off, you heathen! Hee, my praetor. You might be an outstanding mage, but I'm the flower of the Olympian. That doesn't make sense in this situation. Wrong. It does because I said it. Or so I hoped if you'd listen. Genshiro nodded as he drank a bit of tea in front of him. On the ground, Nero and Leo were still twisting while fighting for the controller. Although it's more Leo struggling as Nero already firmly locked him, yet because of her being petite, she couldn't win. Genshiro watched it unfold in front of him as he already lost the initial surprise after getting ignored for the 8th time, nor cared about how indecent their current position is. He had to be careful of the table getting thrown at his face. Genshiro couldn't help but sigh. Why couldn't they open the door normally? It sure wasn't hard to stop this farce and do it commonly, but no, they had to give me a heart attack. That weird creatures, Pakias. Red eyes flashed in his head as Genshiro shivered. There was something about it that really frightened him, as if his instinct itself was screaming. Not only did he have to be abducted via a portal, but even met that creature. Coupled with what happened this week, Genshiro felt he was the king of bad luck. He looked outside the window in a daze, rethinking his decision to come here with every table shake. The scenery wasn't bad actually, because Nero has remodeled this place into a mansion or a temporary palace in her words. Thud, the table got stuck again, but luckily, he already had his tea in his hands. You two, can you listen for a moment and then do whatever? Is this your doing? I told you to do whatever you want. I just don't want to see it. Why can't you understand? No. I'll be damned if I left my warrior without aid. Additionally, what is the point of doing it if my praetor isn't watching? Already accustomed to the pressure released from these two, Genshiro found himself better, and so, he already had enough from this. He gathered his palms, had a deep breath before he. Just listen for a moment, damn it! Screaming as loud as he could have made his throat ache a bit. However, his cries made both Leo and Nero stop for a moment and raise their heads. What, X2 what the one can do just to have a bit of recog. Oh, you listen. Sorry for yelling out loud, Claudius-san, was it? You have quite the boldness. Amusing. Nero tilted her head as she found Genshiro to be very courageous to scream and curse at her and Leo, however, she might have forgotten, no, purposely ignored the fact that not everyone knows who she is. This made Leo squint at her for a moment before looking away. Unaware of her true intentions, Genshiro decided to not think deeply about it, and so, he saw Leo staring at him without blinking. It was creepy, if he may say. I'm not apologizing to you, go and cry about it. Tisk. Leo clicked his tongue and moved the controller away from Nero, who tried to snatch it. So, I might have said this a couple of times already, but please, teach me how to become stronger. Genshiro said with the utmost seriousness as he looked Leo in the eyes. It took him quite the courage to say it loudly, even if already did it a couple of times. No, go get spanked by a magic circle. Hey, watch out for the glasses. Ek. With one phrase from Leo, Genshiro's serious expression shattered to pieces and his face cringed. His entire look twisted from shame as he almost blushed. How do you know? Do you really want me to say it? And no. Genshiro leaned on the chair like a deflated balloon while covering his face. However, he quickly recovered his composure and stood up. I know it might be bothering you, but I really hope you'll hear me out. It might sound weird, but I did deserve to get that treatment. I have messed badly, I just failed miserably. Genshiro lowered his head as he spoke. His facial expression twisted into a look of guilt after shame. However, Leo blinked his eyes as if he was puzzled and said, I thought you liked such treatment. Did you go out of your way to receive it? Interesting. Nero also blinked her eyes and looked at Genshiro with curiosity. No. What are you talking about? Don't twist my words. Seeing both of them looking at him, Genshiro snapped with embarrassment and anger. He pointed at Leo furiously and said, I'm a completely normal person with normal preferences. I am not one of those who get excited when they get punished and spanked by a pretty girl, okay? Especially not when she has a serious and angry look. Am I clear? No man, I don't know. It's not me who said it, it's you, so good. Leo tried to raise his arms, but they were caught by Nero, who wanted to flip him to break his grip on the controller. You shouldn't be ashamed of what makes you happy. Embrace it and say it loudly and clearly, even if it makes you blush from shame. Nero shook her head at Genshiro. You. Deep breath, happy thoughts. Genshiro sat down as he clapped his palms, trying to calm himself. He knew it. There's no way this new girl would be a reasonable and normal person. These two are all the same. It's not because I like it, okay? Ugh, even now I sound weird. Anyway, you're not accepting, right? Genshiro scratched the back of his head as he sounded very confident. Of course, not. I can't teach you anything, go to the bob-cut girl. She must have some systematic training for you. Leo shrugged and his expression was like nobody has time for this as he shook Nero away. I see. I know it'll be like this. So, you remember you owe me a favor, right? Let's go now, I know a place. Genshiro finished his tea as he stood up casually after those words. However, he froze as he felt the atmosphere change. It became very chilly despite the warm weather outside as the two of them stared at him. Nero's eyes sparkled with curiosity as if she found something very amusing, but Leo's were full of pity like he was looking at a patient on his deathbed. There was that, hey? I don't think you're in your full mental power. Well, what can I say except, these are the doors of hell you just opened and I wish I'm joking. Hearing Leo's answer, Nero brightened as she let go of him and stood up. Leo followed her and cracked his neck while looking at Genshiro, who swallowed from nervousness. Knowing this guy, Genshiro realized that Leo accepted without another word, which made him smile and say, what hell? I'm a devil. What a coincidence, I'm also an angel. You sound a bit heretic, have a moment to talk about the Lord. A bright smile flashed on Leo's face as it literally shined with light, giving Genshiro tingles as if he's being scorched. Nah, you're not and I'm good. Let's go quickly. This sounds amusing. Let's make haste, my preacher. Yeah. This is the last time I play games here, my cracked heart won't support it. Leo sounded sad as he put the controller away while Nero rushed to the entrance, but the last look she gave made him feel this won't be the end. Well, Leo is pretty sure he'll be smashing the monitor on her head next time, so yeah, it's better if there's no next time. By the way, since when did you know her, Leo? For a while. However, you are unusually calm about it. Oh, right. Isn't she the one that you really hate? Genshiro asked as Leo nodded, which made the former put his palm together and smile kindly before saying, I have decided that I don't want anything to do with this, please, ignore me. And so, the two of them joined Nero, who was waving at the entrance before they left at haste. Still feeling a bit unreal at how quickly and smoothly things went, Genshiro still gathered himself together and led them towards the abandoned factory at the side of the town. Or so he thought. Apparently, a walk of 10 minutes is very boring for these two, especially because Nero is here for fun and Leo wanted to finish quickly. So, Genshiro found his face getting shoved inside a pink portal for the second time, falling face first on the ground, and also eating a bit of grass and dirt. He found himself in an open clearing in a forest between mountains he didn't recognize. The green landscape extended to the limit of sight as the sounds of birds and small animals filled his ears. This place made him even question if he's still in Japan or not, especially because his mind is still foggy from the large spatial movement. This should do. Leo passed through the portal and Nero followed after me, looking at the place with interest. Mostly wondering where this is. Where are we? Dunno, I just found it yesterday. Anyway, get up and let's get this over with. Leo shrugged before he looked at Genshiro, who stood up slowly while fighting the urge to puke, or maybe it was the pressure from Pakia. Oh, two friends face each other as warriors, Domu, I like it. I really like it. Nero stood a step away to watch the show, but not before she spouted some words that made Leo stare at her silently, wondering since when is he a warrior? Okay, I'm fine. Dude, what the hell is wrong with that portal of yours? Anyway, what should I do? Slapping himself to focus, Genshiro took a battle stance, which looked very sloppy and embarrassing. I said that I have nothing to teach you. So, come at me with everything you have, I guess. Leo rubbed his chin as Genshiro frowned and said, you mean, attack you? Yeah, sure, it won't make a difference. Leo waved casually as he saw Genshiro take a deep breath before he raised his hand. A purple gleam gathered on his right hand before it manifested as something akin to a black lizard with purple eyes. This is Genshiro's sacred gear, absorption line, one of 4 pieces of Vritra. It allows the user to absorb other creatures' power by attaching its tongue to them. Leo gave it a glance before he looked at Genshiro, who still didn't do anything. Leo squeezed the bridge of his nose before he said, today, General, anytime today. Where's your weapon? I mean, sacred gear. Hui. Take out your sacred gear. Genshiro looked at Leo solemnly as the absorption line opened its mouth. Man, just attack already, or do you want me to do it? Leo shook his head as he started to get impatient, but his careless attitude made Genshiro clench his fist. You know, I couldn't move at all that day. Even if I had this strength, I froze like an idiot. He squeezed his fist tightly until veins became very clear. I failed to repay the trust of those who left their back to me. They could have died. Genshiro lowered his head as if he didn't want them to see his expression, but instead, Leo was more puzzled to care. I can guess what happened to you. But why are you sounding all that depressed? We all fail from time to time, I mean, look at me. I never succeeded in anything I wanted. Oi, what are you doing? Suddenly, Nero frowned when Leo was speaking. Her bad mood was reflected in her actions as Mana gathered into a scarlet sword, Estus, the original flame. She stabbed the sword on the ground and didn't say anything. Unlike the startled Genshiro, Leo's eyebrow twitched. If not because of the guy in front of him, he'll have already brought Yamato out to fight. Anyway, it's not the end of the world. No, it's because of me, because I wasn't strong. If I was, I wouldn't stay still when my team was getting attacked. Genshiro cut off Leo as he finally raised his head and sacred gear. Ha? Geez, it has been a week and you're like this? You worry me. Are you sure the bob-cut girl didn't spank the back of your head instead of butt? To even ask me of all people to train you. The president won't always be there to save us. So, I'll become stronger. And I know you can help me because you're... Genshiro took a deep breath before he said strong. This made Leo pause for a moment and blinked a few times as if he hadn't heard correctly before he broke into laughter. PFFFF, strong, you say? Yeah, you're not in your right mind. I didn't know that getting spanked can cause this. Leo shook his head with pity as his expression made a vein pop on Genshiro's forehead. This guy. Why is he so good at triggering people? Can you just stop mentioning the spanking? Suppressing the boiling anger, Genshiro thrust his right hand forward. The absorption line acted almost instantly as a gleaming blue tongue shot from its mouth. It traveled quickly in the air, crossing the distance in a blink of an eye, and attaching itself to Leo's left arm. However, Leo stared at it silently before he turned to Genshiro, without showing any reaction about the sacred gear on his arm. This is, the idiot. Sensing the familiar aura, Drake was awoken as he stared at the absorption line. Genshiro frowned at Leo's lack of interest, but it quickly vanished as he moved fast. He began circling around Leo as his lips lifted into a smile. I should keep distance as the sacred gear is absorbing Leo's power, then wait. Genshiro's expression froze as his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His absorption line was clearly attached to Leo, but he didn't feel any energy absorbed. Instead, the cold and unamused stares of the angel gave him goosebumps. He didn't get another chance as a huge force transmitted into his right hand. His feet lost their balance before everything turned into a blur around him as wind impacted his face. Well, first lesson. Leo pulled the line on his arm and dragged Genshiro violently in the air. The poor devil was shocked and unable to comprehend the situation, but when he saw he's flying towards Leo, he raised his arms to defend himself. However, Leo leaned back a little before he gave the flying Genshiro a headbutt. *Bam! *Ga! The impact sound echoed in the forest as Genshiro released a dying wail. It felt as if he didn't hit someone's head, but a piece of steel. That was his last thought before everything vanished into the darkness. The hit sent Genshiro flying backward before crashing on the ground and rolling a few times. Then, he lay still on the cool ground while twitching. That line of yours is a physical object. Anyone with decent physical strength can simply drag you over. Oh my, he's out. Leo fixed his glasses and wanted to give an advice, but he noticed that Genshiro was out cold because of the headbutt, twitching a little once in a while on the ground. I think I might have overdone it. Leo rubbed his chin before he shrugged and turned to look at Nero. What? You want a turn too? Nero raised the original flame before she smiled and said, of course, I always wanted to battle you in a contest of wit and power. Waving the scarlet sword as her clothes changed into the Spiritron dress, Nero took a combat stance before saying, come at me, my praetor. The clash of our sword shall be the instrument that makes muses bow before its sounds. I see, but I hope you know. Leo nodded as a deep blue gleam flashed and Yamato manifested at his side. Looking at this, Nero tightened the grip on her sword. However, before she rushed, Leo's voice became weird. There's no counterforce to give fairness here, teleport behind you. His voice sounded right next to her ear, startling Nero as she spun her body. Her sword left a crimson afterimage in the air with a slash aiming at the back, but it was blocked by a black scabbard. Rumbling mana, an exaggerated amount of energy rose in the air from Leo, dyeing everything around it in an azure hue. As if it was a loaded bullet, the mana suddenly accelerated without warning, turning into a torrent of light, and flooding everything ahead. Nero felt herself drowning in the tide as the sword almost flung from her hands. This gave her the feeling of facing the blunt power of a full dragon heads-on, all aimed at her without giving her a chance to react. *Baam. With a deafening sound, the clash hit the ground, shaking the entire forest. It was as if an earthquake hit the place. A cloud of dust rose in the air with the shockwave before a few trees around broke into pieces. From the depth of dust, a figure was sent flying before she crashed on the ground, rolling a few times, and laid still on the cold ground. Surprisingly, it was close to the area where Genshiro was twitching. The original flame followed from above as it flew and spun in the air before stabbing the ground near Nero. A gust of wind blew away the dust as Leo calmly walked from the crater. He glanced at the two unconscious figures in the grass nearby. stretching his arms and body. Leo felt good for some god knows the reason. As if he finally became light after a long time. He raised his head to look at the clear sky before he muttered this predicament might not be all that bad. I kinda look forward to it now. How bizarre. Drake had nothing to say about this. As so, Leo nodded to himself as if he was looking forward to this training as the twitching of a certain devil made Drake look at him in silence and pity. Chapter 171, The Purple Piper plays his tune. Here is the location of the stray who you'll be taking care of. As I said, today's purpose is to put the result of your training to test and hone your teamwork. Sana Satri's peerage has arrived at an abandoned factory, near the outskirts of GOOOOSE town. Stopping right at the entrance, Sana continued after a pause. From this point onward, it's the enemy territory. You need to stay focused and don't lower your guard. Sana glanced at everyone, making them nervous. Keep in mind that the real battle is completely different from training. Unexpected situations might arise at any moment. This requires a quick reaction to adjust accordingly. However, I have faith in you. Your efforts weren't in vain and it's time to show the results. Sana turned towards the entrance and said, as long as you work together, this shouldn't prove to be difficult. Go and show me your power. Yes, President. The peerage's members spoke simultaneously before they advanced, followed by Sana and Tsubaki. Why are you raising flags from the get-go? Genshiro sighed secretly as an uneasy feeling filled his heart. Keep up, Saji-san. We are almost there, said a girl with reddish-brown hair while walking in front of the group. Tomo-chan, don't rush alone. We don't know what might happen from behind, Tomo's friend and teammate, Momo Hanakai, called for her with worry. Easy, easy, Momo-chan. We are super strong and the president is with us, so nothing will happen. Underestimating your enemies and lowering your guard won't be overlooked by me or the enemy, Tomo Meguri. I hope you're aware. Fixing her glasses, Sana glanced at her knight, giving her chills before saying, and today, I won't interfere. This is a test for your training. Can't you stop raising flags? Genshiro thought as he stared at his sacred gear, trying to calm his nervousness, and prepare for the upcoming battle. Take it easy, Saji-kun. Just do as usual. Although it's a bit embarrassing to say, we are strong, Kyuzaka-senpai? Yet. No problem, they just have to do their best and nothing will happen, or so Genshiro thought at that time. I thought I'd find something interesting here after seeing all those Japanese dogs, yokai, around. But it was nothing more than a bunch of babies. Tomo. The picture shifted as the red color filled Genshiro's vision. Blood spilled on the ground as Tomo got thrown like a rag doll across the room with a gaping wound on her chest. Genshiro fell on the ground as bruises filled his body, staring at the stray with a large coat and the head of a wasp in shock. His sacred gear attached itself to the enemy body, but the absorption was too slow. Power absorption? It doesn't matter if I kill you all quickly. Everything happened too quickly. Genshiro couldn't move or react to the sound of his teammates falling one by one. The stray's red compound eyes locked on him as his legs lost all power. His body couldn't budge as the only thing he could see was the stray advancing. Boom. With the noise of a strong clash, Genshiro woke up drenched in sweat. He grabbed his chest while breathing heavily. However, it didn't take him long before he held his head as a piercing pain shook his brain. Clang. At least, this pain made him realize that everything was just a nightmare. Smiling bitterly, Genshiro laid down again, but the smell of grass and mud made him frown. Wasn't I just? I got hit and... Genshiro suddenly recalled where is before a deafening sound assaulted his ears. What the... Genshiro covered his ears in haste. The sound was so terrible as if his eardrums were going to burst. He followed the noise to see, but his eyes ended up like his ears. A red blur bolted through the area, leaving waves of raging flames behind, followed by several blue gleams emerging from thin air. Whatever they passed, everything was torn to pieces as sparks and flames flew everywhere. Their speed was so fast that Genshiro felt his eyes become teary just by staring, causing him to realize that he wasn't just sweating from stress. Genshiro blinked once and lost track of them, but suddenly, the entire place was filled with blue flashes as if the green forest shifted colors for a moment. Boom! Flames erupted like a volcano from nowhere, clashing with the blue, and drowning the scenery in front of Genshiro before his head rang like a bell. It was so painful as if someone hit him with a hammer from behind. He could barely see the red blur taking off to the sky, leaving a scarlet trail of flames behind. However, from another corner, an azure comet shot behind it instantly. It was so bright and massive that the air itself was distorted by its movement. Genshiro couldn't describe the pressure he felt at that moment before the azure and red colors clashed in the sky, sending several booms through the air. Boom! Ugh! An ear-splitting noise was heard before the red side was overwhelmed and sent flying. At that moment, Genshiro felt he lost his hearing and was sent rolling away, but that was the least of his concerns. His head was going to explode as a nauseating feeling made him want to puke everything he ate. Boom! The red blur crashed to the ground, dragging a long trail of dirt before stopping. The azure mass followed behind before landing a few meters away. Fighting the urge to puke, Genshiro rubbed his eyes as his blurred vision and the ringing in his head started to fade away slowly. He didn't know if it was because of the devil's power, but he recovered pretty quickly. He opened his eyes and was the cause of all of this as his jaw dropped. The girl named Nero was dressed in a red-white dress as her golden boots glimmered under the sun. The sword in her hand bloomed with flames, scorching the surroundings. The power and energy emanating from her shocked Genshiro to the core. It's completely different from the previous stray, just Nero's presence alone was enough to crush him. However, she was nothing compared to the other side. No, just comparing her is simply a joke. He barely could stare at him as his eyes teared up. The violent azure-like flames covered his body and distorted the atmosphere around him. It was like you are looking straight at the sun. This wasn't the demonic power Genshiro knew. He guessed it should be mana or something, but this was ridiculous. The energy gave a feeling as if it had no limits. It kept growing and expanding as the temperature rose to an astonishing degree simply by manifesting. Despite it not being a real flame, it made Nero's flames look like a torch facing a volcano. This could be seen as Nero's body and clothes had several burn marks. The person supporting this crazy expenditure didn't show any discomfort. Instead, the bland look on his face gave the notion of he wasn't even trying. Leo stood there as the raging waves of mana extended to the sword in his hand, making it vibrate. Unlike regular blades, its quivering was akin to a roar. Suddenly, his eyebrow rose and his eyes landed on Genshiro. Genshiro felt a massive pressure that made his mind go blank for a moment. He would have already collapsed if not Leo's stare was like saying you're still here. The sudden anger made him stabilize himself a bit, although Genshiro wondered if he should be happy about it. However, the heat and pressure got reduced as Genshiro collapsed and breathed the air greedily. A gentle breeze stroked his cheek before a small white kitten floated in the air near him. The cat glanced at him before ignoring him. Boom! A wave of mana rose from Nero as it pushed all the ashes and dirt away. It was far stronger than usual, but it still didn't amount to anything compared to the ocean of energy ahead. Grabbing the original flame tightly, the pure mana changed its attributes. Flames extended from the sword and engulfed Nero's body without hurting her. It made her dress look like a purgatory rose as sparks rose like fireflies. However, she didn't stop there. Rumble! Snakes of bluish-white lightning crept through the flames and cladded the original flame in a thunderous roar. If someone looks at Nero's servant parameters now, they'll see a new skill called Mana Burst, Flame/Lightning, appearing out of nowhere. Nero raised her sword and took a stance. Her usual cheerful expression vanished completely. A dreadful seriousness emitted from her as her unblinking eyes locked on Leo. Leo looked at Nero's display and lifted his eyebrow. Lowering the sword, his mana burst took a step forward as its attribute began to alter. Bit by bit, golden light particles rose before the entire mana waves turned into a blinding waterfall warping around Leo. The temperature rose again as blue sparks flashed at the edge of brightness. Covered in light, Yamato ignited in white-blue tongues of flames before Leo took a step forward. The dirt and rocks under him began to melt into a very faint layer of lava. Rumble. The flames peaked on Nero before her body vanished, leaving a sonic boom. As if she embodied the lightning, she turned into a bolt and reached Leo in the blink of an eye. Her speed went beyond her limits as the original flame stabbed forward, aiming at Leo's face, but it was blocked by the shining Yamato. The energy contained in both swords exploded into a raging torrent of destruction, razing everything in a small radius and bursting in blinding brilliance. Fuck! Genshiro cursed before covering his eyes. The clash between these two was like staring closely at a stun grenade going off. Even with this cat, wind spirit, protection, this wasn't watchable for someone like him. Nero turned the original flame before she used the momentum of Leo's strike to turn and attack again. Her sword, boosted by huge amounts of mana, left a scarlet trajectory in the air before colliding with Yamato as sparks flew. Her swordplay felt more like a display of art as her attacks turned into a storm. Each time the two blades crossed, the original flame would slip and aim at the gaps in Leo's defense. However, Nero frowned because she couldn't land a single strike despite being superior in swordsmanship. What annoyed her was that Leo's sword lacked all elegance. It was as if he was swinging a club instead of a sword, but no matter how great her swordplay is or how brilliantly Nero attacked, Yamato would always appear in the correct place before the torrent energy would slam into her. Her arms gradually turned numb and scorched by the light, but Nero pushed forward. Her attack turned into a fury of strikes as she circled Leo, trying to find any gap. Yet, Leo simply tightened his grip as the brilliance circled like snakes on the blade before he swung upward. Yamato turned into a flash before slamming into Nero's sword. Clang. Nero felt as if she got slammed by the claw of a dragon as the original flame almost flew from her hands. Leo's attack made a crescent arc of light as her feet dug into the ground. But twisting the sword and sidestepping, Nero managed to deflect the strike before stabbing forward at Leo's exposed front. However, her instinct screamed as Nero widened her eyes before jumping away. The previous crescent arc rose in the air before splitting into several smaller spears of light, all aiming at Nero. Boom, 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 boom. The spears fell like missiles, leaving craters everywhere they landed. Nero dodged and dashed backward to avoid this carpade bombing, but her eyes got a glimpse of something through the explosions. Swoosh. Clang. She raised the sword hurriedly before blocking the flying Yamato. The two blades created massive sparks as mana charged Yamato grinned against the original flame. Humph! Ha! Nero increased her strength and knocked Yamato away, but without stopping, she slashed forward again. Boom! Without even bothering to hide, the brightly lit Leo broke through the dust and punched forward. His fist covered in a torrent of light clashed with Nero's sword. Nero felt her sword slammed into a weapon instead of a fist before the second strike came rushing, rubbing sparks in the air. Leo's fists turned into afterimages and rained on Nero as she couldn't counterattack at all. Even if she tried, the crazy mana thrusters would simply knock her away. She kept getting pushed back as every strike became stronger before Leo rested his fist on the sword. The light compressed between them before it started to emit a dangerous, yet spectacular gleam. Ha! Nero tried to get away, but noticing it was too late, she put all her energy into the blade. Looking at the violent lightning and flames, Leo did nothing except push his fist forward. Boom! The brightness bloomed before a deafening roar spread. The light on Leo's fist turned into a blast, drowning all the fire and lightning before slamming into Nero. Nero tightly clung to the sword as the impact sent her flying in the air. Twisting her body mid-flight, she barely regained balance before slamming into several trees. The heat from the strike made a faint layer of lava as Leo lowered his fist and stared at Nero from a distance. Pant, pant. Supporting her shaking body with the sword, Nero slowly stood up from the ground. Her body was in an embarrassing state as small and large burns were everywhere. Despite trying to resist using mana burst, the heat and power contained in Leo's attacks were just too much to handle. Nonetheless, this wasn't a big issue for a servant's body powered by a lot of mana. In the end, they are just lumps of ether. Despite the almost infinite mana support for me, I guess this is the limit of your imperial privilege. No, it's not exactly like that. Leo took a few steps and pulled Yamato from the ground before swinging it to the side. Meanwhile, Nero started recovering. Hypothetically, you know what you want, but if you have no clue how to achieve them, you can't even cheat properly. I suppose you should read more books. Pointing Yamato horizontally with his right hand, the always spinning green orb on Leo's necklace sped up suddenly. A weird form of energy spun all the mana along Leo's arm into the tip of the blade as the shadow of a humanoid pink figure merged with Yamato. A sharp sound of fabric ripping echoed before Yamato got inserted into the air. Water-like ripples spread before Leo twisted the handle. The space followed the blade and warped as if what got pierced was a piece of cotton. It turned into a vortex gathering towards the sword while making a hideous noise. Nero dashed away immediately without waiting to know what'll happen. Her only thought was to get from the range of the next attack. For the first time in this battle, Leo grabbed Yamato's handle with two hands before dragging it forward. It was as if he was pushing something very heavy, but that wasn't all. Trees, rocks, clouds, everything in the direction of the vortex gave the illusion of getting stretched bizarrely. It was like taking an image and stretching it in an editor. Genshiro stared at his body enlarging and his hands broadening as his currently oversized eyes almost popped from their sockets. However, a gust of wind blew before he and the wind spirit retreated far away. Leo took a step forward before he increased his strength and swung the blade in Nero's direction. Rumble. The piece of space flung up as if someone flipped a carpet. Trees, rocks, even a deep layer of the ground itself were yanked off violently by the spatial wave, throwing everything in that direction into the air. An earthquake strikes and the rubble covers the sky. This was a natural disaster. Despite her enchanted speed, Nero was caught quickly in the storm and pulled up high. She felt like her body was getting torn apart, but this wasn't enough to faze her. Quickly stepping on broken trees and rocks, she made her way through the rubble and jumped up high. Leo extended his hand forwards before his necklace shone. Two masses of scarlet energy manifested at both his sides before they turned into two crimson gold mechanical dragon heads. Yellowish electric arcs jumped on their bodies as the left cannon opened its mouth. The energy gathered into a blue mass as a terrible chill radiated to the surroundings. The rising mist made it look like the dragon's head had liquid nitrogen inside. Boom. The coldness shot like lightning, freezing everything in sight in a flash. All the trees and rocks that got thrown into the sky froze like sculptures made of ice. Up in the air, Nero stared at the scenery under her as the previous green forest had entered the Ice Age in an instant. However, a strong pulling force suddenly emerged. Crack! The previous wave of space reached its limit before it retracted quickly. Everything in the air was slammed down by the spatial distortion violently as the ice broke to pieces. The ice was shattered into fine crystals, scattering with the wind as if it began snowing in the forest, even though Nero found herself covered in snow and ice while falling. The falling ice that reflected the sunlight fascinated her. There were even small electric arcs flying here and there. It was breathtaking scenery, but her face quickly changed. On the other side, the second dragon's head already opened its mouth as yellowish lightning thundered inside and the electricity cast a shadow on Leo's blank face. Nero saw Leo staring at her with blank eyes as she blinked before the cannon shot. The yellowish lightning turned into a beam before striking the hail zone. A chain reaction occurred as the electricity switched to white and speared through all the area. It was like the sky and earth were connected for a moment by a white flash before the thunderclap drowned all sounds. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the crackling noise of electricity faintly remained in the air as the devastated area calmed down. The green landscape was flipped upside down and replaced with scorched and burned terrain. Ash and smoke filled the place as the falling snow and ice cooled down the flames. Nero crashed on the scorched ground as she stared blankly at the sky. Electricity jumped on her body from time to time as she couldn't move an inch. Her sword was shattered to pieces as she held the remaining hilt. Despite her mana and stamina hitting the bottom, a steady stream of energy kept healing her body. However, she stared at the sky before closing her eyes with difficulty. As her body regained feelings, the sounds of steps echoed before it stopped next to her. Nero opened her eyes to see Leo squatting near her with Yamato and its sheath on his knees. "Oh, you didn't faint this time. Did I go too easy on you or were you more durable?" He rested his head on his hand while staring at her from above. You aren't satisfied, hey? Too bad, I'd simply obliterate you from afar. Although I can bring you back if you died, this planet would lose the qualification to host life. But look at the bright, you can go see your artistic taste there. The grin on his face and somewhat good mood made Nero's temper sour. Her eyebrow knitted the more she thought about it. However, Leo rubbed his chin as he wondered if Nero didn't hear him. Did he hit her head too much? Don't take me as those ignorant who never experienced defeat. This was my loss and I'm aware that any more engagement won't change it. She lost completely without any doubt. It wasn't even funny. The other side didn't take her seriously once, no, she already knew this would happen. It was doubtful if she could make a single scratch on him even if the noble phantasm was deployed. Realizing that truth, Nero admitted defeat calmly. Moreover, facing me with your real body is more than enough. Nero's green eyes observed Leo and noticed something. This made him lift his eyebrow and fix his glasses. You noticed? Surely, these secondary vessels can be distinguished easily if someone actually tries. Leo nodded naturally before saying, but this isn't my real body, it's the main vessel. There's a big difference. Nero tilted her head in doubt, but then she shook it gently and didn't think much about it. Everyone can make excuses, but not accepting her weakness and loss is more humiliating than a defeat for Nero. However, her bad mood didn't get better because Leo's grin didn't fade. Of course, defeating her is something worthy of praise, but why? Why does Leo seem to be happier about trashing her around more than winning? Whatever you're thinking, it's correct. Speaking of your imperial privilege, I know a thing or two about art too. Even if the artist is full of inspirations and ideas, without proper ways to express them, they'll be nothing more than a third-rate piece at best. In conclusion, you suck. Nero's eyes widened as she stared at Leo, having one of the brightest smiles ever before she looked at her broken sword. Leo smiled kindly while fully knowing that Nero would have stabbed him and started fighting again if she could. Look how he helped to ignite her fighting spirit again, as expected from a kind person approved by the world itself. It feels good to be kind. I should do it more. Leo nodded to himself sagely, like he's sure to make the worlds will regret saying those words while ignoring Nero's burning gazes. Ugh! Suddenly, a painful grunt escaped Nero's lips. She closed her eyes in discomfort as faint sweat appeared on her forehead. The crushing headache came without warning and made her unable to think properly. Their rare occurrences these days made her forget about them, yet, abusing imperial privilege for battle was too much. However, she suddenly felt a cold touch. Opening her eyes, Nero saw Leo putting his fingers on her forehead. It's a strange thing. These curses seem to be the only thing following us. Not like I'm thankful for it, getting rid of them is a fleeting dream. At this point it was cold and no trace of warmth could be felt. It was like touching a steel plate. Yet, the headache eased greatly. The curse that followed her even when becoming a heroic spirit diminished quickly before becoming dormant. Should we call them something else? I guess it's pointless to think about it. Well, then, boost, A massive amount of energy gathered on Leo's necklace. Just sensing a bit of it made Nero's body shiver unconsciously, as it made Leo's previous display of mana wasting akin to a joke. The necklace absorbed the energy before it opened into a cross from its diamond shape. A scarlet mist began to emit from the gaps, distorting the atmosphere and giving a weird, illusory feeling. I hate how much this ability relates to me. Well, it doesn't matter. Leo held the necklace before it released a faint crimson gleam. Dream. A wave of illusory glimmers spread from Leo's center before everything began to twist and change. The image of ash and flames vanished into the air before a brand new forest emerged. Nero widened her eyes as the green leaves and trees appeared in her view, and the sound of insects and the song of birds filled her ears. Standing up, Nero noticed all the injuries on her body vanished, even the original flame returned to its perfect state. It's like the previous battle and devastating results were just a figment from imagination. A fleeting dream vanishes as the morning comes. Well, that was refreshing. Leo stretched his body before he felt a faint ache. Nero noticed Leo's breathing became rushed for a moment before it calmed down. As always, this ability consumes a lot of him. It's simply impractical to twist reality using dreams, not to mention, he currently doesn't have talisman to back it up. To be honest, even Great Red doesn't use it this way because it's too much for him. Instead, his body is the best medium to shift between reality and dreams. Anyhow, Leo casually raised his hand and went through a portal that suddenly appeared before he pulled someone. Genshiro got pulled by the back of his collar by Leo as he was still staring at the place in shock. His eyes were peeled open and the astonishment on his face wasn't even funny. So, you saw it, right? What do you think? The wind spirit flew from the portal and landed on Leo's head as Genshiro was catching a breath. Genshiro nodded his head subconsciously before he put his hand on Leo's shoulder and said, Leo, deforestation is a very serious issue and crime. We should all strive to protect the environment and green landscape that save the planet. Committing arson, forest fire, and endangering nature is by no means the correct thing to do, even if you can justify UG's top. I can't bray a th. Looking at how Leo locked Genshiro's neck tightly as the letter struggled like a headless chicken, Nero tilted her head in curiosity before nodding at the pleading poor devil. Glancing at the original flame in her hand, Nero looked at Leo raising his fist again because Genshiro turned the topic into ocean pollution. Her expression made one wonder what she was thinking. And so, because I couldn't focus at all, I messed up all the contracts and the client's wishes, ruining all the jobs. Of course, the president didn't mind, but I kept doing it, several times and, well, I also failed almost every training session after it, so. Let's say the president wasn't very happy. Genshiro sat on the green grass, holding his knees as a depressed atmosphere loomed above his head. Should he start counting the unluckiness of today? He got teleported, head-butted, woke up in a war zone, and got smacked for talking about environmental protection. These people just don't understand his noble cause, which is achieved via annoying this asshole next to him. That's crazy, man, but by all means, who asked? Leo covered his face before saying, when I asked you what you think about it, where did you get the idea that telling me your life story is important? It was like the headaches were returning to Leo after listening to Genshiro's life story. Well, this pain never left him, but it simply amplified. I understand, these devils make contracts with humans and fulfill their wishes, but the prices are. This doesn't make sense in the end. Nero nodded to herself, making it hard to know if she did understand or simply ignored it. Genshiro scratched the back of his head before saying, oh, it sounded like a good chance to talk about it, and it's not like you have anything to do. Do I look that free to you? I have a few dragon veins and life courting needs to be done yet, you'll be grinding for nothing in gacha games anyway. Genshiro glared at Leo before shooing him away with his hand. However, he felt the scenery darkened. Raising his head, he saw Leo holding Yamato in its scabbard up high. Recalling the strength of that sword, Genshiro broke into a cold sweat, and if he understood something from the previous disaster, he wouldn't want to get hit by it. However, Leo gradually lowered Yamato and put it on his thighs again. He lowered his head and stared down in silence as his eyes seemed to be asking, why are we here, just to suffer? The wind spirit patted Leo's head lightly with its paw. Genshiro shook his head and didn't sympathize with these gacha addicts. Gacha? What is that? Nero looked at Leo fall into depression and immediately asked. Ah, you don't know? They are mostly games out things. Yeah, things. Right. It's something you find by yourself and not guided by others. Genshiro's words shifted quickly because Leo raised his head to stare at him with very frightening eyes. The cold glint from Yamato getting pulled a bit wasn't assuring at all. Luckily, Nero accepted the answer. No, she rather enjoyed it. Does she think this is a challenge now? However, the true reason is that it causes Leo pain. This Emperor of Rome doesn't forget insults, especially if it's about art. If her blade can't reach him, then she'll use something else. Genshiro stared at Nero nodding proudly and chuckling before he elbowed Leo lightly and asked seriously, where did you meet her? Leo glanced at him before lowering his head and saying with a small voice, my gacha addiction got the best of me again. There weren't enough words to describe the bewilderment on Genshiro's face. In his mind, a simple equation was formed. Nero is apparently very rich plus Leo's addiction equals him borrowing money and getting into debts, but Nero took a liking to him or maybe his power, then to pay his debts. I know imagination is free, but I gotta stop you there. Leo put on a disgusted expression when he saw Genshiro's face. It was the face of someone who wrote 5 volumes of bloody drama in his head. Don't worry, I totally get it, and if you need an okay, I'll stop. Good. Leo lowered Yamato. The atmosphere suddenly shifted from casual to serious as he spoke. Tell me, what do you think? Was the previous fight scary? Yes. Pulled by the sudden change, Genshiro swallowed and nodded. He'll probably never forget this day and it'll haunt him in dreams. It was that terrifying for him. Then, is the harlot stray that you met scarier? Genshiro became tongue-tied and couldn't speak for a while. The scenes of both events flashed in his mind. It all stopped at the moment when Leo looked at him and terrifying pressure crushed him like an ant. His lips moved on their own before he even realized and said, and no. Your condition is completely natural and normal. It's so normal in fact that it makes me feel weird. Leo caressed Yamato's hilt and said, there's no way a few students who lived all their lives in peace will adapt to the battlefield easily. The mentality to be calm despite your life is on the line isn't easy to come by. Well, maybe if they got tossed into several deadly situations. I don't doubt that the Bobcut girl has thought of this. With her personality, it's unlikely she didn't know the true strength of the opponent beforehand, but she still sent you there. Leo chuckled as Genshiro flinched before saying, the president knew. Don't think too much about it. Suffering today is better than regretting it later. But for her to do it like this, I guess she either truly has faith in you or she's in a hurry. Well, the situation wasn't exactly great lately. Shaking his head, Leo waited until Genshiro finished his thought. Yeah, I heard about it from the president, but she didn't reveal much. It was about some magic or whatever. I wonder. Leo's light chuckle and small smile made Genshiro shiver for a moment before he decided to not think too much about it. As I said, there's nothing I can teach you. Maybe I should thank you for sparing me from. Can I do that if I get stronger? Because you can never do what I can. Well, it's unlikely anyone will be able to. But, there's something you could learn for yourself. Genshiro screamed from fear as he saw Leo pull Yamato and swing at his neck. He tried to raise his hands to defend, but the blade was already at his neck. The cold sensation turned his face pale as he didn't dare to move. I raised my sword at you several times during this period, but instead of dodging and moving away, you raised your hands. You saw me using Yamato, so do you think your fists can block it, or did you bet on the sacred gear's durability? It'll only take a normal sword to chop off your hands, you know. Leo sheathed Yamato as Genshiro rubbed his neck like the touch of the blade still lingered in his mind. I am a firm believer of rather than studying basics and techniques, it's better to learn how to act and react first. This starts by being able to calm down and actually choose your next movement, rather than swinging your arms around. This is what you'll be figuring out for this. I even took the trouble to play along with her to show you that whatever was scaring you is nothing. She did a great job pretending to fight me for your sake, you should thank her. Nero raised her head in bewilderment. What did she hear just now? Ah, I see, that was a play all along. You had me worried there, man. Thank you, Claudius-san. Genshiro thanked Nero earnestly, making the latter nod subconsciously. But, I fought genuinely. Nero looked at Leo, giving her a thumb up as she didn't know what to say. Is she supposed to feel praised? But she also felt insulted. What is this inexplicable feeling? Ignoring Nero's existential crisis, Leo clapped his hands before saying, this will be all for today, let's go back. Wait, that's all. Don't take me wrong, I wouldn't mind tossing you into the abyss, but you aren't one of those retarded masochists who get up no matter what. Your sanity would collapse before we achieve anything, especially because you'll be facing one of the scariest things in this world. What? Genshiro nodded as Leo's words didn't sound so bad now. Wait. That's the worst. He is getting used to it. Good, anyhow. Leo tapped the air as a pink glow radiated before a swirling portal appeared. I'll be going to China for a while, so from now on, you all shall be referring to me as young master. Adios. Leo and the wind spirit on his head waved before they stepped inside the portal. Hey! After Genshiro's confused whisper, Leo took a step away from the spatial distortion because Venom's voice sounded in his head. Please, wait a moment, my lord. We can't plant the nodes yet. Didn't you say that the prototype version of the formula could be used? I wouldn't dare to lie. However, I'm sure my lord will swiftly plant the nodes and leave for the next location without delay, but this won't stop the other parties from discovering the artificial nodes and neutralizing them. Especially if those lowlives discovered my lord's action and actively pursue them. That makes sense. What do you suggest? Leo nodded as his actions of talking to the air made Genshiro think if he had finally lost it all. I advise delaying the plan until we install more security measures inside the magic tool. Moreover, won't causing another accident affect the event my lord is waiting for? Well, you got me. Leo closed the portal before taking off his glasses and saying, what am I supposed to do now? He wiped his glasses with a light pulse of mana while looking around until eyes landed on Nero, who was fiddling with her skirt. Her dress was filled with burns previously but recovered under Leo's power. She kept frowning as if she was thinking about something troubling. However, her eyes soon met Leo's before she looked him up and down, more precisely, his casual clothes. Leo could swear he saw her eyes shine and lock on him before Nero said, my praetor, let's go to the market and choose new clothes. Choose, and not buy. Leo noted that part before ignoring Nero's burning gazes. Anyway, what were you suggesting, Venom? Doing 180 degrees away from Nero, Leo asked his trusted assistant for advice. His sleeve turned into a jet-black tentacle that slipped into a small space portal before taking a very thick book and putting it in Leo's arms. The Philosophy of Nordic Magic and Runic Theories Volume 1, written by Odin, edited by Loki, edited by Freya. Laughing face, Leo looked down at the thick and old book as a dark shadow was cast on his face. Hey, man! Can you open one of those portals and send me back? It's getting late unless you want to go cook and clean the dishes instead of me. Genshiro waved in front of Leo, but didn't get any response. Putting his glasses back, Leo lifted them up as they reflected the light before he looked up. His expression was very hard to read at the moment as the wind spirit patted his head gently. Time passed rather slowly as a week flew by. 7 days usually means nothing as people engross themselves in everyday life, but for some, a week might have meant a change to their whole lives. A young man could be seen sitting on a bench, fiddling with his phone as people passed by. Of course, such a scene would be completely normal if not for the creepy laughter. His burning gaze kept scanning the crowds without reservation, especially females who wore glasses passing by. Despite his actions, no one bothered him because, for some reason, he looked more nervous. It seems he's waiting for someone because he kept checking the clock. After waiting for a few hours, a girl with long black hair emerged from the crowd. They talked for a bit before taking off on what seemed to be a date. As they walked holding hands, the young man felt so moved that he was about to burst into tears. For GOOOOSE, this week was life-changing. Something blissful happened to him. He got a confession from a girl. He thought it was a prank or something, but it was true. She didn't lose a dare and her friend is peeking from the corner to see his embarrassing state. It was like a dream coming true for a perverted guy whose age is equal to the number of years without a girlfriend. She was so cute for him as if he fell in love at first sight. He agreed without a second thought. Who would say no when a beautiful girl confesses to you? Ever since that day, he felt the world around him had changed. His confidence was so big that he started feeling sorry for his two buddies who didn't have girlfriends. Nodding gratifyingly, he thanks his mother and father for giving birth to him. His heart was at peace and he wanted to scream at every guy passing by, "It's my win." However, he and his girlfriend stopped because of a sudden ruckus in front. It was coming from the clothes shop they were going to check. The clerk and the manager kept apologizing to some customers and assuring them as if they couldn't do anything about the mess inside. But for some reason, their expression was like they hit the jackpot, which was very strange for Issei. The commotion suddenly died down before a young man brushed past the manager and left the shop. He was sharply dressed in a fancy black suit and held his head with one hand like he was in pain. "Good grief, I almost lost it." That heathen Issei heard the young man complaining before seeing him remove his hand as his eyes met those blue striking eyes. It was at that moment, Issei went completely pale as if he was thrown into icy waters. Oh no! The final boss character appeared. Issei's mind went blank as if his soul left his body. Why and how is this guy here? Why now of all times? Boobs-ki? What are you doing here? Boobs-ki? Don't go around giving nicknames to people, you bastard. I wanted to ask you the same thing. Issei screamed in his mind, but in reality, his frozen face cracked a smile and said, "Ha ha ha, I don't know, alright, I'm on a date, yeah of course." He'll not say it out loud. He doesn't want to die on his first date. This day has reached a dangerous situation before it even started. Leo Arisaltek, the walking menace and the unrecognized prince of GOOOOSE Academy. He's someone who picked a fight with all the boys at school after shunning the school beauty. Yet, no one dared to actively fight him after it. Who dares anyways? Rumors say he sent a couple of guys to the hospital after he smashed several chairs on them. Some say he was in a gang for some time, and there's even a weird talk about a certain accident where the principal of his past school was put in jail. Obviously, someone shouldn't believe rumors casually, but seeing those unlucky guys, who decided to try their luck, get carried unconscious by their friends, or run away in fear made it hard to decide. But for some reason, he also has a great reputation for being a bully. When someone was getting bullied in his class, this guy for some reason went and put his arm around the bully's shoulders and said, "Are you enjoying this? Too bad you can't even do it properly." Well, sounds good. I'll be the bully from today. Ever since that, he roamed the academy with the attitude of "this school isn't big enough for the two of us," looking for any bully, and for what happened to them, they refused to speak about it. As for this bully, he either sleeps in a class all time or disappears somewhere else, but one thing is for certain, bullying became very low in the academy. So low it even made the students' council feel useless. Issei didn't believe his ears when he heard it from his buddies. Despite his rotten personality that shuns everyone, his classmates actually respect him to some extent. After one semester, they have a saying that states as long as you get a Arisaltek-san to participate or help in anything, Don't try to question the process because it'll all work perfectly in the end. This is said by the same guys who got cursed in the face on the first day of school by him. Good look and great grades too. Although Kaiba is the most popular with girls, this guy is the proper final boss in Issei's eyes. There's even a small secret fan club about him, which is staying secret because they know it'll get disbanded if Leo knew about it. How did it come to be? No one knows, and it's simply nonsense in Issei's eyes. But it's still a fan club in a school filled with girls. Issei never felt more jealous. His envy reflected in his current expression as it distorted. Stop weaving drama in your head and wake up, boobs kia. Issei woke up from his thoughts as he saw them walking menace looking at him before his eyes landed on the person next to him. Oh, come to think of it, it'll happen in 4 to 5 hours at least. Delightful Leo gave the fallen angel a "who are you kidding" look, but maybe because she's too into the role, Yuuma didn't dare to look into Leo's eyes and hide behind Issei. Witnessing this, Issei instinctually stepped in front of her before saying, "Oi, what are you doing to Yuuma-chan?" Issei was going to collapse in a cold sweat, but luckily, the other guy didn't mind it. His eyes landed on him again and said something that made Issei very confused. "Boy, have you ever heard of the hole-in-stomach syndrome?" What? Issei felt his mind stopping for a moment before he understood. He swapped stomach with chest, then chest with heart, making the words translate into "You're going to get your heart broken. Are you looking for a fight?" Issei raised his sleeves in anger. Even if he's a perverted virgin, no one can deny his right to happiness and insult his girlfriend. No. Is this guy after Yuuma-chan? No wonder, Yuuma-chan is very cute. Unforgivable. Where did you go, my preacher? We still have a lot of outfits to try. Suddenly, Issei heard a voice coming from the store of a blonde girl in a red dress rushing with another suit in hand. Issei's jaw dropped and Yuuma was stunned because she felt something dangerous. "Hands off, you heathen! I didn't agree to this." Nero tried to grab Leo, but he dodged as they got caught in a small brawl, making the store owner wipe the sweat on her forehead. She didn't dare to interfere in the fear of angering this big customer. "Listen, boy. Didn't you learn to not accept things from strangers when you were a kid? What are the chances for a perverted idiot like you to receive a confession from a beautiful girl you never saw in your life? Think, boobs key, think. Don't you feel something off?" I. Even if the chance is low, I'll take it. I trust Yuuma-chan." Issei stumbled back like Leo's words caused emotional damage before he stood firmly. "Issei-kun, can we leave? I am feeling uncomfortable." Sure." One moment seeing his girlfriend pulling his sleeve, Issei nodded quickly. "Tisk, tisk. Another one bite the duoi. Put me down, you heathen. Wrrrrrryyyyy." Leo shook his head before he was lifted by Nero and went back to the clothes store as his scream faded away. Issei stared at this scene in silence before he walked away with Yuuma. No wonder that guy is confirmed to be a weirdo at school. God, please don't wake me up. Looking at his girlfriend holding his arm, Issei smiled before they continued their date. This feeling of having a girlfriend made him drunk on happiness. He soon threw the previous meeting behind his back. Today has to be the best day in his life and nothing will ruin it. PFFF. As the withering sun of the afternoon shone on the park, the fountain spouted water in the air before Issei collapsed on the ground with a spear of light piercing his stomach. The light spear soon dematerialized, turning into glittering particles, and leaving a gaping hole in Issei's stomach. If you want to hold a grudge, then hate the god who put the sacred gear inside you. Leaving those words, the fallen angel took off, leaving the place as fast as she could in fear of someone coming to interfere like those two from the morning. However, she didn't notice there were two figures watching everything from two different places. One of them covered his face as if he was having a headache. As for the other, he sipped the boba tea from a straw while watching the show. Shot through the heart and you're to blame. The song sounded from Leo's headphones as he watched Issei lying in a pool of blood. It begins. Drake's voice was heard from the necklace as his eyes were locked on Issei's dying body. A life for a life, Leo muttered as he felt the dragonish aura rising. In their eyes, Issei's life faded as the light in the night burned away. But from that fire, something is sprouting out. No, even if life was taken, it won't be enough to feed it. Life is not equal, especially not a human to a dragon king. This whole process was impossible from the start and it ended like this. Drake shook his head. Every boosted gear host has one similar characteristic, which is their bodies getting tainted by Drake's power and adapting to the Longinus more. These remnants allow Drake to transform part of their bodies at request much easier without having almost a 98% chance of death. After all, not all of them are cheaters like Leo, who guided Drake's violent power into a new container using his own Longinus. Taking away the boosted gear from a host doesn't take away these modifications, however, losing Drake's stream of power, the remnants will slowly fade away and merge into the person. At best, they'll give them a healthy body and a bit more than usual lifespan. But with Issei Hyudu, something happened that almost made Drake's eyes pop out. The remnants didn't dissolve into his vitality and body, they actually recoiled back into the empty spot where the boosted gear resides, trying to fill the gap with something similar. Yes, a new boosted gear. Of course, the power left inside is nowhere near enough, so they instinctively choose the second best approach. Turn one of Issei's organs into dragon body parts. But without Drake to guide the process, they soon let loose and tried to form a new dragon using Issei as fertilizer. This dragon has no life or soul, it's just an amalgamation of rageful power left by Drake. No matter how lucky Issei got during the process and passed all the other phases without suddenly dying because the dragon sucked all his vitality at random, he'll in no way escape the final step. This is why Leo saw this as a cruel process, because even if Issei survived, he'll lose himself and turn into a mad monster, well, only for a few minutes at best before dying in horrible pain. However, there's still a glimmer of hope. Leo looks up as he senses some spatial fluctuations from above Issei. To be precise, it's from a weird leaflet in his pocket. If one life isn't enough, then two will do the trick, especially if it's a devil's life. Well played, World's Will, well played. Sitting on the building edge, Leo looked up at the sky. The sunset dyed the blue horizon with a burning orange-red hue as the clouds passed by. Devil's reincarnation. It's the process of high-class devils using evil pieces to reincarnate other species into devils. During this transformation, not only the said species can be revived from death, but even acquire the body and vitality of a devil. This is literally a new life. After Hyudo Issei dies, the dragon won't have any more vitality to absorb, so they'll go dormant in the previous place of the boosted gear. The devil Issei now, filled with vitality, can start a much slower growth. Although he won't have a Longinus, he'll have full-fledged dragon characteristics that will grow with time. Features that imitated a dragon at the level of Drake. Of course, the dragon problem stays. He'll have to face that will in the future and control it, and maybe, just maybe, he'll inherit some of Drake's powers. However, that's all in the future because... Now then, how should I deal with this? Leo sipped his tea while watching the space fluctuation get stronger as the breath of life leaves Issei. What are you planning? Do you want to eliminate that thing? Do it fast, you sound rather supportive. You know, this will make Boobs Key your sibling or descendant if this succeeded. Don't think I don't know, you just want to purge all the possibilities of being labeled the Breast Dragon Emperor again, but it's hard to say. I'm a bit conflicted here. The World's Will clearly racket her brain here, and I'm curious about how far can she stretch this mess. This is a prime material to study the behavior of fate and possibilities, but on the other hand... Leo looked at the other side of the town as he spotted a figure waiting while looking in the direction where the fallen angel went. This is a tiny project agreed by me and my senpai, elder, teacher, manager, and role model, Toru World's Will. If you think about it, there's a good chance he'll murder me, DXD Worlds will, and himself if I don't do it. Rubbing his chin, Leo weighed his choices. You considered that as a possibility? Drake was speechless. Well, do you know what? From the safety of the world and all that is cursed and horrible. Leo raised his hand as a vastly stronger dragonish aura rose. It gathered on his index finger before forming a red nail-like armor from a gauntlet. Let's just roll the dice and see how it goes. Also, because I'm a kind person. This is very important. Pointing forward, Leo's finger phased through space. As the scarlet magic circle started manifesting near Issei, from a tiny point in space, the crimson nail went through Issei's dying body and touched the core of the dragon. Like throwing fuel at flames, the dragon core reacted strongly. The dragonish aura similar to Drake was released from Issei's body as if a dragon roared to the sky, but it didn't last for a moment as Leo took back his finger. However, it didn't go unnoticed as a golden glow weaved into a magic circle appeared right after. Its speed of activation was dozens of times faster than the scarlet one. A man stepped out of the teleportation circle before his gaze landed on the scarlet magic circle, almost taking off. But with one wave of his hand, the demonic magic froze before dissipating into ownerless energy in the wind. The fallen angel's governor didn't seem to care about trivial things like cancelling magic, and instead, he kept looking around, trying to locate something before muttering, "Was that my imagination or?" Looking down at the dying young man, Azazel leaned down as his hands flashed with a couple of magic formulas, scanning Issei's body up and down. This is... What? Is this possible? Oh, I get it, this is the previous owner of the boosted gear. It didn't take long before Azazel's eyes shone like a mad scientist and looked at Issei like a perfect specimen. However, he barely restrained himself because he isn't in a good position at the moment. Snapping his fingers, he cancelled the Gremory magic circle again while rubbing his chin. He has too little time and not enough choices. Azazel sighed a bit before a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. As I thought, this town isn't simple. But this discovery isn't enough. After Asgard's disaster, his subordinates called him crazy for believing that Kuah town had something to do with it. Well, they didn't really call him crazy, but they disagree strongly, which isn't different from calling him a madman, even if he's one. It doesn't matter what others say, his hunch and instinct have pointed here several times, and across all those years, they didn't fail him. Although they also caused him to fall from grace, we don't talk about that and he doesn't regret it a bit. He'll never forget getting those readings about Annihilation Maker and boosted gear losing signal near this town. So, he's determined to uncover the reason behind it. To be frank, he is still thinking about what he should do if he ever met that person because they don't seem to be peace advocates. Well, he'll figure it out then. Determined, Azazel put his hand on the hole in Issei's stomach before the color of regret flashed on his face. This is the only clear lead he found that relates to that mysterious person, but he doesn't have a choice at the moment. Hey, kid. Do you want to live? Blink twice if yes. However, Issei was already unconscious because of the blood loss, making Azazel scratch his cheek and say, "Well, I'll take it as a yes. I'll be extracting whatever this thing inside your body first." Putting the mentality of a surgeon and casting several healing magics on Issei, Azazel's hand flashed with several magic circles and tools before he began the operation. Drake, my eyes aren't seeing illusions again, right? No, this is really happening. Leo sipped on his tea slowly as his glasses almost fell while Drake stared with eagerness. As long as his power stays away from the boob's key, everything is okay. As the dragon is considered to be an entity separated from Issei and it's dormant because of the close death, Azazel didn't have much trouble extracting its core and preserving it in a special container. This is a very valuable specimen and he can't waste it. There might be only one of them in the world. What was left was patching up the poor young man who got dragged into this mess. This was done quickly by stacking several advanced healing magics as it shouldn't take long before he'll return to full health. Oh, as I expected from the Siskin sister, she's persistent. Finishing his work, Azazel wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead before he looked at the scarlet magic circle that kept appearing every few seconds. But doesn't she have more important things to worry about? All those yokai surrounding this city don't look promising. Should I give them a hint? Nat, it'll end badly. Azazel shook his head and stood up as Issei's wounds disappeared, leaving a pool of blood on the ground. In his quest to discover the truth, he found some interesting things lying around this city. The yokai gathering outside doesn't seem to be normal, as Azazel smelled a ploy coming from afar. However, there's nothing he can do about it. As for telling the two Siskins, Surtsks and Sirafal, what he discovered in their little sister's territory, he can't let them ruin the fun. Also, his curiosity got the best of him and made him jump here without telling anyone about it. If Surtsks or Sirafal knew that the governor of the fallen angels personally went to the territory of their dear sisters without informing them, Azazel could only imagine the trouble that'll follow. I'll get that peace treaty signed, then I'll mess with them. Azazel nodded to himself before sighing when recalling the two Siskin Satans. How sad, he saved Surtsk's sister from picking a time bomb. Even if he didn't study it yet, his experience told him that the dragon is dangerous and isn't stable at all. There's a good chance for the Siskin's sister to fall into fatal danger. So, they should leave this unstable stuff for him. Azazel nodded proudly, as he's more than willing to help and contain it in his lab. Consider this as an apology for my subordinates' actions. Those idiots, Sai, stop involving yourself in these problems and live a peaceful life. Boy, Azazel shook his head before his wings spread and vanished into thin air. Azazel left in a good mood for acquiring a valuable specimen and finding a clue about the mysterious person, but without his interface, the scarlet magic circle finally worked as several devils stepped out in a battle stance. However, they didn't find anything except the unconscious Issei lying in his own blood, making the scene a bit awkward after finding nothing they could do. However, unlike the happy fallen angels and confused devils, a certain angel completely lost it. Wheeze. Ha 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 ha. On top of the building, Leo watched the devils returning as he laughed without reservation. He would be rolling on the ground if it weren't for the tea in his hand. This actually happened, I can't. Ha 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 ha. The governor of fallen angels really lives up to his reputation. Drake felt that fate is really strange. One of the main culprits of the Breast Dragon Emperor curse in the so-called original trajectory is the one who helped him out from that fate now. Is this a laughing matter? You don't get it, Drake? I didn't do anything. He did it all by himself. Leo wiped the non-existent tears from the corner of his eye. Wasn't it you who threw the dice for him? No, 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 listen, listen. Even if I interfered slightly, I didn't force him to do it. There were many possibilities for the boss crow to leave or even let those devils take Boob's key, but no. It didn't happen. He messed up the world's will ploy himself without involving me. Ha 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 ha. Laughing for a bit, Leo leaned back before saying, with this, the world's will can't blame me for her shitty plot going down the drain, nor will senpai, elder, teacher, manager, and role model, Toru world's will, suicide bomb us. This is the way. What is this feeling? It's strange. For him to bear the wrath of the world's will instead of me. Is this companionship? Leo put on a troubled face before it turned into the usual grin. Azazel, was it? As I expected from one of my identities and the person who shares its name, you're indeed a good person. Leo saluted Azazel's honorable sacrifice before he stood up. Well, that was refreshing. Now, considering what happened, what should I do? Leo looked up at the sky. The burning red-orange hue faded a bit into the horizon as the clouds became darker. Clapping his hand tighter, Leo looked at the sky seriously before saying, "Oh, mighty world's will, please, tell me, are my thoughts unclouded and everything I do is for justice?" Leo waited for a while as the cold wind blew, but nothing happened. However, he noticed something weird in the sky. 3 clouds moved naturally until they interlaced, forming a rather detailed shape of a middle finger. Putting his hands down, Leo nodded slowly to himself before saying, I see, I understand now. No, you don't. Yeah, I don't. Unless that sign is telling me that everything is shit and I should blow it up. Meh, let's go back. Leo shrugged as Drake shook his head helplessly. Leo left the area in light steps, which showed how good his mood is. He didn't even teleport and enjoyed the light breeze. Today, all the parties left the area somehow satisfied, and it opened several possibilities for a certain pure angel, although the middle finger cloud above wasn't a good omen. Chapter 172, The Choir Softly Sing. In a city near a tall mountain, the noise of the huge crowds filled the ears as vehicles' horns went off once in a while. The lively crowd consisted of not only locals, but even a considerable number of tourists traversed the streets and explored the various attractions around while heading towards a particular gate facing the mountain. The stairs extending towards the clouds on the mountain were a sight to behold as tourists took pictures and admired the view. A group of friends joked and laughed as they grabbed a bunch of snacks from a street vendor, but their voices suddenly came to a halt, followed by the horrible screeching of a knife scraping against a plate. The noise echoed and vanished quickly, yet no one seemed to notice, as if they didn't hear it nor the blurred surroundings as the vehicles, people, and the sight began to distort. Like a stain washed by water, their colors and shapes dissolved away, replaced by a boundless whiteness. It was like the world lost all its distinguishable features, leaving a white landscape. But at the very same moment, a black hue surfaced this empty horizon. They were too many and covered everything in sight, overlapping and multiplying. Despite their ever-changing sizes and forms, they were mostly like shadows cast by leafless branches of trees. People, now outlined like a basic sketch, weren't bothered by these branches sprouting from any position, even their insides, and following them in every action. Messaging his forehead, a young man with headphones suddenly stopped in his tracks, causing someone to bump into him from behind. Unaware of what was going around, the woman who bumped into him apologized for the inconvenience, but the man accompanying her got irritated because they got ignored. But he didn't hear them, he couldn't even if he wanted to. It was uncanny, to say the least, as if thousands of irritating noises overlapped at once, but the world was completely voided from sounds at the moment. As he glanced over, the woman's face and body lost all the identifiable features. It was like looking at a basic mannequin, tied by those branches like a marionette, and so was her boyfriend and everyone else here. She told him something and apologized again before taking her boyfriend away as the branches spread like ripples, but despite the headphones being off, no sound was coming to his ears, as if he became deaf once more. It was like he was in a completely different world, separated from all. A bit horrifying, but very familiar to him. However, he clearly understood them. The weird and crude, yet pure information bypassed all his regular senses, telling him what he needed and more. The woman's words, her thoughts, and everyone else here, the scenery far away, everything became very clear through those twigs. The branches continued their chaotic dance, and as if they noticed his gaze, more and more hidden ones surfaced. It was like the person in front of him was reduced to nothing but information until they began to gather. The screech sounded again in his head, followed by a stinging pain. Ha! What did I do wrong? Can't you see? He's just a kid. Suddenly, the desolated world dissipated like a mirage and the world returned to its vibrant form. The quarrel of the two sounded clear as everything regained liveliness. The sounds and colors' sudden shift bombarded Leo's mind as the faint personal reality and aim field retreated. Although they recovered a bit during these 2 weeks, they are still weak and basically non-functional. Rubbing his temples, the ringing in his head finally died away, but the headaches were still going strong. To be frank, the injury he received would cripple anyone permanently in case they unlikely survived. However, it wasn't one of his concerns at the moment. His expression was rather unusual as he stared at the mountain ahead in silence. The life energy flowed through the ground and headed towards it from several channels. Yet, his eyes seemed to be lost in thoughts. However, he took a deep breath, clearing his mind before facing the mountain. So, we finally met. The legendary multiversal and invisible MT Tai. You diagnosed billions of cultivators with blindness, yet here you are, standing in plain sight at the entrance of the first heaven gate. Leo stared at the stairs disappearing into the clouds with an inexplicable feeling. Can I say I'm not blind now? Probably not, but I can feel a lot of people puking blood for no reason. I'm satisfied. Leo smiled with contentment and nodded sagely to the mountain. What nonsense are you spouting at these bunch of rocks? Drake looked at MT Tai and Leo before a vein popped on his head. Shhhhhhhhh, don't ruin this for me. Leo put his fist in his palm and saluted the mountain despite all the weird stares he has been getting. Did you adopt wasting time as your new philosophy? You're very good at it, always has been. But now, don't be like that, Drake. Didn't you hear that every place has its own culture and costumes? For example, this place gives blindness to cultivators and… Leo paid the entrance fee casually before he stepped inside the gate while explaining the profound truths to Drake. The moment he did, a chance in the atmosphere occurred as he passed through a film. Would you look at that? Normal people and even relatively strong figures wouldn't notice, but Leo picked up this difference instantly. Glancing around, Leo felt the divine power prevailing through the air. The intensity and consternation were at least 2 steps lower than Asgard, but without a doubt, this is a god's realm. Oh? This place, it's reminding me of an annoying old man. Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down? Well, it isn't a big surprise. This is a sacred mountain, after all. But I wonder. Waving with his hand, the divine power scattered away like mist before it soon grouped again and filled the area. For a mere entrance, this amount was a bit concerning. This doesn't seem to be a mere coincidence. Although he wondered what they were plotting, he's not all that bored to seek it out. If anything happens, he'll just carpet bomb the entire place on their heads. Easy and simple. Passing by various people and vendors, Leo observed this realm while climbing the path to heaven. There was no reason to do so, but actually, if by any chance someone told him can't see MT Tai, he wants to say harlot, I climbed MT Tai. There's no more important motive than this. However, unlike Asgard, this realm isn't really separated from the human world. It overlaps with the mountain and connects to its internal structure, making everyone who passes through one of the entrances at the hospitality of the gods here. Bathing in the divine power is probably the reason for most legends about the mountain. This surely limits the flexibility of the realm like Asgard, which has an entire layer modeled after a modern city, yet, it augments the ties to nature, allowing the gods to have more strength in their domain. But as the gods can get a boost in their domain, the movement of divine power also reflects their intention and nature in some cases. For Leo, it looked a bit too welcoming, but he still shrugged it off. Yet, he was soon blocked by someone. Well, rather than say blocked, it was such an obvious behavior that made Leo's eyebrow twitch. An old man, dressed in long white robes, stood at the next turn of the stairs. His get-up and long white hair and beard made him completely out of the place, yet, no one paid attention to him. Leo looked at the old man as the latter did the same. They stared at each other for a while before Leo took a turn around him and continued ascending. Of course, the old man kept appearing at the same position in every next resting place, then the two stared at each other again, not breaking the line of sight until they separated by the mountain wall. This behavior continued until the midway gate to heaven. At this point, the divine power in the air increased and gathered, well, mostly around the old man like it's screaming "I'm here." Leo started to get annoyed by this golden mist flying at his face, so he stopped. Seriously? Is this the best you could have come up with to hide? Of course, not. The daimyo aren't rude to guests. Hiding will be insulting, as a visit from an esteemed guest is a joyful occasion. Esteemed? Since when? Hey, Drake, last time I checked, I'm an official terrorist, right? Yes, the red dragon and the pure angel stared at the old man weirdly before Leo said, "You say that, yet you aren't going to introduce yourself and would probably tell me to reach the peak if I want to know. But to be honest, I don't want to know, keep it for yourself." The old man fiddled with his long bread. It was hard to notice, but Leo saw his wrinkled face twitch faintly. However, he turned away calmly and said, "If you want to know who I am, reach the peak. Our fates shall converge." At that moment the old man vanished swiftly after those words, leaving Leo with his eyebrow twitching. "I'm totally ignoring him when I get up there, but..." He squeezed the bridge of his nose before looking up. "I have a bad feeling about this. They shouldn't pose any problem to you, no, it's just there might not be a reason to blow up a hole in the mountain. My life courting will fail before it even starts." Leo sighed secretly with a troubled expression, which made Drake stare at him judgmentally. With deep sadness and his dragon's partner judging him, Leo continued climbing the mountain. As one of the 5 sacred mountains of China, Taishan is truly one of the cores of Chinese supernatural society, which is why Leo came here to plant the artificial nodes. It's kinda hard to ignore several dragon veins crossing the land into these 5 mountains, and it's so neatly organized that he doesn't have to bother to look for them. This is why Leo left the dragon veins in the supernatural society's related area to the last. These cabals, organizations, schools, sects, clans, etc., make things too easy. After finishing dealing with the first plot point and receiving the glorious middle finger cloud that appears once in a while, Venom finished his modification on the magic tool, which means the plan can finally start and Leo's terrorist occupation can shine once more. There has been nothing better to do, to be frank. The chat is giving him an existential crisis by being stuck at 99% for a week now, and Gen Shiro is satisfying people with weird fetishes in his devil job. Yeah, literally. Not to mention, his aim field and personal reality are going up and down lately, which could end badly. Not for him, but for everyone on the planet's surface. But oh well, as long as he finishes the project and recovers the crowns, these backlashes shouldn't pose a big problem. Passing the clouds, the number of people reduced sharply. After all, not everyone will torture themselves and climb up. They'll be taking the cable car instead. Well, Leo wasn't bothered by the distance. He simply walked non-stop until he found himself near the peak. The Jade Emperor Peak, the highest point in Mt. Tai, is one of the most famous tourist places in China. When people were either resting or taking photos at the clouds view, Leo walked straight to the temple ahead. He tapped the air with his hand as it rippled. The barrier separating the inner realm from everyone cracked like glass before Leo stepped inside. The icy mountain winds calmed down as the scenery completely changed. The tourists, vendors, and the normal peak were replaced by a big temple. A few people wearing long robes slightly similar to the old man from before appeared. Some were guarding the gates to them, while others either walked around respectfully like they are scared to cause any problem here. Leo glanced at them before he noticed a gaze landing on him from within the temple. Not bothering with everyone who had dumbfounded and horrified expressions because he broke the barrier in their faces, a portal appeared in front of Leo before he vanished from sight. He found himself inside a spacious room of an ancient style. Even so, the decorations were luxurious and moderated enough to not look uncomfortable. However, Leo's focus was on the person waiting here all along. A man in his 20s dressed in luxurious robes of the same type as the old man's. His long hair was tied by a band as a long sword rested by his side. At the moment Leo appeared, he turned around. Humph! A strong presence for someone almost crying from fear. Although the young man's expression was solid like rocks, Drake saw fear deep in those grey eyes. He looked at Leo before bowing down with his palm in his fist and greeted Junior, Meng Shiring, greet the esteemed elder. I hope the esteemed elder would understand. The situation wasn't optimal to prepare a proper greeting. Damn, it's been less than 2 hours and I have been promoted from a young master to an elder. Wait, he's calling me old, isn't he? Well, to be fair, even I don't know if I should be old or young at this point. Humph, it's not surprising. The strong are respected whatever they go. As long as you have strength, they wouldn't even dare to complain about blowing up their houses. Drake was very natural about it. Probably because the previous Boosted Gears hosts had similar encounters. However, it seems he forgot that Leo isn't a normal Boosted Gear host. Day, Mr. Obvious Dragon Emperor, but that sounds very boring. More importantly, what about my life courting? Don't you dare mention death. So many people courted it successfully, it's a massive harlot. I know the elder might have several questions, but in the honor of Dai Miao, we seek no animosity. Meng Shiring walked towards the table in the room before he gestured politely to Leo. I would be lying if I said I wasn't curious, but it doesn't matter now. You have good eyes and know how to use them. Although he didn't bother to hide much during this trip, noticing his presence is still a good feat as Leo nodded. Really? Are you telling this to a blind person? Drake felt speechless because this young man in front of him was clearly blind despite his competence. Meng Shiring only sat down after Leo did before he started pouring some tea slowly. Despite his calm and collected actions, he still looked very nervous in Leo's eyes. I'm honored, but the esteemed elder is overestimating me. It's all thanks to the great ancestor. This junior happened to see the infinite dragon god once. The overwhelming presence covering this land in darkness was hard to forget, and it reappeared once more today. Once again, this junior is honored to meet the renowned one, the Fall. Oh, you got a new title. It isn't as bad as I thought it'll be, and shorter. Don't worry, there are still more to go. I know you'll like them. Drake mocked him and laughed at Leo's frozen face after he heard his new nickname. In fact, Leo was slightly shocked because this name shouldn't be figured here. However, well said, breasts Dragon Emperor crack. The Fall. Leo ignored the breaking noise from within the Longinus as 3 questions circled his mind. How did they decide this, who agreed to this, and where can he find them to have a friendly conversation? Unaware of it, Leo's silence made Meng Shiring shiver as clear signs of fear flashed across his eyes, but to his relief, Leo shook his head and nodded. Figured. I assume you have something to tell me. Leo took the teacup as he leaned on the chair, noticing that Meng Shiring's body flinched faintly. There's no such thing. Instead, it's the honor of Dai Miao to welcome you. But it would be a sin to take more of the esteemed elder time. Meng Shiring's frozen facial expression finally took a serious approach before he spoke. Representing the 5 great sacred mountains, as long as it doesn't bring harm, we shall satisfy any wish of the elder. You're putting this offer like you are pretty sure I won't do something that will erase this place from the map. It seems your eyes have more to them, or is it simply a desperate guess? Maybe the ancestor whispering to you now knows better. Meng Shiring's face changed a little before it returned to normal, but Leo found him struggling to not break into a cold sweat. Despite losing his sight, the world always felt more colorful for Meng Shiring. With the blessing of the supreme god of the mountain, this unfortunate fate became his strength. However, he could barely squint now. The crushing presence flooded his mind, making his ability barely functional, yet, what horrified him the most was that his brain can't recognize anything. The opposite figure is clearly looking like a young man, but his mind couldn't settle on a decision. Is he old, young, tall, short, what his facial features are, and is he even a young man? The scariest part is that this is what his brain is doing. It was deceiving itself by itself, unable to break free from this cycle. The more he sensed, the more he understood this fact, and his fear grew stronger. A monster appeared from nowhere and flipped the order of this world. The Fall in the eyes of most is more terrifying than Great Red and Infinite Dragon God because no one understands him. What are his goals and views on the world? Is it kind-hearted or straight-up destructive? The unknown situation builds a pretty horrifying picture of the Fall. Well, I need access to all major nodes of the dragon veins across China, especially the ones involved in the formation between the 5 mountains. Don't worry, I won't flatten them. Leo shrugged and asked as Meng Shiring closed his eyes for a moment and contacted someone before nodding. Without further ado, he took a luxurious azure dragon token and presented it to Leo before saying, "This is a gift from the great ancestor. You can access all important locations on the mainland and be treated as the highest guest. It also contains the main coordination of the 5 elements peaks formation highest guest. They are desperately hoping for you to not wreak havoc here." Drake felt the situation to be annoying and Leo had to agree. These politics are hurting his brain and he should probably leave. The 5 elements peaks is the greatest formation in the mainland. In the past, with the help of the 4 auspicious beasts, it used to be the strongest wall. Unfortunately, the beasts are currently in a country named Japan, including Huanglong, Yellow Dragon. If the esteemed elder is seeking the dragon veins, the beasts may provide a big H. Playing with the token, Leo ignored Meng Shiring's words and sighed, "Well, it seems I really won't have to blow up a hole in this mountain. You bunch buried the formation pretty deeply, hey." Meng Shiring's body trembled and faint sweat appeared on his forehead when he heard Leo saying those words with a bored expression. However, Leo already had enough of chit-chat and stood up. But as Meng Shiring calmed down, Leo passed him and added a few words, "But next time remember, using me to point the knife at someone isn't a sign of good intentions." Just saying, his words didn't carry any strength and were very carefree, but Meng Shiring stiffened and felt as if he had fallen to the abyss. With a pale complexion, he tried to explain, but in the end, he only bowed slightly because Leo vanished from the room. Outside the temple, the freezing wind blew as Leo walked in the Jade Emperor Peak. From who knows where he took 5 small wooden crosses. They looked like they were made of old dried wood, twisted into irregular shapes. Injecting them with mana, he tossed them into the air as they grew into the size of an adult male. A wave of pink energy warped, igniting the crosses in pinkish gleam before their shapes scattered into cherry blossoms like particles dancing in the wind. Crossing space and time, each cross appeared above the main core of one of the 5 elemental peak. They halted in the air before accelerating and crashing directly into the center. However, they didn't cause any as they phased through formation until they hit the Dragon Veins node. Several magic circles emerged on their surface before they sank deeply and merged with the enormous life energy. The 5 mountains across the country faintly trembled before they calmed down. The flow of energy in the crosses is stable. The artificial nodes have been planted successfully. Congratulations, my Lord. Venom received feedback from the dormant magic devices and reported it immediately. You did most of the work. Shouldn't you congratulate yourself, instead? Congratulations to myself. Leo shook his head as Venom had a hard time with it and kept repeating that phrase, but oh well, it wasn't a bad conclusion for him. With this, his journey of courting life ended before it even started. What a sad day. As a land with deep ties to the occult and mysterious world, the important dragon veins in the whole country are deeply connected by the efforts of organizations here. This eased Leo's work a lot. Now, maybe he should go plant the other nodes or look for the fucker who put a new chunny nickname on his head. A lot is left to do, which hurts his procrastinating soul deeply. However, a familiar presence appeared, but he didn't bother as he accelerated his steps. Bullying a junior isn't something befitting your position, esteemed guest. At the edge of the peak, the old man from before faced the mountain winds and looked at Leo. The divine power surrounding the realm circled him as usual, but Leo wasn't buying it. You're acting as if he didn't ask for it. The old man simply didn't speak, neither Leo was interested if he had any words. He passed by his side before vanishing into thin air. Noticing that Leo's presence has left the god's realm, the old man fiddling with his long bear in silence. After a while, a long sigh escaped his lips. His mind and memories have been deceived into a mess despite his efforts. There wasn't a moment about Leo's silhouette in his brain that he could figure out if it was true or false. The figure who shook all rivers and lakes isn't simple, after all, the old man whispered as a figure came rushing from behind. Junior, Meng Shiring, greet the great ancestor. Meng Shiring saluted the great deity of Mt Tai as the latter nodded gently and said, "You did well, ancestor." Overpraised. It's all because of the great ancestor grace that Dai Miao can stand tall. My time has already passed. The temple is in your hands. The great deity shook his head as Meng Shiring didn't dwell into the subject further and said the ancestor predictions were correct. He didn't come with a lot of animosities. The fall seems to be after the dragon veins for an unknown motive. Maybe this is our chance. The great deity shook his head and before saying, "It's for the better if we keep the past buried for now." Meng Shiring lowered his head as his fist clenched tightly. Taking a deep breath, his complexion returned to normal. Junior offends. As the fall is clearly targeting the dragon veins, he'll surely go after those thieves. There's no better time to strike and recover the 5 bios. The 3 biblical factions have been under the move lately. The great deity spoke as Meng Shiring rendered silence. How could he not know the recent weird behavior of those 3 groups? Their spies and informers have been speculating that the 3 factions might be aiming to join forces, but if this happens, they have many ties to the country named Japan, and if the rumors are true, I'm afraid. The great deity said slowly as Meng Shiring understood and lowered his head again. They might have to give up their attempt against the thieving 5 principal clans. But even so, I'm afraid the others won't keep their hands off these muddy waters. Knowing the old stubborn fogies at the other temples, Meng Shiring felt more worried. The great deity didn't speak any further as he watched the clouds rolling around the mountains. It has been a long time since the mountains trembled, and he's afraid that the following days won't go in peace. Unaware and uninterested in the story behind, Leo flew like a comet, leaving a bright trail behind him. The distance shrank quickly as he wondered where he should go. Anywhere would do at the moment because his head hurts from analyzing the previous politics. It feels like as long as he touches something, the butterflies that the worlds will probably suppressed will flap their wings again. Does this mean I'm destroying her work just by walking around? Well, it isn't my problem. I can't just become non-existent. Well, I totally can, but we don't talk about that. These were Leo thought as he flew past a middle finger cloud that bizarrely formed. To be honest, he's still a bit salty for not being able to court life properly. Why did all those people just walk around and attract a bunch of retards? But he found reasonable and wise figures. This is injustice. He's the fool, for fuck's sake. Is this cursed origin playing another joke on his existence? Wasn't his previous life enough? Shaking his head, Leo accelerated and decided to plant the dragon veins nodes in the ocean. A light jog in the deadly depths has proven to be quite relaxing in the previous time. Ding! But as he was prepared to dive from the stratosphere, a clear ring sounded in his head. The bright comet broke into various shimmers as Leo slowed down until he floated calmly in the air. Illusion? No, that doesn't work on him, and his brain isn't going crazy, yet. This annoying and familiar notification noise couldn't be mistaken. It haunted him down since the day he got into crippling debts. From an empty point in space, the blue holographic screen expanded until its content became visible to Leo. Same as always, it was impossible to sense where it came or where it leads to. The Moonlit Chat Room version 2.0 welcomes you. Greeted by the following message, Leo tilted his head and whispered 2.0? This shitty chat upgraded and got a bad name too. This doesn't sound promising. Leo swept the message away and stared at the default main interface as 2 options were displayed. Moonlit Main and Moonlit Chaldea, even these got the same name, which made his eyebrow twitch before sighing secretly. Complex emotions flashed in his eyes as he stared at the first option. His last memory about it was those guys getting stuck in some shitty ploy between the multiverse space and Konosuba world's will. Come to think of it, he also sends them some help, doesn't he? Leo clicked his tongue as the roaring winds blew his clothes, yet it didn't manage to mask his irritation. That experiment was a big mistake. He shouldn't have ever attempted it. Not the part where he got bombed, but when he gave them that. No one should come in contact with it, not now, not like this. It's all right if it was only him, it's his own choice, and no one has the right to interfere. But he doesn't wish for it to befall anyone else. Call it his last compassion and selfishness. His state wasn't the best back then. It was a struggle to barely get a grip on reality as the world jump, incomplete, made that resurface. The unexpected spiritual poisoning wasn't helping either, maybe it was the reason behind this entire problem. But, there's no point in mentioning it now. Aware of the worst-case scenarios, Leo buried those feelings and clicked on Moonlit Main. What happened has happened. If the worst occurred, then he'll take the full responsibility to fix it, although he doesn't really have the confidence in doing so. The screen flickered before a new interface loaded quickly into the familiar, yet different-looking chat channel. Faintly sighing, Leo shook his head and read the chat. Same as ever, this feeling is the worst. Back then or now, it seems they are quite destined. However, Leo's expression quickly went from somehow troubled into perplexed and ended on a blank complexion staring at the screen in total silence. Neat Princess, as the following points state, I hope the mighty and wise world's wills would assign me as the new admin advocate of gender equality. Very good arguments. As one of the victims of the tyrant admin, I would like to point out he's unqualified for leadership. Not to mention, he hasn't been online since forever. For the greater good and justice, I recommend Neat Princess as the new admin. What is he exactly looking at? Neat Princess, your words moved me deeply, Junior Kazuma. Striving for righteousness against the tyrant should be everyone's goal. Your mentality will take you to places, Junior Advocate of Gender Equality. You praise me too much, Lady Kaguya. But the place you mentioned is perhaps exempted from mutes. These harlots. The violent winds up far in the sky trembled as a large amount of energy started leaking. Neat Princess, phew phew phew. Junior Kazuma sure is knowledgeably advocate of gender equality, ha ha ha. Compared to Lady Kaguya, I'm nothing much they, of all times. I was worried. Looking at the cringe messages, Leo felt something snap in his mind because they did what he couldn't achieve. Looking at the sky, Leo cracked his fingers and neck before staring down at the chat room window. Bree, you two. Why are you talking like this? Don't answer, but it has been 2 weeks, can't you cut it out? Big Sister Lion, everyone, look at the right Neat Princess. Advocate of gender equality, Kazuma and Kaguya glanced at the right bar of the chat room. It showed the names of the chat members and their current status. However, their eyes landed on a particular name that appeared on top of the list. Annihilation Maker, Admin, was written in golden color with a tiny crown at the side and a small green icon that showed the current status. Online. It was quite weird they didn't notice the unique display of the admin role until now, but it was too late. Annihilation Maker, Admin, Advocate of Gender Equality, oh, shit, cough. It has been a while Neat Princess, it's quite windy today, isn't it? I'll go close the window. Ah, Leo. This is a pleasant surprise, I was so worried about you. You must have a lot to say, please, take your time. The chat got caught in uncomfortable silence as everyone didn't know what to write. Only the looming admin title flickered as it brought dread for some reason. The seconds turned into minutes before a new message appeared. Annihilation Maker, Admin, I went to China, yet. You. Too. Are. Courting. Life. Hey. It's weird how a text coming from across the worlds can be very intimidating. For some reason, Kazuma sensed the dreadful atmosphere coming as he swallowed. Neat Princess, how lovely. Did you bring souvenirs? Wait, where? What the odds? Advocate of gender equality, Don't you mean, courting death? I can't believe you got that wrong. Annihilation Maker, Admin, muted Advocate of Gender Equality for 1 hour. Reason, death is a harlot in a swift motion. Everyone saw Kazuma getting assassinated in cold blood as his name went grey. Good day Chaldea's admin, what is happening? I suddenly got a notification. Big Sister Lion, it has begun. Time to enjoy the show. Go, admin. I always knew you'd come back. Annihilation Maker, admin, muted Big Sister Lion for 1 hour. Reason, Bootlicker Leone almost fell from the chair as the chat room blue color turned gray. Neat princess, admin abuse. This is why I should be elected as the voice of reason and truth. I demand justice. Annihilation Maker, admin, muted Neat princess for 1 hour. Reason, justice strongest man in the world, Oh? Goo ha 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 ha. Did you return, boy? Took you long enough. Sitting on his ship, Whitebeard grinned as he saw Leo finally return to the chat room, but his expression soon froze as a message appeared. Annihilation Maker, admin, muted strongest man in the world for 1 hour. Reason, croissant-looking mustaches *bottom. The whole area began to shake violently as Whitebeard's crew panicked at the sudden fury of their father. Bree, isn't this a bit too much? I know about the other two, but Leone and Grandpa Whitebeard didn't do anything. Annihilation Maker, admin, muted Bree for 1 hour. Reason, flat, opinion automatically ignored. Electricity flashed as all the electronics devices in Tokiwada Middle School dorms malfunctioned, sending them back to the Middle Ages. In a few seconds, almost every username in the chat turned grey except 3. Annihilation Maker, admin Saitama, are you here? A hero for fun, eh? Yeah. Annihilation Maker, admin, muted a hero for fun for 1 hour. Reason, bald lurker. Putting down the manga in his hand, Saitama stared at the reason written in the message with a blank face as Genos, who was cleaning, felt a change in the atmosphere. As silence descended on the chat room, only 2 usernames weren't grayed. Good day Co, Chaldea's admin Lucifer, hello. Long time no see. Annihilation Maker, admin, good day Co, Chaldea's admin so. How have you been? Annihilation Maker, admin, doesn't have enough permissions to mute Good day Co, Chaldea's admin. Annihilation Maker, admin, good day Co, Chaldea's admin. I see. But how do I put this? Wasn't that a bit too much? I mean, Annihilation Maker, admin, doesn't have enough permissions to mute Good day Co, Chaldea's admin. Annihilation Maker, admin _Good day Co, Chaldea's admin. I'm sorry. Good day Co, Chaldea's admin, is offline. The grey list extended in the chat room as only one remained, standing tall above the rest. On top of the massacre, Leo stared down at his work with a blank expression. Provoking everyone in the chat without a reason didn't faze him, nor did the looming DXD World's Will plus 99 messages on the left side. Just like the good old times, if he did it once, he'll do it again. Everyone will surely understand, after all, he's a kind person acknowledged by the world itself. Yeah, very kind. After a long separation, the tyrant admin has finally returned to the chat room, welcomed by all, as the list of grey names was self-explanatory. Chapter 173, 3 Lullabies in an Ancient Tongue. Annihilation Maker, admin. As the stars and creepy threads on the internet have foretold, a healthy dose of muting is excellent for everyone, since peace and quiet can soothe the minds and make the angry masses want me dead less, but who am I to say? Whoever disagrees may speak now. Remaining time of the mute, 3 minutes. Annihilation Maker, admin. Lovely. Mutual understanding is unquestionably the cornerstone of civilization unless you have authority as I do. But, as my late grandfather once said, a man should not waste opportunities and should always strive forward, even when things take an unfortunate turn. The ocean breeze blew above the watery scenery as the waves rose and fell with every beat. Leo paced along the water's surface, each step causing a ripple. The waves diminished into a dead calm sector for him alone. Remaining time of the mute, 1 minute. Annihilation Maker, admin. For those who misinterpreted this as anything profound, I'd like to clarify that he mistook my motivation for attending the dojo as practicing to impress a girl I had a crush on, since I was busy adjusting to a new world where the power scaling is based on cup size. The translucent blue holographic panel hung by his side, revealing each message as well as a list of grey names. Annihilation Maker, admin. Now, Please flip your books to Freedom of Speech volume and memorize the Your Opinion Doesn't Matter chapter as a beginning. It'll be a great exercise for your minds and clear any confusion concerning humans' rights. Big Sister Lion, Freedom. Bree, you. Explain yourself before I will. Neat Princess, you have actually spent an hour by yourself, typing nonsense over and over. Consider me impressed. Your prize awaits in the nearest asylum. Annihilation Maker, Admin. I don't appreciate ignoring my profound teaching since the Lord has taught me to guide the hopeless sheep. But, Miss Kaguya, there is no need to invite me to your residence as I already know what awaits. Big Sister Lion, PFFF. Neat Princess. If you hadn't run out of Pokemon dressed as Hitler to send, I would have paid attention. I'm saving them by the way. When scrolling up in the chat, numerous species of Pokemon, particularly the renowned yellow rat dressed in Hitler garb, are plainly seen saluting. If they hadn't used at least 100 pages of space, the view would have been spectacular. Bree, you're ignoring me again. Good. Fearing being identified as the cause of the dorm blackout, Misaka pretended to be clueless when confronted by the dorm teacher. As the image of Leo was ignited multiple times in her head, she clenched her hands while maintaining a neutral expression. If things couldn't get much worse, Kuriko definitely witnessed what had transpired and, for some reason, remained staring at her from the corner. To put it mildly, her eyes were frightening. Annihilation Maker, Admin. Your accusation is merely defamatory. My statements only stated an undeniable fact, and I'm afraid your meaningless threats, which are unworthy of time, reaffirm my point. Bree, I wanted to say something, but why are you talking so formally? Big Sister Lion, maybe he finally lost it when he talked to himself for an hour here. It's a shame that most members already logged out. I wanted to see a battlefield. Bree, you can call them Big Sister Lion, I prefer to live a couple more years. Neat Princess, enough. Do you think it's okay to mute us and abuse the authority without a reason? I won't stand for this. Bree, yet. We didn't do anything wrong. If the chat you want is a place where you mute everyone and talk to yourself, then do it. Neat Princess, exactly. Mute them and leave me out of it. They clearly enjoy it to ask for it again. Bree, yet, hey. Misaka's face drooped. The sides shifted too quickly and they found themselves told to the enemies. She assumed they had reached an understanding. Annihilation Maker, Admin. Oh, where have my manners gone? They're probably at the cemetery, but I forgot to inquire. What was that about my dear Banhammer being taken by you? Neat Princess, as a person in the position of a leader, you aren't qualified at all. You didn't even try to group us and do your job as admin properly. Instead, the role seems to be a big muting button for you. Annihilation Maker, Admin. Oh, poor me, I'm not sure what distinguishes you from me, given that the only acceptable part of this position is muting. In any case, there isn't much to do. Neat Princess, precisely. Leading these bunch of unique figures from across worlds is pointless anyway. Oh, worlds will, give me the hammer or something equivalent since getting muted by this guy is the worse. The balance is important, after all Kaguya wouldn't lift an eyebrow at getting muted, but not by this guy. She won't accept this kind of defeat. Big Sister Lion, you were about to call us madmen, right? Bree, being exactly like him doesn't help the balance at all. Neat Princess, please, don't mind these small details, Mikoto Kaguya wasn't entirely incorrect. Leadership in the chat is nearly impossible since, as the multiverse expands, many types of personalities emerge, particularly those prideful members who have achieved the pinnacle of their worlds and have the attitude to back it up. Whitebeard is a clear example. They may choose to cooperate for the purpose of monetary gain or personal reasons such as morals, but they are unlikely to submit, even if forced. If you impose it, it will develop into a competition, as the chat will transform into a war zone for resource gathering and infighting. Because the existing authorities are too indolent to care, following a set of simple unwritten rules is more than adequate for the chat. Until now, this has been shown to be effective. Annihilation Maker, admin, your logic is a little perplexing to me. Isn't the Master of Chaldea an administrator as well? Furthermore, you appear to be spending a lot of time here. Was the chat available to you at all times? Bree, apologies, and I'll tell you. Annihilation Maker, admin, please accept my apologies for your inability to grasp my undeniable truths. Bree. You can stop now. Annihilation Maker, admin. No, I'm bored. Bree, I'll get you back for this, just wait. This won't be the end. But of course, the chat is working normally, although we couldn't use any other function besides messages these days, and now it is updated. Why do you ask? Annihilation Maker, admin, well, I was the only one tormented by the 98% plus loading bar. Lovely Bree, this makes me feel better. I think? No, come here and fight me. I'll zap your face back to the Power Curriculum program. Big Sister Lion, justice is actually real, hey. Neat Princess, again, stop minding the small details, hey, advocate of gender equality, come here. I'm not paying you for nothing. Advocate of gender equality, what? Leave me out of your nonsense, I'm eating and... Hey! You haven't paid me anything yet. Neat Princess, if you perform your job well, I'll do it. Advocate of gender equality, why you little, neat princess, balance of 400k and points. JPEG advocate of gender equality, very dear, respectful, and wonderful customer. Kazuma's messages did a 180-degree turn and became very respectful, as if someone was talking to customer service. Big Sister Lion, this is strangely relatable. I don't like this feeling. Bree, straight face, Annihilation Maker, admin. Oh, my impromptu priest. It's a joy to see you alive and well enough to operate as a proper human being. However, among the random messages, one stood out, causing Kazuma to blink many times as his cheek was full of frog meat. Advocate of gender equality, pardon. Neat Princess, he lost it after wasting all his Nazi Pokemon collection. How sad. Bree, that was precious, hey. Advocate of gender equality, oh, but what did you mean by a proper human being? Annihilation Maker, admin, don't worry about the minor matters, my interim priest. More importantly, have you checked to see whether the chat has received any updates other than the new interface? It bothers me to see that some higher entities, such as World's Wills, are unable to create a better graphical user interface. Advocate of gender equality, don't dismiss my well-being as minor details. What's more, why should I bother? Do you think I'm your personal assistant? Neat Princess, yes, perhaps you should have done that instead of wasting an hour talking to yourself. Annihilation Maker, admin, unfortunately, I'm having some technical issues at the moment. As a result, I've taken measurements to give you all a small breather to check out the new version and have a better understanding of it. You, on the other hand, continue to accuse me of misusing my position of power. Advocate of gender equality, you and your position of power can go get digested in the frog's stomach with aqua. Stop with this weird way of talking. Gun.jpg Big Sister Lion, would a gun really work on him? Neat Princess, don't try to paint your dark heart white, and please, what would these difficulties that you'll face in DXD? Getting stuck in a philosophical debate about breasts. Advocate of gender equality, you had my curiosity, now you have my attention. Please, continue. Bree, come of think of it, I never asked what kind of world Leo lives in. As the focus of the talk shifted away from essential subjects, the chat participants were inquisitive, recalling that they didn't know anything about Leo's world. Even Saitama sent a few pictures of the creatures he punched to oblivious when asked. However, it all melted down with one message. Annihilation Maker, admin, politics and power struggles. Neat Princess, Kaguya paused for a while to collect her thoughts. She reread the message several times, but nothing changed. Weird. She hasn't touched Iron's medication in a long time, so this can only mean one thing. Neat Princess, you, actually associated DXD with politics and power struggles. This is blasphemy. How dare you associated my softcore hentai world with these? The only politics allowed is the fight between the three factions. Flat is justice, medium is premium, and up high is the truth. Big Sister Lion, whistle advocate of gender equality, finally, a world that I can get behind. Quickly, Leo, does your world allow emigrants? Annihilation Maker, admin delightful. Although it appears that you are well versed in the ways of boobs power, I would like to emphasize that personality is immortality. Advocate of gender equality, SHHHHH, we don't talk about it, and don't believe I forgot. What exactly do you mean by proper human being? Is it about the bomb you put in my brain? Answer me, please. Bree, WW, what are you talking about? What kind of world is this? Advocate of gender equality, get out of here, child. Don't bother us, adults are talking. Bree, you. All of you today are looking for a fight. Big Sister Lion, hey, don't group me with them. The discussion gradually lost its sense of purpose and spiraled into anarchy, with everyone hurling messages at each other. Despite this, the discussion seems to have regained its previous vibrancy. Everyone, notably Misaka, who wanted to high-kick some individuals, eventually plunged into this bizarre rhyme of slapping each other with words. The chat room upgrade, on the other hand, appears to have been utterly neglected. Unless, of course, someone wanted to barge in. The strongest man in the world, I'm back. However, when Whitebeard returned to the discussion with a fiery spirit, his message was brushed aside by the others, leaving him a bit speechless. Bree, did you see something just now? Advocate of gender equality, must have been the wind. Neat Princess, thank you, Mr. NPC. Big Sister Lion, it must be a hurricane then. The giant old man is here, by the way. It was strange for Whitebeard because, as one of his world's most powerful individuals and as someone who possesses conqueror haki, it's usually difficult to overlook him. The thought, though, was swiftly and deliberately tossed behind his back because there's something more important. The strongest man in the world, brat, did you just mute me? When Kazuma saw the most anticipated question on the chat, he sipped his drink silently while looking at the air, but his party companions didn't notice anything unusual since his gaze was fixed on a specific receptionist's chest. Annihilation Maker, admin. Yes. With the confirmation, the chat grew restless as the situation became serious enough for Kaguya to grab the popcorn. The strongest man in the world, very good, do you have anything left to say? Annihilation Maker, admin. Yes. The strongest man in the world, speak. Annihilation Maker, admin. Get good, you scrub. Big Sister Lion, ha 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 ha. Bree, Misaka facepalmed and Leone slid off her chair as she imagined Whitebeard's present look, bursting the somewhat solemn mood like a balloon. The strongest man in the world, What does that mean? Advocate of gender equality, Build some muscles, you weak chicken. Yeah, that's about right. The strongest man in the world, while effectively fanning the flames, Kazuma chuckled and nodded to himself. Take a look at how helpful he is. His cynical chuckling startled his companions, who took a step back. The strongest man in the world, Gwahahaha. It seems you didn't learn after I cracked your skull. Good, pick the place. Bree, sigh. Why does it always devolve into fighting? Can't you talk peacefully? Neat Princess, oh my, weren't just saying you'll kick my jaw next time we meet. Bree, Lion. Big Sister, maybe Hero for fun does. Do you want to say something about getting muted? Hero for fun, It doesn't matter, I guess. Lion. Big Sister, TCH. Annihilation Maker, admin. You are free to choose. Here, I'm still dealing with technical issues. This formation appears to be on the verge of exploding in my face. Of course, I'm not opposed to being blasted, but only after it has completed its mission. Neat Princess, your priorities don't sound cornering at all, but are you doing something big again? However, were you really locked outside of the chat for half a month? Looking at his reflection in the deep blue water, Leo hurled a twisted wooden cross within before a pink shine flared and disintegrated into particles. The cross materialized out of nowhere in the unknown depths and sank into the seabed without resistance, spreading tremors throughout the ocean. Leo adjusted his glasses as his eyes seemed to be tracking something till he murmured, feeling the mild tremor of the waves. Although artificial node construction is stable, the new channel can only handle about 20 nodes before exploding in my face. The errors should be attributed to the dragon veins in the ocean's inherent instability. This might cause the channel to become highly unstable. The relocation of fake nodes in response to the change in the dragon veins should be one of the countermeasures. Venom swiftly assessed the situation and offered his opinions. Despite the fact that they expected something similar to happen, Leo underestimates the dragon veins' resilience. Despite their attempts, the dragon veins appear to have had a significant reaction to the new node's appearance. The ideal approach is to reinforce the channel or modify the node's locations on a regular basis. The first is simple brute force, but the second is a pain in the neck and there is no easy way to accomplish it. Leo frowned, shook his head, and sighed a little before staring into the void. His vision crossed the space and landed on a white dragon-like creature before saying, "Pakia, you do your best to strengthen the channel. It doesn't matter what you do, all that matters is that it remains steady. This level of vitality may be a little excessive. I'll be on the lookout for nodes." The intangible spatial waves sunk into the artificial nodes as the space vibrated in response to Leo's remarks. Pakia wanted to take care of the nodes, but Leo shook his head. "I would love to let you take care of the nodes, but let's be frank, you'll break them." Like, annihilated to dust, Leo noticed the spatial fluctuation pause for a brief second before dissipating as he was idly replaying it. He felt he had caused Pakia emotional damage for some reason, but there was nothing he could do about it. Pakia is just bad at these precise movements, especially if it demands multitasking, due to his intrinsic ability to enhance space. Leo raised an eyebrow as he shook his head and looked at the screen drifting by. He purposefully disregarded Kagaya's mockery of him for being forced out of the chat and concentrated on a surprising find. Advocate of gender equality, question, what do you know? Response, what is in my knowledge? Advocate of gender equality, question, can the admin be changed? Response, there's no definitive answer in my knowledge. Advocate of gender equality, question, can I be an admin? Response, the member identified by the username Advocate of Gender Equality doesn't meet the requirement to be an admin. Advocate of Gender Equality, question, can you be any more useless? Response, Advocate of Gender Equality used all their 3 daily chances for Q&A. Big Sister Lion, ha 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 ha. Advocate of Gender Equality. Shut up. Kazuma learned something about a new button with a question mark icon in the conversation. Clicking on it appears to lead you to a panel where you may ask the chat room 3 questions, but it doesn't appear to be particularly useful. Probably because Kazuma is asking useless questions that made Leo's eyebrow twitch. These idiots are still after his banhammer. This is unacceptable. But this still sounds interesting to him. It's quite rare for Leo to feel genuine curiosity about something. As long as you ask the correct question, you might receive interesting information. Neat Princess, thank you for being a lab rat, Kazuma. Now, let the Moon Princess teach you how to ask questions. Neat Princess, question, what are the requirements to be an admin? Response, there's no related information in my knowledge. Neat Princess. Well, this is useless. Let's ignore it completely and never mention it again. Advocate of Gender Equality, PFFFF. Annihilation Maker, admin, I'd like to make a suggestion for a beneficial question. Instead of looking for new features one by one, consider asking what new features are available. Advocate of Gender Equality, why don't you do it? Annihilation Maker, admin, I refuse. The strongest man in the world, hurry up, brat. I'm still waiting. Annihilation Maker, Admin. I believe you have made a bad mistake. Because I'm broke, I told you to select. You may either come here or buy me a ticket to your world if you want to fight. The strongest man in the world, when Whitebeard checked his point balance, he noticed 453 points pitifully laying there. He continued to use his points to repair his body and push himself in training, resulting in a constant lack of points. His pride also won't allow him to ask for points. He's a pirate. He borrows things permanently, not ask for a loan. Annihilation Maker, Admin, I'll take your silence as a fellow poor man. Hebri, if I leave it up to you, you'll waste the entire day and we won't be able to figure it out. Fine, I'll take care of it. Misaka had had enough of these guys bickering about insignificant details in every corner. As a level 5 Esper and honor student, she'll not be swayed by these useless topics. She isn't like them. However, Misaka recalled someone as she blinked. Bri, I completely forgot about Ritsuka. Advocate of gender equality, imagine forgetting about your friend Annihilation Maker, Admin, indeed neat princess, agree Bri. I'll just call her Annihilation Maker, Admin, please, let me do it. I'm rather an expert in dealing with Chaldea masters. Ahem. At Good Echo, Chaldea's admin, if you don't want to see more bombs in Chaldea, you better appear in 3, 2, 1. Good Echo, Chaldea admin, I'm here. What is happening? Annihilation Maker, admin, see? If it didn't work, just say you'll fire the noble phantasm in the kitchen. Good Echo, Chaldea admin, Bri. Question, what are the new features of the chat room? Response, the new features of Moonlit chat room are the following: Q&A, item identification not limited to items generated by the chat room, simulation function is on, side missions function is enable, an honorable contribution exchange is open. Neat princess, oh, there are a couple of new things. This is unexpected. Question, what is the honorable contribution exchange? Response, between the honorable worlds, this is a special deposit location. From month to month, 1 to 10 goods may arrive and be exchanged for origin tokens. Advocate of gender equality, jumping directly to waste money, as I expected from a rich bast honorable costumer. But why I'm getting too many P2W, pay to win, vibes from this place. Neat princess, token? I don't like the sound of it. Question, what are the origin tokens? Response, when members complete a crucial mission, they are granted special currency according to the impact of their performance and judgment of the honorable world. This is the original token. Kagaya grimaced at the response before entering the chat room's previous shop and discovering a new icon. The sign glistened with a golden light and twinkled like a little star, but Kagaya remained silent since the symbol on it was a salt shaker. Kagaya steeled herself and clicked on it as a new panel appeared. As 4 alternatives revealed, the room was bathed in a magnificent golden glow. Origin token, 0 a broken twig, 3 origin tokens. A small broken twig. Has a special aroma. Emotional electromagnetic spectrum mastery, incomplete 15 origin tokens. The way to tap into the energy field fueled by the emotions of all sentient beings. Mysterious mud, 1 origin tokens. Mud. Sun sovereignty, high 5 origin tokens. One of the 24 Sun authorities. Unnamed book, 1 origin token. Special delivery from a great, powerful, and wise world's will. Kagaya looked at it thoughtfully, scanning all of the things before settling on the large 0 at the top. She can see how the icon came to be a salt shaker. Advocate of gender equality, what the hell is this? Is this the new form of torture? Question, why the name of some items doesn't mean anything? Response, Advocate of gender equality used all their 3 daily chances for Q&A. Good Echo, Chaldea's admin, could someone please clarify what's going on? Bri, Sai, give me a moment to write an explanation. Big Sister Lion, are they supposed to be something important? Question, Why some items are ambiguous. Response: the naming and description of items are entrusted to their respective honorable worlds. To be simple, the Honorable Contribution Exchange is one of those premium stores that can be rarely used. Unlike the regular store which is used to sell and buy items between members, the World's Wills put things on random. It can vary from overpowered goods to useless things. However, considering the personality of these World's Wills, it isn't unlikely they put it just to torture the chat room members. The origin token seems to be a very rare currency, and the useful things cost a lot unless you want to try your luck and buy something like the mysterious mud. Who knows, maybe it's just a regular mud, but it's mysterious because you don't know. This is some physiological welfare too. Imagine wasting the expensive origin token for a piece of mud. This thought was shared by the chat member quickly as they decided the best response for this new feature. Neat princess, so, it's a store you can't use since you have no idea what you're buying. I recommend ignoring it and never bringing it up again. Advocate of gender equality, agreed, let us live our lives as if we had never seen it before. Suddenly, I'm feeling much better. Do you agree with me, Sadist Angel? Annihilation Maker, Admin Write Notice, congratulations to Annihilation Maker, Admin, for exchanging the unnamed book from the Honorable Contribution Exchange. As the chat room fell silent, the colorful notice flashed with dreamlike color in front of all members. It was like a mini celebration that highlighted Leo's username. He even received a new colorful icon of VIP, screaming that he's not the same as these peasants. Neat princess, advocate of gender equality, Annihilation Maker, Admin Cough. I'd like to express my gratitude for the opportunity to meet you all after this time. It still perplexes me how you took a month to complete a mission in Konosuba. You should be embarrassed. Well, that's it. I have things to do, later. Annihilation Maker, Admin, is offline the strongest man in the world. Bree, what did you say? Neat princess, come back here and spit out where did you get that origin token? Advocate of gender equality, coward. Closing the chat room and leaving the wave of angry messages, Leo raised his hands as a white light flared and a thick old book appeared. The book was jet black in color, yet it appeared to be deteriorating towards the center. Its cover seemed to be ancient and rigid, since it was made of leather with wooden corner guards, which appeared to be frail and likely to break with a touch. However, upon closer inspection, the blackness dissolving into the center appeared to be a twisted fog holding a slew of faces howling in anguish before vanishing into nothing. Without a title, anybody, including those in the supernatural realm, will mistake it for an ancient book of unknown origin. Nonetheless, since the book appeared, a scruffy sensation has persisted in the air. My lord, this is... Venom couldn't help but murmur when he saw the book. Although weak, the peculiar feeling seemed to be drawing it. Something akin to faint whispers echoed and vanished when he tried to focus. Despite this, it was unable to discern anything from the book. Leo didn't respond right away. Instead, he immediately opened a portal and went through. Leo arrived inside the small workshop of his mansion, under the ever-changing colors of the dimensional gap, and placed the book on the desk. A pink and azure pulse of energy burst into the air, forming numerous barriers that encircled the area and totally sealed it off from the rest of the world. Unsatisfied, Leo continued to build further walls until Venom could no longer sense the outside world. This is a grimoire. Leo adjusted his spectacles and spoke slowly, his gaze still concentrated on the book as he confirmed that the new subspace had been effectively created. This book, however, is an actual grimoire, unlike this, which is produced as a catalyst. With the presence of the Book of the Law in Leo's hand, the mysterious grimoire finally had a reaction, although stubbled and hardly discernible. A grimoire refers to a book containing knowledge about magic. As simple as it gets, they may contain spells to powerful alien knowledge inside of them. What is written inside them is an entirely different world in a sense, contradicting the common sense of the regular reality, making them very dangerous for any human. The term spiritual poisoning has a lot of ties to the grimoires, as their pure knowledge is considered to be toxic for regular brains. In a sense, it's no different from Leo's eyes, as the knowledge he receives daily is very pure for the human mind's consummation. Grimoires are sentient entities, which makes them much more terrible. Their impulse is to distribute their information, regardless of whether or not it is detrimental. If the current readers are thought unfit or attempt to prevent the grimoire from spreading its knowledge, the book will kill them and seek a new host. Some grimoires have even exploited the bodies of their previous hosts as puppets to act freely. Of course, the grimoires' definition change from one world to another, but considering this is at least 99% coming from root, Leo went with the description he's most familiar with. Yes, this is the rest of the reward he asked for from Type Moon World's wills. Unlike the rest of the members, he had one origin token to get something. He was unsure whether it was due to blowing a hole in the hook or anything else. However, he must acknowledge that this is a terribly inefficient method of delivering goods, but Leo nodded because Root didn't truly want to do it. Even so, he couldn't figure out why a grimoire delivery took so long. Of course, in order to have a noticeable influence on him, the quality must be at least acceptable, which isn't difficult given that this is merely the physical world. Unless it was something else. This is something troublesome. Maybe I should just have written a grimoire myself, but to make it effective is a hassle. Leo knew it's looking at him as he tapped the desk and stared at the quiet grimoire. If Venom detected a smudge, Leo could see the dark fog enveloping this book from every angle. Although his understanding has dramatically decreased due to his eyes malfunctioning, the fact that he can't perceive the grimoire's depth demonstrates its distinctiveness. But it still made him chuckle. Does this grimoire consider them as potential readers? How lovely, we have a bold grimoire here. If my memory serves me right, I requested a grimoire with clefothic connections from the mecha lover, Root. It didn't matter what it was as long as it met the minimum requirements, but this. I suppose she didn't want to perform a careless job, huh? In any case, we can't leave things as they are. Leo stood up as his sleeves expanded to his hands and morphed into jet black gloves, startling Venom, who was looking at the book. His glasses twisted into one golden monocular on his right eye as he adjusted the gloves and said, "Well, shall we see what is this?" "Venom, have you ever cooked a grimoire?" "Pardon, my lord." Venom blinked his eyes. "Cook a grimoire? Did he hear that correctly? What are your thoughts on the shape?" Leo tapped and scraped the grimoire cover with his hand, leaving a small white mark in the process. His gaze was fixed on the book, but he mumbled, since he didn't see any reaction, its personality should be either mild or sly old and will certainly crumble to dust if you tap it too hard, my lord. However, I think this material. Human skin and flesh? A grimoire of demonic origins. Not quite right. This is a new grimoire. In fact, it shouldn't be older than something from the 20th century. Not receiving any reaction except the boring temptation didn't faze him. Coating his hands with some magical power, Leo performed the same action before saying, "This old style is solely the author's preference." It's similar to a con artist attempting to pass off a printed book as a historical document. After all, shouldn't grimoires appear ancient and mysterious? But I think he was just too edgy. It's evident in the manner it was presented. The information will be more cultish if it is really ancient. In a way, it conveys faith and guidance to the reader. Modern ones will lean more to the tool aspect. The grimoire, sensing the pulse of mana, eventually reacted by extending a mist darker than the night's blackness towards Leo's hand. Leo intended to reclaim the magical energy, but he raised an eyebrow when he saw the grimoire didn't absorb any mana. Curiosity flashed over his face. Is there a grimoire that doesn't consume mana? Mana is still a kind of vitality, despite its slightly altered nature. Even a grimoire that only accepts life sacrifices would not reject it. This isn't flesh or skin from a human. Please don't inquire as to how I know this. Anyone looking at the grimoire will unconsciously believe that, yet this material doesn't belong on this planet and doesn't resemble anything mystical I know. He kept inspecting the grimoire and triggering its reaction from time to time to figure its origin, but that fog was too mysterious for him. The inability to accept magical power, this weird material, and stubble eerie feeling. At this stage, Leo prefers it to be made of human skin since it will at least be recognizable. Having a lot of mystery isn't a good thing, not for this grimoire. Well, how about? As the magical energy rose in the air, Leo pondered about it while tapping the grimoire cover with his finger. His index finger tapping on the book came to a halt for a brief moment as a tremendous quantity of mana gathered on its end before accelerating up. The finger turned into a spear filled with energy stabbing straight into the grimoire. *Bam. From the point of collision, the wind blasted ferociously, driving Leo's hair and clothes back and sending waves of energy all around him. As electricity sparks flew into the air, everything in the workshop was tossed away. As Leo gazed at the grimoire, the breeze died away. There was a little dent that was smoking with heat, but Leo's hand was in horrible shape compared to the grimoire. "My lord!" Venom turned to face Leo, who was lifting his hand and examining what was left of it. Horrifying purplish blackness slashed over his fingertips, devouring his flesh like rot and emitting a foul odor. The index finger and a large piece of flesh detached and splattered on the ground as he waved his hand. Leo didn't appear bothered by it as he returned his focus to the grimoire. Leo's decomposing hand and fragments on the ground emitted a dark fog. The latter dissipated into the air, causing the additional fog to develop on Leo's hand, which then healed as if nothing had occurred. It can even retaliate. This will be all for today. Confirming this last piece of information, Leo nodded to himself before picking the grimoire. "Won't you check the grimoire's content, my lord?" "I would love to, but it isn't worth it. If I was the only one involved, I wouldn't mind, but there's no guarantee that the grimoire won't play a trick that affects those around me. Never underestimate an original grimoire, Venom, especially a mysterious one such as this. You can never be sure of what they have up their sleeves. This grimoire seems to be alienating itself from all common sense." Well, grimoires never followed common sense, but they at least had similarities and patterns. Sighing a little, Leo felt this is becoming troublesome as he stared at the grimoire and said, "But I didn't say we'll leave it like this. Let's start cooking it." Venom confirmed his last suspicion and his ears are working properly. "I'm not joking. Why would anyone cook raw food? To prepare it for ideal consummation and avoid risks. This is basically the same thing." Leo snapped his fingers and a pink pulse of energy flickered before the space twisted into a 5-meter-tall clear pink cube. As he approached it, Leo placed his palm on the barrier and rapidly filled it with huge amounts of magical energy. As Leo kept infusing more and more magical force till he twisted his palm, it seemed like the cube wasn't as little as it appeared. The cube started rotating slowly in the air due to an unseen bizarre force. The mana within, on the other hand, transformed into a raging vortex that spun with enormous power and emitted a horrifying screech. Off you go. Without a hint of hesitation, Leo tossed the poor grimoire into the vortex, watched it getting thrown away by the high energy. Despite the fact that the grimoire is sentient, it is still mostly reliant on instinct. Will now force it to become acquainted with me and my energy. Placing it in a difficult situation will compel it to react until it adjusts to the new circumstances. Leo watched the grimoire slamming into the space barriers before a blue light flashed and Yamato appeared in his hand. Click. Drawing Yamato slightly, Leo slashed his wrist deeply, but no blood came out. Instead, a crystal clear white vitality rose from the wound. It made Venom feel refreshed as he understood that isn't just a simple refinement to vitality, but extraction of lifespan. This is the most important factor of the body of any living entity. How should I put? Let's put 100 years, just as a starter. However, Leo acted as if it was nothing and poured the essence of vitality into the cube, mixing it with the ragging vortex. Using lifespan is a bit different from refining mana, although the process is highly similar and the effect is very strong. However, compared to mana, this essence of life carries a lot of Leo's aura. People constantly consider modifying themselves to the grimoires, but they never consider tailoring the grimoires to their needs. Well, I won't deny that the majority lacks the power to force any grimoire. Venom continues to stare blankly. Why does this seem plausible and make sense? Shouldn't grimoires be approached with caution and regard? As the grimoire smacked against the space barrier once again, Venom shouted inside. The wound on Leo's wrist vanished before he rubbed his chin. Thinking about it for a while, Leo took a card from who knows where. He grabbed some of the essences of vitality and rubbed it on the card until it reduced into some sort of substance similar to sand or salt. Sprinkling the substance on the cube like a certain salt bee, Leo wiped his hands before stretching his body. Now, with this is done, what should we do? Should we go to Europe or India? Russia is good too. His job is finished here. The grimoire would be locked here and given the premium treatment until Leo decided it was finished, leaving him with nothing to do but return to the Dragon Veins search. I remembered that there are Golden Dawn bastards in this world as well. Would it be okay for me to give them a visit? I should be classified as a secret chief, although not entirely. I'm curious whether the other guys are also here. Leo nodded to himself after deciding on his trip before recalling something and reopening the chat room. Those guys should be calm by now, or maybe not. What is this? Notice, Hero for Fun has opened a simulation space limit of participants, unlimited. Strength and limitation, none. Number of current participants, 3 on the screen. Saitama stood in a wasteland, silently staring into the horizon, while Kaguya and Kazuma looked about. However, before a new notice was heard, Saitama messed with a panel in front of him with a blank face. Notice, Hero for Fun has switched the simulation space mode into training. Level of training, high. Current environmental modification, 100 times the gravity of planet Earth WH. Kai Asterisk BOM. Asterisk on the screen, Saitama stood, as usual, shrugging off the extra gravity field, while Kaguya smashed face first into the ground, creating a human-shaped sinkhole, while Kazuma barely shouted before his body shattered into countless white light particles. Advocate of gender equality, did I just die? Again. Bree, look at the bright side, it's not the tractor advocate of gender equality, why you must hurt me like this? Staring at the screen in silence, Leo wondered if he should leave quietly. Under the continuous slamming of the grimoire, he stared at Kaguya sinking further and deeper into the dirt. Yet, perhaps it's for the best.